Okay, and we are live on the Amiwest broadcast stream. Hello, everybody. I know there's a lot of folks out there on YouTube. It's morning here. Actually, a little bit easier to run a show from the show floor, believe it or not. Kids and other things at home make that a little bit more difficult. So I wanted to give a big shout out to everyone. We're going to be flipping over to the show floor here shortly with Brian Deneen to do our kickoff. Before we do that, I just wanted to do a couple of items here. We are on the YouTube chat. Trying to follow this. We could be missing some questions and whatnot. We'll try to do some live Q&A. We're also on IRC. Those details are on the Amiwest broadcast page in pound Amiwest. A little easier to follow sometimes. Plus, I got a few more people helping there. So if you have questions for the various speakers, feel free to shout those out while the folks are talking. Looks like we got about 86 people on the stream so far, which is absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to give this another minute here, and we will kick it over to Brian to get things going. Before we do that, I see Brian is moving into place. I was going to talk about the game competition that we're running at Amiwest. So I'm going to go ahead and cut over to someone who is very familiar to most of the people out there and very popular in the Amiga world. Here we go.
Hey everyone, Amiga Bill here. Welcome to the Amiwest High Score Competition. Today you'll be playing one of the all-time classic Amiga games, Deluxe Galaga by Edgar Vigdal. Deluxe Galaga came out in 1993 and is loosely based on the classic Galaga arcade game. It also has roots in a game called Star Battle on the Commodore VIC-20. The game is shareware, and there's an OCS and an AGA version. Edgar believed that a lot of the Amiga games had beautiful graphics, but were lacking in gameplay, so playability was a top priority for him. He also felt that many of the games were a large time investment, so he wanted to create a game that is easy to pick up and play. The concept of Deluxe Galaga is very similar to classic vertical space shooters like Galaxian and Galaga. There are waves of descending enemies that you have to clear by moving your ship left and right on the bottom of the screen and firing your weapon. The more waves you clear, the harder they get and the higher your score. There are boss aliens and sub-boss aliens as well. Deluxe Galaga has 75 levels in all, so it'll keep you entertained for a very long time. In addition to the classic style of gameplay, Deluxe Galaga has quite a few features. There are power-ups that give your ship upgrades, like more powerful weapons, speed-ups, and protective armor. One of my favorite power-ups is capturing an alien and having it fight alongside with you. There's also an in-game store where you can purchase upgrades. Finally, there are mini-games within Deluxe Galaga. In these mini-games, you can score bonus points, get money, extra lives, multipliers, etc. I really enjoy the Meteor Dodge the Rocks mini-game. Sadly, Edgar Vigdal passed away in 2015, so I asked that you play this high-score competition in his honor. Deluxe Galaga is one of the all-time great Amiga games, as well as his other classic, Deluxe Pac-Man. Good luck in the competition, and may the sharpest shooter win. Amiga forever.
Testing and about to go live.
Okay, Brian's up now. Brian, are you on the show floor? Unfortunately, I'm not there to help out.
So, I think you're on. Does that work? I think so.
Okay, am I here in the room too?
No, you're just on your Power Reaver voice right now.
Okay.
Let's see, you're on, which mic's he on? Four, yeah. All right, yeah.
Okay, oh yeah, there we go. Nice. Well, good morning. It's great to welcome everyone to Amiwest, and glad to see everybody who's on site here. We have people from distant clients coming in, and we're really happy to be even able to present our show this year in light of the current situation. We're really glad that our venue did not close. It never closed, and so even though the business sort of went down to a trickle for a while.
Turn his mic.
Right now, business
Turn
here at the
up his
Holiday Inn
mic.
Express Cal Expo is back up.
I don't know how.
Which is really kind of nice. So right now the hotel's about half full, and we have people from the California coast, Central California. This is the 23rd Amiwest show, and thank you all who are here on site for coming, and thank you all who are online for coming in and being with us. So I want to give a really big shout out to the venue, which I just stated, and also to the people who have worked so hard over the past 3 months to put this stream together. Jerry Gray and Bill Borsari have been working extremely hard at this, and we've discovered new software, solved problems, done all kinds of stuff we've never done before for an Amiwest broadcast. So it's great to be able to present this stream to you. One of the things that we do have for our on-site guests is the custom Amiwest mask. Now, here's what it looks like. And I just wanted to be able to show this to you guys online. I'm medically unable to wear a mask, so I'm not going to keep this thing on. But I just wanted you to see it. I thought it was really great. They've been custom made, handmade for us, Boing Ball masks. And thanks again to Jerry for sourcing these and getting the project done. So on our stream today, we have many speakers. I'm sure that Technoj will tell you about them. And we also have a game competition, which Amiga Bill has just told you about. In order to sign into all of those, go to Amiwest.net, and you'll find links at the top of the front page in the Amiwest schedule. Wherever it says here, that's a link. And you can sign into the game competition that way. You can sign into the stream today and also the stream tomorrow. Now, don't forget about tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream is going to feature Doug Compton, and he's going to be the host. It's actually going to feature the people who are online. It'll be a Monster Amiga chat all day long, and Doug will be bringing up the topics. As far as I know, we'll be able to record all of that for later. So if you missed part of it, no worries. You can actually be able to download that file or view that file in some fashion. I don't think we've figured that part out yet, but we'll be able to tell you that on Amiwest.net. Amiwest.net will be more active this year. We'll have more blog posts going because we do have streaming content to be able to view all year long. So if you miss some of today, you miss some of tomorrow, again, not to worry. We'll have all of this Amiga presentation information ready for you to access all year long. So I also want to give a big shout out to our sponsors. First of all, Aeon. Trevor Dickinson is sponsoring our show this year, even though he was unable to come from New Zealand. And Trevor, I know you're probably watching, so thanks again for being our gold level sponsor this year. Spent some big bucks on keeping us going, and we really appreciate it. Also, Amiwest Broadcast for the 23rd year in a row. Bill Borsari and Company. Bill started out in 1998 and actually came to the show and thought, you know, it would be great if we had audio online in 1998. So then he went back to his hotel room, put together a script, and the next day the show was online. Now, I don't know what you think about that, but I think that's really creative talent explosion on the spot. Of course, that's who Bill is. So really appreciate Bill's work. He spends thousands of hours on this. If we were going to pay Bill and Jerry for what they did for us, it probably cost us $250,000. Obviously, we don't have that. Thanks for volunteering, gentlemen. And the other volunteers that are part of the show, fantastic volunteers, Bill Clay, Chris Nelson, all of our attendees here, and we really appreciate your sponsorship and your participation. Other sponsor is Info-Accessories. That happens to be my sponsorship. And we promote the Rebol language, the Relative Expression-Based Object Language by Carl Satzenrath. You may recognize Carl's name. If you don't, ask somebody, they will. And it's a very simple way of programming your computer. Sorry, I used the P word. It's making your computer do what you want it to do. I'm not a programmer, but sometimes I want to make it do things that it won't necessarily do otherwise. And Rebol helps you do that. It's an interpreted scripting language. It's very easy to use and very easy to customize. Most of the sub pages on the Amiwest.net website have been created using Rebol Make.dot. So that's an example of a very minor example, really, of what Rebol could do. You can write full-fledged applications in Rebol. And if you have questions about that, go to infosensories.com, and you will be able to find the distribution there. We're working right now on digital delivery of the distribution. Distribution's just been updated with some custom scripts and some more releases of the Rebol language. And the big deal about the distribution is documentation. So we've collected and tried to organize the documentation that goes along with Rebol and make it easy for you to use on your Amiga, on other platforms that you have available. It's all there, all the details are there in the distribution. So I'm sure I've forgotten somebody. My apologies to you, whomever I've forgotten. And I know I'm really interested in getting on with it and seeing what's going on for the rest of the day. I'm just trying to remember. Jerry, did I forget anything?
Don't think so.
Don't think so. Okay. So go to Amiwest.net for your links, and that way you'll be able to see the content and you'll be able to participate in the ways that we have to participate. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to talk about, is the Discord server. We have a Discord server up and running right now, and you can get on the Discord server and interact with one another. You'll be able to view some topics there, so it's not just a huge stream of unrelated conversations. We do have some topics going on Discord, and the Discord link is right at the bottom of the schedule. It says Discord server available now. Here's the link. You can get on there, have conversations, hear people talk, well, metaphorically, see them talk, and be able to share the things that are important to you on Discord. So I think that's the only other thing that I forgot. And thanks very much again. We'll be back on the tube here periodically during the day, talking about things that are going on. So thanks again for your participation, and thanks for your support of Amiwest. So we're trying to make it easy for you guys who are not here to be able to participate as well. Thanks very much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut it over to Trevor Dickinson, who gave us a video. Trevor is, of course, in New Zealand and is probably actually sleeping, which is one thing that's incredible if you've ever been to the Amiwest show, is you find out that Trevor doesn't actually sleep. So I'm going to cut over, and here's Trevor Dickinson, gold sponsor for this year.
And that was the bouncing ball that started it off 35 years ago. Hello, I'm Trevor Dickinson. I'm the founder of AN Technology, and I am an Amiga enthusiast. As I wrote recently in an article for Amiga Future magazine, with all the turmoil and disruption that's happening in the world today, sometimes it's difficult to have a positive outlook for the future of the human race. Aldous Huxley, the author of Brave New World, wrote, "I want to know what passion is. I want to feel something strongly." Passion is something that we Amigans have in abundance as we try to find new and exciting ways to keep our machine alive and relevant at the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution. Okay, that does sound a bit pompous, but Huxley also wrote, "The secret of genius is to carry the spirit of the child into old age," which means never losing your enthusiasm. If you're still an active Amigan, you'll know and understand exactly what that means. And so, while 2020 marks the 35th anniversary of the Amiga's birth, unfortunately, most of the shows planned this year have been cancelled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Way back in January, what seems a lifetime ago now, I was fortunate enough to attend Amiga Island 2020 at what turned out to be the only major Amiga 35 celebration this year so far. The Amiga 35 events planned for the USA, the Netherlands and the UK were all cancelled due to COVID-19. Fortunately, Brian Deneen and the SAC team have decided to press ahead with Amiwest as usual, although for most international speakers and visitors who are planning to attend, it will have to be an online virtual show. I've attended every Amiwest show in person since I visited in 2010 to present the first public demonstration of the Amiga 1 X1000 prototype in North America. It's hard to believe that 10 years has flown by so fast. So it gives me great pleasure to present at Amiwest 2020 and for Aon Technology to once again be the gold sponsor for the show. Due to New Zealand travel and quarantine restrictions, I can only give a virtual presentation this year and will miss out on the traditional AAA fun, which is such a major part of all Amiwest events. COVID-19 has certainly slowed the A1222 Plus release, but I'm pleased to report significant progress in the past few months, despite the worldwide disruption caused by the pandemic. The new motherboard has been renamed A1222 Plus and the table name has been dropped. I'm really pleased to announce that Aon is collaborating with Enrico Vidali of A-Cube for the production of the updated A1222 Plus version 1.3 prototype boards. Once the prototypes have passed all of our performance and quality checks, the early adopter boards will be manufactured. The U-boot firmware for the A1222 Plus has also been updated to the same standard as the X5020 and X5040, leading to faster boot times and improved USB performance. With the U-boot variable set to optimum, the time to boot to Workbench is now a respectable 30 seconds from initial power-up. And in even better news, a new audio driver has been completed by Lyle Hazelwood, so finally the A1222 has found her voice. Lastly, a new Amiga OS 4.1 ISO has been produced by Tony Wyatt on behalf of Hyperion Entertainment. I'm pleased to announce that the Exec SG team, led by Stephen Sawley, is also making good progress. There are now 16 people in the team, including Stephen and myself. However, we've also enlisted the services of other key developers like Mark Olson, who helped with the U-boot improvement work. Exec XG can now be cleanly built and supported on all Amiga OS target platforms. That includes legacy Cyberstorm PowerPC and Blizzard PowerPC boards from Phase 5, the original Amiga 1 systems produced by iTech, as well as the Pegasus 2 from Genesi, and of course the SAM models from A-Cube and the Aon Amiga 1 models, the X1000, the X5020, the X5040 and the A1222. Multi-core support has also progressed with the development of a new locking mechanism for all the cores which respect the interrupts and multitasking systems currently in place. There have been many bug fixes, 24 in total, covering several components including loader, Amiga boot, exec library and I2C resource. Faster memory allocation, fixed low memory handling and memory pool fixes and many others. U-boot has also been updated for the X5020, X5040 as well as the A1222, and again with faster boot times and improved USB compatibility. Fortunately, COVID-19 has not slowed the development of the Enhancer software package. Our developers have been hard at work and regular updates have been supplied to the Aon beta test team, who have been busy testing the latest release candidates. There have been 8 major packet updates this year alone, and 35 since the project started. I would expect a few more before the software is finally released. The latest versions include Warp 3D Nova, updated to version 1.77 by Hans de Ruyter, and OpenGL ES2, updated to version 3 by Daniel Musner. The package includes the latest Radeon HD and ARIX graphics drivers, which support the powerful 3D and shaders developed by Warp 3D Nova and OpenGL ES2, and support a selected range of Radeon HD SI and Radeon RX graphics cards. The Video Acceleration Library is another exciting feature, enabling Amiga OS 4 to play 4K videos. In actual practice, at the moment, it's slightly less than 4K due to an underlying minor limitation of OS 4. However, this is being worked on. Apart from numerous bug fixes and other enhancements, a selection of new and upgraded gadget tools is included. The gadget tools are also included in the freely available Enhancer Software Core package, which has been updated to version 1.1. The full Enhancer Software 2 package is expected to be released this Christmas. The power of Warp 3 Nova and the OpenGL ES2 combination is demonstrated by excellent third-party software like ShaderJoy. ShaderJoy is a tool that can visualize GLSL-based fragment shaders. It's been developed by Capehill, who's aimed to have some compatibility and access to the massive ShaderToy database. It really stretches and demonstrates the power of Warp 3D Nova and OpenGL ES2, and helps our developers track down and fix those annoying little bugs. ShaderJoy can also be used to create some awesome shader-based demos and animations. Games and graphics guru Daniel Musner stated on Amigans.net that ShaderJoy is really becoming a killer app, and it certainly is the best offline shader toy viewer among all systems already. I can't say better than that, Daniel. It's been a while coming, but we've finally produced a mostly native PowerPC version of ImageFX 4.5 Studio. We commissioned Andy Broad, the talented developer who created updated classic and PowerPC versions of Aeon's Personal Paint graphics package. Using some of the new gadgets in Enhancer software, he has now worked his magic on Aeon's ImageFX. Apart from some legacy 68K assembly code, the whole package has been recompiled for PowerPC. It is now available in both classic 68K and PowerPC versions. As I've already mentioned, way back at Amiwest 2010, I presented the first public display of the Amiga 1 X1000 in North America, running a very dodgy beta version of Amiga OS 4.1. At the show, I was interviewed by Zach Weddington for his new Viva Amiga documentary film. It would take another 7 years before the film was officially released, by which time it would also contain footage of the Amiga 30th anniversary event at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California in 2015. A pre-release of the movie was premiered at the Amiga 30th Saturday Night Banquet, and I sat at a table with many of the original High Toro founders and staff, and there was barely a dry eye at the table as the movie played. One criticism frequently levelled at the film, apart from the length of time it took to release that is, was that just over an hour long it was too short.
This ragtag team taking on IBM and Apple, and we've changed the world. We were from the future. This was it. The wild-eyed, the excited, the crazed, gotta create inventive things, gotta do fun stuff. It just completely changed everything. Amiga users make Mac.
Last year, I commissioned Zach to produce an extended version of the film to celebrate the Amiga's 35th birthday. At 2 hours long, the new version includes a lot more interviews and stories from key Amiga developers and other Amiga luminaries and enthusiasts. It was my plan to offer the movie for screening at various Amiga 35 events this year, but unfortunately it was not to be. Not all is lost, however. There's always next year or the year after that at Amiga 35 +1 or +2. Who knows these days? Many of you will know David Pleasance, the former Joint Managing Director of Commodore UK. You've probably even read his book, Commodore, The Inside Story, about his time at Commodore and the events leading up to his failed attempt to buy the Amiga assets and his life after Commodore. If you've read the book, you will know I had the privilege of writing the foreword. So when David mentioned his idea of launching a Kickstarter campaign to write a second book chronicling the Amiga's post-Commodore years, I just had to be involved. David is the first to admit that after his failed attempt to acquire the Amiga assets, he departed from the Amiga scene and embarked on a very colourful life that did not involve computers in any shape or form. David, being a marketing man, had already come up with a catchy title for the book, From Vultures to Vampires. However, after leaving Commodore, David departed from the computer business altogether and only re-engaged with the Amiga scene after appearing as a guest speaker at the Amiga 30th event in Amsterdam. If you know me, you will know I have a passionate hobby, one might say obsession. I've been researching and writing about the Amiga for over 20 years. My first published articles began with the Amiga Retrospective series, which started as a review of all the Amiga models released by Commodore, but morphed into the story chronicling the rise and fall of Commodore and the fate of the Amiga in the post-Commodore years. This was followed by my Classic Reflections series, which took an in-depth look at the companies and individuals who made a valuable contribution to the Amiga's success, and what happened to them after the demise of Commodore. I've also written several special reports and other Amiga-related articles. Having written so much about the Amiga and the companies and individuals who contributed to its success, I wanted to ensure that the full story was told, and I'm pleased to say these articles will underpin the foundation of the new book. Most people expected the Amiga to wither and die after the fall of Commodore and the subsequent failed attempts to revive its fortunes. However, in 2020, 26 years after the demise of Commodore, the Amiga scene is alive and vibrant, albeit a lot smaller, in all its glorious forms and flavours, and this is what I want to help celebrate in our new book. We've reached out to over 80 key individuals about making a contribution to the book, and I'm pleased to say that almost everyone has agreed to help. Their voice will add more colour to the book's narrative, which should bring the story to life. As with David's first book, all contributions, both positive or negative, will be included without any editing whatsoever, except for grammar and spelling. We want to make sure the book celebrates and pays homage to the key people who have and are helping to shape the post-Commodore Amiga years. Although my plan to offer Amiga 35 screenings of Viva Amiga Extended Remix did not work out, I was able to offer David the option of supplying the extended version free of charge as a stretch goal to all the backers of his Kickstarter campaign. His campaign smashed the stretch goals, raising £42,813 from 1,005 backers. As the video is very large, 5.83 gigabytes for the 1080p MP4 version, David has chosen to deliver it through the Vimeo platform. You can select the standard 1080p version or choose the smaller but lower quality HD or SD version. If you did not back the Kickstarter campaign and want to watch the movie, don't worry. Vimeo has an added benefit, and you can still rent or buy the extended remix movie. All of the sales will be going to David to help cover the cost of the streaming and other expenses. All that remains to be said is happy 35th birthday, Amiga. Oh, and I bet you thought you wouldn't see my tie this year. And one more thing.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Amiga. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Amiga. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Amiga. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Trevor, for giving us the video for the show this year. Really appreciate that. I know, like everyone else, we wanted to be there in person, but obviously, because of the COVID-19 global pandemic, we couldn't. So hats off to the folks that are there. Sacramento County is about to go what we in California call yellow, which is a reduced rate of spread, so that you can actually open up more things like movie theaters, can have higher capacity, in-room dining and whatnot. So they're right on the bubble there, which is fantastic. I know personally I wish I was at Amiwest. I've been every single year. Shout out to all the friends out there on the YouTube and video stream that didn't go this year as well for the same reason. And we'll be back there this year. Personally, I'm considering that if you're attending the stream, then you are at Amiwest 2020. So, 15 years from now, when we look back at this, if we even remember it, we'll just consider ourselves there because we're released here visually. I'm going to flip it over back to Amiga Bill. He's going to give us a rundown on some new wonderful Amiga games. So, take it away.
What's up, Amiwest? Amiga Bill here. I hope everyone's having a great time. Thanks so much for inviting me to give this short presentation about new Amiga games. I've been following Amiwest for years, and it's an honor to speak here. I've always wanted to attend, but I never had the opportunity. I really respect you all for having a user group and putting on an Amiga show. User groups and Amiga gatherings are near and dear to my heart. Back in 1988, I started the Westchester Amiga user group. Believe it or not, WOG never stopped meeting, and we continue to meet to this day. Okay, we're here to talk about new Amiga games. With the resurgence of Amiga and a huge interest in retro gaming happening in the world now, there's been an influx of amazing new Amiga games. There are actually way too many to cover in this short video, so I handpicked a few to show you. Now, this isn't a best of list. I picked these games to give you a general overview of the current pulse of the Amiga game scene. So if you're a game dev and your game isn't on the list, it doesn't mean I don't like it. I just chose these games to give you a taste of the overall scene. If you want to see all the new Amiga games, I do a weekly Amiga live stream on Twitch, where I play all the games that come out and I interview many of the developers. You can catch me at twitch.tv/AmigaBill. We'll start with what I consider the first AAA release of this new wave of Amiga games. It's a game called Worthy. Remakes and ports are also a big part of the Amiga game scene, so we'll take a look at Time Gal by Eric Iraq Hogan and Rygar by Graham McGeezer Cowie. Then we'll take a look at a couple of releases from within the past year or so. Finally, I'll give you a sneak peek of some upcoming Amiga games that are yet to be released. Let's go. Here's Worthy by Pixelglass Games. This is what I consider the first AAA release of this new wave of Amiga games. It's an OCS game that runs on any PAL Amiga with 512K chip and 512K any other type of RAM. It's available as a digital download, or you can get a physical copy that comes with this great case, instruction manual, CD, and a floppy disk. A lot of the new Amiga games come in both digital download and physical editions. This is super cool for collectors, and all the physical editions I've purchased have been top quality. Alright, here is Worthy. Now, that's our character that just appeared on top of the screen. We have to go around the maze and collect diamonds and give the diamonds to the woman who's in the center of the maze. If you look on the upper right corner of the screen here, 8 is the counter for the diamonds. So in this case, we need to collect 8 diamonds, and then once we collect all 8, we can give them to the girl and move on to level 2. Of course, if you get more diamonds, you get a higher score. Below that is a sword. Sword comes into play in level 2. Under that is a bottle of beer. The bottles of beer indicate how many lives you have left. And the hourglass is the timer. So I'm gonna run around, pick up some diamonds. Normally I would pick them all up to get a higher score, but as you can see, the diamond counter went down to 0. So we now have enough diamonds to impress our girl. So we'll give it to her. And now we can move on to level 2. So level 2 adds some mechanics. There are now enemies on the screen, as well as a lever that you can see there in the center, and a sword. So first thing I'm going to do is try and get rid of the enemy here. I'm going to pick up these diamonds. He's going to see me, chase me, and I'm going to grab that sword and get him. Here he comes. I love the squish. I love it. So we got enough diamonds to move on, but let's go pick up this bottle of beer. That'll give us an extra life. Perfect. And now we have to flip this lever, because you can see up there on the top there's a door, a door protecting our woman. So let's go get some diamonds. Flip the lever, the door opens, and now we can get her. Now the game gets progressively more difficult and more mechanics come into play, smarter enemies, different sorts of weapons like arrows that shoot from the walls. It's a really, really well done game. In addition to great new original Amiga games, there are also a lot of amazing new ports. Time Gal by Eric Iraq Hogan of Reimagine Games is one of my favorites. Time Gal was originally a Laserdisc-based arcade game. Iraq ported it to the Amiga in its entirety and even created a brand new ham engine that allows for high-quality FMV playback on both OCS and AGA Amigas. This game was a huge hit at one of our recent Vintage Computer Festival East exhibits. It's available as a free download on the pixelglass.org website. Alright, here is Time Gal by Eric Iraq Hogan of Reimagine Games. Time Gal is awesome. I love the full motion video aspect of it, very similar to Dragon's Lair or Space Ace. Nice. Today I'm playing the AGA version on my Amiga 1200, but it also has an OCS version, which is amazing. It will run on an Amiga 500. It's so cool. Alright, let's start it up. The animation is just gorgeous. There's a cool mode called like an attract mode where you can just sit back and watch all the animation in addition to playing. All right, here we go. So the idea is, there's certain events that happen on the screen, and then you have to navigate by pressing the joystick in a certain direction or hitting the button. And in this case, there's different difficulty levels. This is a normal difficulty, so it gives you hints on the screen, and it gives you 5 lives. As the difficulty gets more difficult, it'll take away the hints and give you fewer lives. Another port worth mentioning is Rygar by Graham McGeezer Cowie. Graham is a master of doing perfect arcade ports, including the Bomb Jack Beer Edition. This port of Rygar is stunning, and it's just like the arcade version. In addition to all the original levels, there are 3 new levels designed by Graham and the incredible pixel artist Kevin Saunders. Rygar is available as a free download. It's an AGA game that will run on an Amiga 1200 or 4000. If you want to know more about Rygar for the Amiga, I did an in-depth review on my YouTube channel called The Guru Meditation. That's youtube.com/thegurumeditation. Next up is one of my favorite games, Reshooter by Spielschreiber. Programmed by Richard Lowenstein, artwork by Kevin Saunders, and a killer soundtrack by Martin Amann. Reshooter is an action-packed, side-scrolling shooter with strong roots in classic games like Project X and R-Type. The game is just as fun to play on the Amiga as any modern PC shooter is. Alright, here we go. This is Reshooter, and like I said, it's one of my favorite new Amiga games. It's an action-packed, side-scrolling shooter. The gameplay is super, super smooth. The difficulty level's dialed in perfectly. Here we go. Let's grab this power up here. That's a speed up. Now the game is tricky. You only have 1 life technically, but what happens is every time you get hit, it takes away 1 level of speed up. So at the very beginning, you don't have any speed up. So if you get hit, you die right away. But as you get each speed up, and then you get hit by an enemy, it takes away 1 speed up, and you can have a total of 4. So you can technically get hit 4 times before you die. You can also upgrade your weapons. Here's another speed up. And one thing I really like about this game is that it's got an online high score table that makes it a lot of fun too. And the graphics and the music are just awesome. Another speed up here. Now we've got 4 speed ups, and here's a weapon upgrade. So now we can have a much more rapid fire, which is really, really helpful. And then the more weapons upgrades we get, your weapon can fire like in a spray formation. Next up is Tiny Little Slug by Slammy. This is one of my favorite releases of 2020. It runs on unexpanded PAL Amiga 500 and up, so 512K chip RAM is all you need. It's a platform puzzler. You play the role of a tiny little slug and have to navigate your way through the levels avoiding enemies. There are no weapons in this game, you just have to figure out ways to avoid the enemies. The graphics and gameplay are awesome, and the character is really cute. So here's Tiny Little Slug. I'm controlling this little slug down here. And this is basically an avoidance game. So here's some enemies. I'm gonna stick to the walls and avoid them. At the beginning of the game, like this, like all you can do is stick to the walls, and you can never shoot during the game. So it's more of a puzzler. You can get more powers as you go further along in the game, like jumping powers. So this is a little tricky here. Boom, 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 got him. And of course, you don't want to fall into the spikes, and you have to plan your route based on sticking to the walls. Another really cool game that came out in 2020 is Rotator by Cytronic Software. Now this is an older game, but it was never released until 2020, and it's extremely unique, as you'll see here in a minute. There is a beautiful boxed version of it available, as you see on the screen now, or it's also available as a digital download. So Rotator is a platformer, but it's unlike any other platformer I've played before. It's kind of a platformer with a twist. The ship that you control is very unique, as you'll see here in a second. Let's start it up. Another cool thing about Rotator is it's got like a replay feature. So when you die, it starts to replay your game automatically, and then you can jump back in at any moment in your replay. So let's start off at level 0. World 0, level 0, created by Tim Gilbert. So here is your character. You are this rotating disc, and if you press the joystick left or right, you'll rotate left or right. Pulling down on the joystick will stop your rotation, and then holding down the button will make you jump higher. And it takes a minute to get used to these controls. Okay, maybe it takes a little bit more than a minute, but then once you get used to it, it's really, really cool. Now, the way you get through each level is by collecting enough diamonds to get through a portal. I don't know what it is with Amiga games and diamonds, kind of like Worthy, where you have to collect enough diamonds and give it to the girl. In this one, you just have to collect enough. You have to collect enough diamonds, and then it'll open the exit. So you see, we just got those 2 diamonds, and the exit there in the upper right is opened, and now we have to make our way to that portal. Now, if you look on the bottom, you can see that there's red. It's like a red water, and that's going to start to rise, and it will start rising faster as the levels get more difficult, and that will kill you. So eventually the water will come up and you'll drown in it. So it's sort of like a timer. You have to beat the level before the water gets you. So I'm going to stop here. I'm going to start jumping higher, and then I'm going to put my spin on and go up there, boom, and out the exit we go. Really cool idea for a game. It's so unique. I've never played a platform like this before. The rotating ship that you control is just so different. So here we are again. We can pick up this little ring here. Love it. That gave us some points. And if you look on the right, there's a square, and the square is actually a key. So if you want to open a door, we can pick that key up. I'm going to come this way a little bit. Now I'm going to jump up here, and you'll see there's like an empty, it looks like a television monitor there right in the center of the screen. That's the keyhole. So if we put the square key in the keyhole, it'll open up the door there on the right. So let's get going. Boom, there we go. We put the key in the hole, and we open up the door, and we got 2 diamonds, and we're good to go. As you can see, there are lots of great Amiga games available now. Now, if you like what you've seen, you're gonna flip when you see what the future holds. I have the pleasure of being a beta tester for an upcoming Amiga 500 game called Metro Siege, and it's absolutely stunning. It'll run on an Amiga 500, and it's an arcade quality release. If I saw Metro Siege running on an A500 back in 1987, my head would have literally exploded. The artwork and music are stunning, and the gameplay is as good as any street roller game I've ever played, including ones on modern PCs. One of the things I like most about Metro Siege is that it's a collaboration between some of the top talent in the Amiga community. Earlier in this presentation, we looked at Worthy. John Chuck Harris and Alex Brown from Pixel Glass Games teamed up with Mike Parent and Corey Annis from Bitbeam Canon to work on this masterpiece. Mike Parent's core concept for Metro Siege is for it to be a modern, retro-style, AAA PC game that was actually developed and runs on real retro hardware. In this case, the retro hardware is an Amiga. Alright, here is Metro Siege. It's a 1-player or a 2-player game. If you go 2 players, you can have 2 players on the screen simultaneously, and it's really awesome. So let's do 2-player. The cool thing is you can also have AI control the second player, and the AI is really good. So I'm going to do a 2-player version here to show you. For now, I'm going to pick Alex, and player 2 will be Kim. Each character has their own unique characteristics. I really love Kim's electrocution. It's so cool. So here we go. We're going to start it up. Now, if someone else was here, I have the joystick plugged into the second port, and we'll be rocking and rolling. For now, I'm going to hit the letter B, and it's going to activate the AI for Kim, and I'm Alex. And wow, I mean, this game is just absolutely stunning. Look at the graphics and the music are so good. There's Kim's electrocution, I love it. There's so many subtle details in this game that just make the gameplay amazing. The characters can do so many different moves and a variety of moves. Once you learn all the characteristics, you can really dial in your style, your gameplay style. It's so much fun. Alright, here's a quick peek at another brand new Amiga game that's coming out in the not too distant future. This is Shadows of Sergoth by one of my favorite publishers, Double Sided Games. Now, I'm not much of a dungeon crawler guy, but this one is really, really cool. The artwork is great, the music is great, and again, the gameplay is awesome. I love this. This is so cool. Here we are in the dungeon, and I love like the layout of this game. It's really well laid out, and the graphics are awesome. You can move around using the mouse or the keyboard, and like I said, I'm not much of a dungeon crawler guy, and I wasn't the type of person that would like take out graph paper and graph my way around. So this game's got this awesome mini map on the bottom, which is extremely helpful. It's so cool, and then when you click on it, it brings up a larger map, and it's a really, really nice feature, especially for folks like me who aren't like hardcore dungeon crawler guys. Let's see, let's move forward here, and look at that, we got a knife. Can we pick up the knife? Boom. You pick up the dagger from the floor, and then let's put it in our hand. It shows that this is the one we can put it in, and we picked it up and put it in our hand. It's great. We can explore around. I do like to use the keyboard to move around a little bit better than the mouse. We can go up here, pull the lever. Door opens. What's we got here? Ooh, we got some crazy tapestry. Just slice it up. Your spirit's invigorated by slicing the tapestry. I love it. Let's turn around, see what we got going on over here. It's so cool, and I really do like the mini-map. It helps a lot. The music's awesome, and I could really get into this game. It's just the environment just sucks me right in. This is just a really quick peek. This demo is totally downloadable. Go to doublesidedgames.com and you can download this exact demo and play it for yourself. Well, that about does it. I hope you enjoyed this brief presentation. It only scratches the surface of what has been happening in the Amiga game scene. There are some really exciting games coming to the Amiga in the not too distant future. Some of the upcoming games that I'm super excited about are Shadows of Sergoth by the great publisher Double Sided Games, Reshoot Proxima 3, which is a sequel to Reshooter, Boss Machine, Envia, Scourge of the Underkind, Damon Claw, and many more. If you want more information about new Amiga games, please head over to my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/AmigaBill. I stream every Sunday, and I always play the latest games. I've also interviewed most of the developers I mentioned in this video, as well as many more. The future of the Amiga is very bright. Enjoy the rest of Amiwest and Amiga forever.
Yeah, I'm here. So anyway, I'm good.
Off though. Okay, now I'm broadcasting, so you didn't hear any of that, unfortunately. I have a lot of buttons to push and a lot of things to juggle here. I was just playing Deluxe Galaga, so if you haven't already played Deluxe Galaga, I highly recommend it. It's easy to get. If you have Amiga Forever, it's built in. If you go to AmiNet, you can download it. It runs on Amiga OS 4, and you can run it on any emulator or regular hardware. Email in your scores, and we'll have a live updating score chart a little bit later here. We're also going to cut to the show floor in a few minutes, a little bit later today actually, to show the trophy. If you were at Amiwest the last couple of years, you know that Jerry's family has been putting together some trophies for the winners of the game competition. This year's trophy is just as fantastic as the years past, so I'm literally playing because I want to win the damn trophy. So a little harder for me because I got other stuff to do, but if you're at home and have some time, fire up the game. So Andy, how you guys doing over there in the UK?
Yeah, it's okay. This particular area is not too bad for restrictions and stuff, but I'm not doing much music, unfortunately. I've been doing a lot of programming lately, though. I spent all the day trying to update AMI VNC because we had some issues last night with color conversion and stuff. So
fantastic.
I managed to get it work and go on.
Yeah, we lost Andy there for a second. Yeah, the AMI VNC package on OS4 Depot has a lot of CyberGraphics calls, and so it was having issues when it was scanning. I think the pixel format was probably the big one.
Yeah,
so
that's what I was
updated
changing.
that to graphics lib. Yep. Yeah, I tried to do that last night myself, but I don't have your mad programming skills. It's funny, preparing for this, and if you go to Andy's bio on the Amiwest broadcast page, I actually went to OS4 Depot and I looked for software that was at least submitted by Andy, and I was shocked at how prolific Andy's been over the last, 10 years, maybe 15. It's crazy. So definitely appreciate all the work you've done and all the software. Today we want to talk about... you're totally welcome. Talk about some of the things you've been working on. I love Sketchblock. I'm not an artist. I can't use it. But, when it comes to my Amiga, I'm always looking for ways to scratch that creative itch. And Sketchblock is an amazing piece of software. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it supports 32-bit color, HDR imagery. If you want to see that, if you have an OS4 machine and you have Sketchblock, if you don't have it, go buy it. Because, Andy needs money, and it's always good to support the Amiga community. But if you want to have some fun with Sketchblock, go set up 2 radically different colors and do a gradient fill across the whole screen, and then look at it. It's unbelievably smooth, and it's a testament to Andy's programming capability, as well as his tenacity to actually build a package like that. So, Andy, do you want to fire up the VNC session and show us some of the software you've been working on?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Bring it up. Hopefully you should be able to see my desktop now.
Yep, it's loading in now. There we go. We can see it's a little fuzzy. I think that has to do with the fact that Andy is approximately 6,000 miles away from us. But we can see your desktop, no problem.
Yeah, there might be some scaling issues between the resolution on the X1000 itself and on the laptop as well. I mean, it's all been a bit last minute setting all this up, but I'm going to show you a few of the programs that I've written over the last little while. It's a bit distracting. I've got so many bits of computer around me. I don't know which mouse does what. But, start off with, I'm going to open up Xdoc where I've got my software sources, and I'm going to show you the latest version of AOrganizer. Everything's a little bit slow. I'm going to bring up my diary, or this is a copy of my diary, because my main diary resides on my SAM, which I use for my admin stuff, and the X1000 for programming. So you can see my basic diary, and I needed syncing to sync on demand as well as automatically, and I'm just going to set it syncing now.
Hey Andy, sorry to interrupt here. Can you do me a favor? Can you turn off sending your video feed real quick, just to get a little bit more bandwidth going, because we are getting some cutouts on the stream here.
Can I turn off which bit?
Your video, your camera. Can you disable your camera on your side? Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Work. And where do I do that?
Zoom control panel. We are using Zoom for the connection, so it's not. I don't have Andy's video streaming, but you can see this desktop.
Stop video.
There we go.
Okay.
That might give us a couple more bits per second here.
Right. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. So while we were doing that, I hope you can see that it's just synced and updated the 2 Amiwest presentation events I've got in for today. First one I set up myself, and the other one was actually set up by Bill by inviting me via Google, I presume, and it just went into my Google Calendar and automatically appeared in AOrganizer, which is really cool. So I could just click on the link and get everything started up. A newish feature is it's now in AmiDoc as a docky. I haven't got an Xdocky yet. It's on the to-do list. Matthew would be a bit horrified with me for saying that, but and I use this now as my regular diary for gigs and all that sort of stuff. And I've just been improving the way it works recently, improving the way it can import and interact with iCal and such like. little bit boring to see though, so I'm going to move on from that now. And
Hey Andy, can I? I'm going to jump in and ask a question.
Okay, yeah.
For folks on the YouTube stream, feel free. I have it up on one of the computers here, but I have a lot of chaos. So if I miss it, just sort of wave your hand somehow. You know, as a business person here, I've got a number of different Google accounts. We talked about this years back. Any progress on being able to support multiple Google accounts within Organizer?
Not at the moment, no. It's on my to-do list, but I haven't got there yet. I could do with that myself for different sorts of diaries.
You know, maybe if you could
Myself.
just document it, that would be helpful too. That's a
Yeah.
great point. I didn't even think about that. If you could document how to do multiples, especially for Google Sync, that would help me a ton.
Yeah, you can actually have separate diary instances with different accounts, but you can only have one of them open at the time. The way I've designed it, maybe I need to change that. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, it'd just be a nice way to get my Amiga more active.
yeah. Okay, so moving on from the diary, this is my favourite, obviously. I'm going to go into Sketchblock. This is my development version, which was the only version I ever used, to be honest. Latest features I've been adding to this is resize this window a bit. The default's not sensible for demonstrating. I've expanded the, there's now a paths editor window, but the thing that's more interesting to me in the moment, because I've got a new tablet, is I've added tilt support. I'm just realizing that I'm using my mouse to demonstrate where I'm pointing to, but you can't actually see the mouse on the VNC screen. So if you look to the left of the screen, little square box, and there's 4 groups: pressure, jitter, modulation, and then tilt on the right there. So that's the settings I'm going to change. And if I just without tilt enabled, this is straightforward lines, very even. A little bit slowed down because of the VNC. I now enable tilt size. It scales the brush up depending on how tilted the stars is. So that's straight upwards, but then I can tilt it to the right or tilt it vertically. So that means you can get more natural looking text if you type text. It's a bit slow because the VNC is not the fastest on this machine, so it's slowing it down a bit. But right, I'll just clear that away. Fastest way sometimes is just to get a new level, a new screen, and you can also tilt with color. Let's get a couple of nice colors. Contrasting colors. That works. So it tilts in the X direction, and then the color tilts. So
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a lag, Andy, if you can give it a second to draw up.
Yeah, it does. It does. I'm not sure where the lag is on the VNC connection or. This works much better if you switch on the progressive mode, which changes the way brushes overwrite previous brush strokes. So you get a smoother mix that way. It's a nice, just another nice effect to the range of effects that you've got. I kind of like some of the effects. It's not something you use all the time, but you can get another way of blending, really, rather than just getting boring uniform strokes. So that's kind of nice new addition. Tilt support. It supports it via the OS interface API. So any tablet that supports that will work with it. But currently, I'm only aware of the XP Pen tablet that I just wrote a driver for a few months back. That supports it. So, and they're quite nice tablets, not too expensive. If you want to pick one of those up, I don't know if the Wacom tablet will gain it later or not sure. What else is new? It's such a long while since I came to Amiwest for real, so to speak. Can't really remember what features were in it when I did it. And so I'll just run through a few. I mean, what you can see up on the left now of the screen, I'll just move it up and down a little bit. That is the tools window, and that contains paint tool, erase tool, a smooth and a smudge tool, move tool, which enables you to pick up and move layers. And you can undo that. So I'll go back into the thing, and a selection of selection tools and a color picker, which has you can pick up the color, you can pick up the alpha component, or you can sample merge, which I'll only sample over a radius. Sample merge means choose the color combined from the whole picture. So let's see if I can demonstrate that. I'll put in some. Oh, so now I just right. Let's get rid of that. Switch that off.
Hey Andy, there's a question on YouTube if it can import Adobe swatches. Last I heard of swatch, it was at an airport and it was a watch. But maybe, do you know what Adobe swatches are? And,
no.
Can Sketchblock work with us?
Are they brushes related, or I don't know actually. No. The answer is no. It can import JPEG 2000s. It's basically one of the features of Sketchblock, which is not obvious, especially not when you've gone via VNC and then across the internet, is that it works in high dynamic range color. So each pixel has one floating point number per channel. So that's 32-bit float for red, 32-bit float for green, 32-bit float for blue, and for alpha 2. So that gives you a lot of smoothness and range of colors, and so it can import and export a couple of high dynamic image forms, JPEG 2 being the main one, and EXIF, no, not EXIF. There's Industrial Light and Magic format, which I can't remember the name of now, which Blender can export. So you can export images in Blender that were rendered at high dynamic range, and then import them into Sketchblock for further messing around with, if you like. That's a little bit difficult to set up to demonstrate now. What was I going to show? I was going to show, get back into the paint tool.
Hey Andy, a couple requests. Can you talk about the file formats? You just did the ILM, but can you talk about other file formats that are supported? And the request is maybe you could show some of your existing work that you've done with Sketchblock.
Okay, right. Existing work's easy. It supports workbench and stuff. So let me just go to my sketches. Here's a quick one. That will be loading in. There's a little sketch of some flowers I did a little while back. Oh, it's just passing through Codebench there. I don't know if you noticed that. That was Ami VNC that was working on up to about half an hour before this presentation to get the colours working right.
Yeah, the screen sharing software was compiled within the last 45 minutes.
Yeah. There's another while. I'll find something else. In terms of export formats, it's only at the moment built-in ones. You've got Portable Pixmat, ILBM, 32-bit or 24-bit, JPEG, PNG, obviously, JPEG 2000, and you can export as an Amiga icon. You can actually export, if you have a 2-layer image with the icon mode, you can export both the selected and the unselected option of the icon, which is kind of useful because most paint packages can't do that. Icon editors can do that, obviously, but paint packages can't do that. So I find that useful from time to time. Say another random bit of my previous work. This one's kind of cute. This is a did for student fit to window. This is just a quick sketch that I did to use as a phone cover, because the little puppy on the right ate my partner's mobile phone cover, so I did that as a kind of sketch to and then send that off. I think I even used the website via Odyssey. Actually, I can't remember which one it was now, but got it developed. So import formats are not so easy to see, but it will basically import anything anything that data type supports, plus the JPEG 2000, and using an external program which I wrote, the ILM format as well. Doesn't do any really fancy stuff like Photoshop formats, because they're just a bit overkill, to be honest. I mean, it would be nice, I suppose, but it's not something I need. I never worked in Photoshop, so I never want to bother importing it. I'm a bit selfish with my coding in that sense. I code what I need. I am open to suggestions, but obviously, when you're coding mostly for a hobby, you do tend to work on what you need rather than what other people need.
Well, you have some impressive needs given the scope and quality of the software here.
Yeah, I quite enjoy working with it. It's a little difficult to demonstrate its full resources, really. Let's just because it's slowed down quite. The VNC is using a lot of the bandwidth in the back, so I mean, I can't get anything. I'm not very good at drawing under pressure, I have to say. I mean, some of my artwork looks quite good, but I spend a lot of time doing it. I'm not a natural artist, and I often get distracted by so no, I'll use the text to do the text. That's a very boring font, and you can scale that. Scale it, so nice.
Yeah, putting you on the spot to do the Happy Birthday Amiga 30th. I think you're going to get challenged by this, and you'll sometime in the next couple weeks give us one of those lovely YouTube renderings where you sketch out a birthday card or a Christmas card.
Yeah, I could do that. That would make more sense. I mean, my YouTube videos are the better way to see what it's capable of than me trying to fuck around by this, to be honest.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot here.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
So you showed us Organizer, you showed us Sketchblock. Is there any other software that you've been working on that you want to share with the stream here?
Recently, no, to be honest. I mean, I've been doing some stuff for Aeon and Matthew at Amiga, but it's not really stuff that I can show. No, I haven't got anything really to show at the moment. Just these are my two main things I work on. I would like to put more time into iOrganizer actually, because it's just on the edge of an update release, and I should send out a few betas to people as well. But,
yeah, put me on the list. I'd love to test it out.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So, well, unless you've got any more questions, I mean, I'm not sure what else I've got to show really. A quick.
No, I think I don't see any other questions here on the YouTube. Let me check IRC. Nope. Let's see. There was a question how the screen is being shared, so we can talk about that from Keith here. What I've done is asked Andy to join via Zoom. Andy is showing his desktop PC, I guess, or Mac, I don't know. But he's using a VNC client, and the VNC client is talking to Amiga OS 4. So
yeah,
it's pretty nuts that's working. Actually,
it is.
You should be very thankful.
That is why, apart from any video lag with Zoom, why the drawing is so slow in Sketchblock is because most of the CPU is being used up by VNC4 to lob the pixels at the laptop. So it really makes. I mean, there's no way I can really demonstrate that. You can see. I don't know if you can see up in the top right corner there is the CPU meter. That's backgrounding at 30–40%, and then that little spike there was from just changing screen. So as soon as I start moving anything around, it goes right up, which obviously makes drawing a little bit tricky.
Indeed.
As that is the most CPU, but I mean it is normally really smooth actually with smaller brushes, even with the larger brushes, it really does play very smoothly. I'm quite pleased with that. I've used a few paint tools on Android and such like, which I've been horrified at. Like when you draw with your finger and then 5 minutes later a line appears, and that was my biggest goal, was to optimize it. Whatever other functions I added, I really wanted to optimize it for a real-time smooth drawing.
Great. No, it is, and it's unfortunate. I'm having a technical problem on this side. I'm probably gonna have to reboot this rig for during lunchtime. I've been running the software and everything for at least 2 weeks, and today, during this broadcast, the device that I was using to import my OS4 machine has now stopped working. So that's fantastic. I have a lot of plans to use that, so I'm going to have to fix that. Or I could show Sketchblock using a local HDMI grabber so you could see the speed of it. Let me also just give a shout out for the tablet driver. I bought one of those tablets. The driver works fantastic. The tilt and pan and all of those things are integrated. When you combine that with the jitter, I don't think you showed that this time, but you can put the jitter in there, and even someone like myself, who my 6-year-old can draw better than I can create some pretty interesting effects very easily. And you have those effects as part of the presets as well, so you can do a complex setup and then save those out, like the sine waves, cosine, all that kind of stuff. Is really a lot of fun and cool. Reminds me of the old D-Paint days. Again, as a monkey here, just playing with it. But I found it enjoyable.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Well, Andy, I really appreciate you being able to jump on. For everyone out there, we did need a little extra time to fill, and Andy volunteered, so this was kind of arranged last minute, and we appreciate you being able to dial in from England. Hopefully, the folks out there appreciate the segment. Next up,
I've enjoyed doing it.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm going to go ahead and cut you off here.
Okay.
Come back to my video. Thank you, Andy. Have a lovely night, and all the best to you and your family. And we'll be looking for that Organizer and Sketchblock updates in the future.
Okay, cheers. Thanks very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Well, again, big thanks to Andy for doing that. Next up, we have our man Jens Schoenfeld is going to be joining us. He's actually joining via a different piece of technology. So I have a little bit of setup work. My original plan was to show my Amiga X5000, but it looks like this now. Is my audio going to cut? No. So this is what I'm getting from my capture device. So, I mean, months. It's worked perfectly for months. But anyway, this is Amiwest. This is what happens. We run into challenges and we overcome them. So what I'm going to do now is play a little shout out from our friends at the Amigos podcast, and then work to get Jens up and running here, and hopefully we'll stay on schedule and have him kick off at 11:15.
Everybody, it's John and Aaron from the Amigos. I hope you guys are enjoying Amiwest. Seems like a really cool event. I'm sorry that not everybody could participate in person this time, but I'm so glad that the premier event of Amiga in California is still going strong. We want to say a quick plug for our show Amigos, Everything Amiga. We are a weekly Amiga podcast where we talk about all the Amiga scene news, any events that are going on, just like Amiwest. Plus, we broadcast the show live on Twitch every week. We cover a different game. We are up to, by the time you hear this, probably around 270 consecutive weeks of Amiga programming. So we would love to have you come and check out our show. It's a good time.
You ever been to Sacramento, Boat?
No.
No, Sacktown.
Is that what they call it?
Right? I think so. Sacktown. Sounds kind of vulgar.
It does.
So let me ask you a question. You've been to California, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the vibe out there?
It's a laid-back vibe. You know, it's the West Coast. It's the best coast.
How's it differ from West Virginia? Because I kind of thought we were laid back.
Well, we're a different kind of laid-back. Our laid-back is drug-induced. Of course, theirs probably is too, but just a different kind of drug.
I see. So it's a more expensive drug, that's for sure. This is, this is no good.
What are you talking about?
This is horrible, Bo.
You just broke it, man. We were doing just fine.
Yeah, I did. We can't talk about drugs at Amiwest.
That's all we do.
It was my fault. And it was my fault. I also said Sacktown was vulgar. You can't send that.
Let's see. Okay. Hi, everyone. Just give me a few more minutes. Sorry for the technical thing here. Again, I had all sorts of wonderful plans, and a $60 encoding device just destroyed me. Actually, while we're doing this, I am going to ask Jerry if he can hear me. Can you fix the Lex Galaga scoreboard? Because I don't think someone has, what is that, 1.3 million points right now, unless they actually have that. But please fix that. We do have access to our lineup. This is what our lineup's going to look like. So after Jens, we're going to break for lunch sometime around noon, and I'll try to fix this very frustrating device that's totally throwing me off here. So give me a second, and let me fix Jens, and we'll be right back. Oh, my mic's on. Okay, so we should have Jens, if you can give me a hello.
Hello, Bill.
Perfect. Okay, everyone. So I'm joined by Jens Schoenfeld, Amiga hardware, software. I'll say you're more of a hardware guy, hardware developer extraordinaire. I didn't realize it, but I had bought the graffiti card, which I believe was your first product, way back when. And I'm trying to remember the game I was playing with it. Was it Gloom that you had the driver for to take advantage of that?
It was Gloom, and there were other games, but they were all these first-person shooters that were popular in the mid-90s.
Yeah. Yeah, so now if I look over my shoulder at my collection, I see about 8 boxes from iComp, as well as all the other things. My Amiga 1200 thanks you for your continued support developing hardware. And all the things you do for the Amiga community. I know it's a small part of your business, but we definitely appreciate it. And I think there's also an aspect, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but you know, there's a lot of lawsuits and a lot of people sort of clawing around at value, and not being disparaging, but you've been there. I know you've had some frustrations with that situation, but you've been producing. And again, really appreciate all the work that you've done to keep these machines going, but more importantly, and I think not to give away any surprises if we talk about that, but to enhance them and to keep that classic computer ridiculously usable, even in 2020 and 2021. So again, I'm sure from everyone out there, thank you so much.
Well, thanks for inviting me, first of all. And yeah, it's true. I especially last year I thought about early retirement, but I then decided that I won't let a professional software pirate end my hobby. So yeah, I'll just keep out of the lawsuits, and if anyone is really believing that he owns something that I own, then yeah, prove it.
Yeah.
But I would really like to leave it at that. I would like to talk about the positive things, because that's what Amiga is to me. Amiga is about creativity. Amiga is about making things, not destroying things. And whenever I hear lawsuit and lawyers and lots of money to be spent, I'm thinking this is destructive, and therefore I just don't. Like I said, let's talk about constructive things.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's enough bad things happening in the world, like that echo, because I forgot to drop a fader here. That let's focus on the positive stuff. So, you know, as we prepared for this, you have a number of technologies and products. One of the things that Jens had done earlier this year was participate in the revisions contest, the revisions show. I don't even know what to call it. A demo contest show, technology.
It's a demo party.
Demo party, thank you. And you had a extensive presentation on the intricacies of power management from the Commodore Power Brick. And correct me if I'm saying that incorrectly. And I believe since then you've come out with this product to address that. I saw it on iComp. And I have several small form factor Amigas, and I'm definitely looking at it. I see it's out of stock. Hopefully that's a temporary situation. But do you want to just touch on that briefly, about that product and maybe the revisions experience in COVID and what's next in that area?
Yeah, first of all, power supplies are in stock, but I only have the 230 volt version that is good for Europe and Australia and other parts of the world where 220 to 240 volts is being used. 110 volts is kind of hard to find because I always like to keep my products fully compliant with all the regulations. And especially California has this, I think it's called DOE level 6. Those are requirements for very good node consumption or low output consumption, and of course efficiency regulations that are required. And whenever of course, I mean, all these power bricks are being made in China these days. And as you know, China is really good at making things cheaper and worse. So we always need to buy samples, test them, and really verify if they comply with these strict rules. Actually, these DOE level 6, they're even a little bit stricter than for Europe. But I believe it should be easier to achieve because you have a lower input voltage, but that's going a bit too technical. So I have a very promising candidate. All my measurements are perfect, but of course my devices are not 100% calibrated. So I'm giving this to an external lab. I'm just waiting for the news and for the final test report. Like I said, to me everything looks good. And I believe the 110 volt version can come early 2021. So I hope in January I can have a shipment. Maybe earlier if I have a partial shipment with air freight, but I can't promise that. So let me get to the technical stuff first. But I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. Because the talk that I had at Revision, that was both very technical, and on the other hand, it was also perceived as, I got some feedback like, yeah, this is just competition bashing and so on. But of course, that was back when the product wasn't out yet. And at this point, with quite a few units shipped, and with all the positive feedback that I'm getting, it's really like, a product like this has been missing in the market. So what's essentially happening is power supplies are good as long as the Amiga is not expanded. So if it's in its original state, or maybe has a memory expansion or a small accelerator. But these days, Amigas are so beefed up. It's really ridiculous how many expansions some people have in their Amigas, and of course each and every one of them requires extra power. And with the extra power, of course current increases, and as we all learned in school, at least we learned that in 8th grade in Germany, Ohm's law tells you whenever current goes up, then there's a voltage drop on every little lost path, like there is the cable from the power supply to the Amiga. There is the connector that has a resistance. Then there is the input filter that also has a resistance. So if you just take a power supply that puts out a perfectly regulated 5.00 volts to the Amiga, it's not going to arrive there. And therefore, I decided, okay, if I want to have something universal, something that works with a standard Amiga, not expanded at all, but also without any adjustments or so, it shall also supply an Amiga that has all the expansions, like an accelerator, extra floppy drives, maybe even a CD drive, and physical hard drive. Those take up a lot of power. Then of course flicker fixer, which we all require these days. Hardly anyone still has a 1084 monitor left, I guess.
Except for those of us that have many of them, yes.
Yeah, I used to have many of them, but every summer they kept getting less. So they just didn't seem to like hot temperatures. But yeah, I mean, CRTs are really a thing of the past. I mean, flat screens have been around for, I don't know, well over 20 years now, and the picture quality is really so much better. And but back to power supplies. What my power supply does, it not only regulates the exact voltage at its output, but it also measures the current. and calculates how much voltage drop is there going to be on the cable, on the connector, and on the input filter, and it pre-compensates that at the source. So the higher you load it, the higher my output voltage, in order to keep the voltage, the usable voltage inside the machine at 5 volts. And this is very successful. I mean, the best feedback I got was from a customer in Spain who wrote back to me and wrote like, this has been the first time in over a decade that I was able to close my Amiga 1200, because he had a PPC card in there, and the only way he could make it work was to add power to the internal floppy power connector, and then he has been using a PC power supply, which is not exactly the best idea. I've written up a power supply FAQ, which you can read in our wiki, in the wiki, in the iComp wiki. Yeah, I have similar positive feedback, especially those customers who like to overclock their accelerators, because that works much better if the voltage is very close to, or exactly 5.0 volts, and that's exactly what our power supply achieves. And now Bill has left the view.
Yeah, that was the boss, so I had to take that. So let's talk about the video. You know, you talked about the video, and I remember you doing a demonstration at Amiwest when we had to move rooms. God, what year was that? Because the ceiling fell in, or they double booked, or it was both. And remember we had to move rooms, and we were in like this little side, like restaurant. Side restaurant area, showing off the Indivision for the 500, and you double stacked them and showed 2 monitors running at the same time on the 500.
Oh, that was Indivision ECSV2. That must have been 2009.
Probably, yeah.
2008 or 2000. I guess it was 2009. And but that model is even out of production now. It was replaced. Actually, the drivers for separating the output and well, having a dual monitor setup for the Amiga, those drivers never came out, and yeah. So hardware-wise, we were prepared, but it just it didn't work out. The feature of double stacking these that was actually removed in the version 2 of this product. Version 2 of the product doesn't allow this double stacking anymore, but it also doesn't require the Denise chip anymore. It completely replaces the Denise chip. And the big advantage of this is mainly being used by those people who are making their own Amiga 500s. I'm not sure whether you heard it, but somebody has reverse engineered the main board of the Amiga 500. And now, since this is all through-hole technology, this is really easy to solder on your own, and people are doing that. That's it's really surprising.
As I understand it, there's several 500 replacements. One of them is Mini ITX form factor. I think Paul Revendez down in SoCal built one. And there's a couple things on YouTube and I believe Google. You can search for that and see it. There's also a lot of replacement activity happening. Chucky Hertel, I believe his name is, has reverse engineered the 3640 boards, 4000 boards, the 3000 boards. It is actually fairly ridiculous that the thing that matters most on your old Amiga is actually the custom chips, because almost everything else is still available in some form or another. It's those that suite of custom chips. So if you have an old Amiga, like, do not throw it away. Even if it's not working, don't throw it away. You can throw it at Jens. I'm sure he'll take it for free. I'm kidding. Someone should start a business of receiving old Amiga boards and stripping off those components, because the challenge right now is there's a pretty significant cost, I think, to soldering the solder replacement of taking a 4000 and refreshing the motherboard. But the concept of saying, okay, it's now what, 2020, 2021, you can have an Amiga 4000 with all of the discretes completely new, everything, caps, everything of much higher quality. Replace that battery, move over those custom chips, and have probably a better than original machine for the next 30 freaking years. Like, we can be there. The whole thing, the backplane, all of it, it's freaking amazing. You know, I'm going to jump into something else. Let's talk about the DB23.
We can stay in this self-made topic a little, because all these people who are making their own Amiga motherboards, they of course require special components that that are really hard to come by, like the 23-pin D sub connectors, because the Amiga uses a male 23-pin connector for the monitor and a female one for the floppy connector, and of course the 5-pin square DIN connector that is good for the power of the Amiga 500 or the Amiga 1200. Those are extremely hard to find, and I was lucky enough to buy lots of stock from Commodore shops that closed down. And every time I hear where some stock of this is available, I just jump on it, and that is why you can find these special connectors in the ICOM shop, and people are buying these. I'm actually limiting them, so this is really untypical for online shops. Most of the online shops are just selling everything they can. But what I want to make sure is that anyone who wants to build himself an Amiga, he should be able to do so. And that's why I am limiting the quantity of these connectors to really low. I believe even the DB23s, they are limited to a single one per person. And this should really show that I'm not here to make lots of money, because that's not possible in the Amiga market anymore.
Yeah, if you were here for that's not going to work well.
I really want to serve the community, and I guess I can really make a difference by saying, okay, I'm only selling a single piece per person. And that way, I can make sure that this limited stock doesn't end up in some on some dark shelves and just looking pretty, doing nothing.
No, that's really nice of you.
Yeah, but on top of that, well, I've sent you a few pictures in advance, if you want to put them in now, because DB23s, those are so scarce that I decided, okay, I got to make new ones, because the A1200 Reloaded board, I'm not sure whether you heard of it, but I've announced it well over 2 years ago, and one of the key, okay, what I see here now, you're showing the PDF.
Let me go full screen.
Drawing of these DB23s. So in short, this is brand new. I found a company that was willing to take my order for a good quantity of DB23s, both male and female, and that is something that has been going on this summer, and mass production is already finished, and the these mass-produced units are on the way to Germany. Actually, I'm trying train freight for the first time. You might know that there is a train connection between China and Europe, and so far I've only done sea freight and air freight, and I just wanted to try this out. Actually, I couldn't find any information about the energy use of this whole thing, because you know, the whole world is talking about CO2 emissions, and therefore, like I said, I am still trying to find out some official numbers of how much CO2 is actually released into the air with this train coming from China into Germany. But long story short, DB23 connectors, brand new, ROS compliant, will be here in Germany probably sometime during November. And that's a huge step forward for me to make the A1200 Reloaded board. It's still not going to be like this Christmas, but way sooner than I was hoping, really, because yeah, making these new components, that always requires either finding a really small company in China that is willing to accept these tiny orders that I can only place. Because I can't say, okay, give me 100,000 units, because then every really literally every company that that makes these connectors in China would jump on it. But yeah, actually, COVID-19 was a good one in this case. So I not only I have to count myself as a winner of COVID-19, but I would really say the whole Amiga community, because I started this project for the DB23s. I started that in February because I thought, okay, that's China is really at the bottom, and they had their global, not global, but countrywide shutdown, and business was really bad for everyone. And that's when I started firing out emails at these connector manufacturers and said, okay, I'm here, I got cash, I want to buy something, and yeah, here's a drawing. It's essentially that. Long story short, I actually had two companies responding to this request, and yeah, I think I also sent you a photo. This is one of the connectors.
Yeah, this is a little ghetto. I'm using a directory opus here and just throwing it up over your over the face here. Let me show you the output. Let's just walk through the images real quick. For those at home, I'm actually sending. Anyway, it's super complex. I love the software.
But the next topic.
Okay, so which one do we want to talk about? Pins?
DB23. I'm still DB23. This is still DB20. Okay. Check the email that I've sent about 3-4 hours ago.
Oh, a new email. Okay. Yeah, I have children, so every morning is wrestling. I see it. I see it. Let me. Sorry, everyone at home, as we get our. As I get my stuff together here. Jens did send this in the morning, but I didn't catch these. There's the original one.
Yeah, that was the morning for you.
Yes.
I'm already done reading the bedtime story, so.
Yeah. We have a 18-month-year-old, and we just switched his crib over, and he has figured out that he likes to run around a lot.
Okay.
And so we've been. Oh, there's a bunch of new stuff in here. Let me change this a little bit. Let me get that off your face there. So we've been having fun with parenting and not getting a lot of sleep, but that's the what they say, par for the course in the parenting world. So let me get this going.
We'll have that joy again in a few weeks.
Wow, that's right. That's So. I gotta say, you and I first met probably in '95. I want to say might have been a little earlier, but like the '95.
I believe it was later, because in '95 I released the graffiti, and I think the first time ever that I flew to the US for an Amiga show, that was either in '96 or in '97. I can't remember, and. Yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that the very first show I attended in the United States is I met you, and so yeah, that's like 25 years ago, around.
Yeah, it must have been the Ohio show. I think it was one of the Ohio shows, and
very likely, yeah.
Long time back. Okay, so you should see that. You should see that image, right? So this is the front side of the DB23.
Correct, yeah. The front side, one special. I don't want to talk about this too long, because we have about an hour. So the special thing about this is that this metal thing in the front. Yeah, you can see the icomp.de for good computers. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah,
you're
this
talking
one.
About the.
If you look at this front, then you know, normally these connectors have bolts left and right, and on most of these connectors, if you remove the bolts, then you normally have this metal part in your hand. It just falls off. But I decided to have them riveted in order to keep this in place even without the bolts. This makes mounting easier, but it also makes it possible to use this connector as a direct mating connector to the Amiga where bolts are installed. Because if you have bolts installed on both sides, then of course you can't mate them together. One of them needs to have the bolts removed. Nice. And therefore I decided, okay, I'm gonna go the expensive route and have them riveted in there, which is making up about half of the cost. But yeah, that's really no big deal. The
very cool.
Like I said, these companies were just happy to get some business. And yeah, I was just lucky to ask them at the right time. A similar project like this is the PLCC 84 connector. Maybe you can bring up the picture for that.
Yeah, sure.
Some people might remember that I had a product called ACE2. ACE stands for Amiga Chip RAM Expansion. Yeah, what you see here is the very first model that I created in OpenSCAD. Not sure whether you know this program because I'm not a 3D construction kind of guy. I have literally no experience in 3D construction, so I opted for OpenSCAD, which takes a description. So you write it down in kind of a description language, and yeah, so first of all, I constructed the pins, then I constructed the, I described the insulator, and yeah, once I had this, I exported a step file, STP file, and sent that to a few companies in China. And there was actually more answering to this one because it appears to be one where they make more money on. I don't know. And yeah, one of the companies came back with really good suggestions on how to improve the part because obviously they handed it over to their engineers very quickly, and that turned out to be the company that I went with. And yeah, what this thing is before.
Should I show one of the other photos, like Proto 1 or 2? I believe it's these,
yeah,
right?
sure. This component that I'm making there is something that goes into the PLCC 84 socket of, yeah, for example, of what you see here is a new version of the ACE2. Here, if you look at the left, this square part, the black thing with the pins on the side, that thing goes into the PLCC 84 socket. And what I wanted to have is a through-hole component that is also easy, not only easy to solder, but also very stable. Most of the components like this that are available in the market, they are SMT components, so they only solder on the surface. And we've had some trouble getting them to solder properly, and even more trouble to make them to have them make good contact. So, like I said, I wanted to have something that is more stable and, of course, more available because there is only one vendor left on the planet who has a product like this. And I mean, I requested a price, and yeah, well, the best I can say is, yeah, okay, I was amused, and yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Gotcha.
So, like I said, February was a good time to inquire with Chinese companies, and they accepted a small order for this. Well, fairly small for the Amiga market. It's really huge, so we probably have enough connectors until my regular retirement, I guess. Yeah, I'm not planning to sell these components. I'm planning to sell to make products with this. So the product you've just shown is the new version of ACE2. That's a 2 megabyte chip RAM expansion for Amiga 500s, Amiga 2000s, the CDTV. And there are more chips, of course, in the Amiga that use this PLCC 84 form factor. not just the Agnes, but if you can bring up this picture with a blue circuit board, the Agnes adapter for the Amiga 3000. That is something I don't really expect a lot of quantities for, but it is a product that lets you use a regular 2 megabyte chip RAM Agnes, this 8375 Agnes, in the socket of an 8372B. That is the special 2 meg chip RAM Agnes in the Amiga 3000. I got a few emails over the course of the last years from users, owners of Amiga 3000s who are desperate to find this type of Agnes, the 72B Agnes, and yeah, now that I have these PLCC 84 connectors, those drop-in adapter sockets, I can make adapters like these. Without losing any revenue, for example, on an ACE2 component, on an ACE2 2 meg chip RAM expansion, because that was my limiting factor before. I had a few of these SMT connectors, and they were all used up in the ACE2 production run. And maybe some viewers have looked at how I raised the price, like every 5 units that were sold, the price was raised, and because I had to make sure that I had enough money to make this this new component happen. So yeah, that happened now, and like I said, we can do products that go into these PLCC 84s. And I wrote to you before that it was not exactly sure yet, but now it is. I have an agreement with the man himself. One of the chips that also has a PLCC 84 socket is the Buster chip. Probably everyone who has an Amiga 3000 or an Amiga 4000 knows that the Buster chip is responsible for Zorro 3 and especially bus arbitration and all this complicated stuff that's going on, especially with DMA cards, with the 4091 and the DANEP USB, and of course the Amiga 4000 Tower that has the SCSI on board, that's also a Zorro 3. And everyone is always after the latest Buster chip, the 11, which is sold out practically everywhere. I'm really down to the last few units that have been kept as warranty warranty units.
Yeah,
and
I need some of those, by the way. I got some machines that need those. I need some as well. So if you have any 11s, I'll have to order them.
Okay, yeah, but even Buster 11, it is the latest one, but even Buster 11 is not the is not something that is completely error-free. And talking to Michael Böhmer, the author of the hardware for the DANEP USB card, he was always like, yeah, Buster needs this and that, and bug fix here, bug fix there, and yeah, then of course every time I meet Dave Haney at the Amiga 30, Amiga 31, no, not 31, 32. Amiga 30 and Amiga 32 is where I have met Dave Haney. And every time we meet there, we talk about lots of technical stuff. And yeah, long story short, I suggested to him a few weeks ago that we make a new Buster together, because now I have these drop-in sockets. I can make a circuit that that can host a decently sized FPGA that replaces the Buster chip and fixes all the errors that might still be in there. And yeah, long story short, Dave Haney agreed. So an original Commodore engineer is going to make a new chip for Amiga 4000 and 3000. So yeah, that's
Wow.
this is really great news. I'm not sure when I can release anything, but because this is really fresh, we just have an agreement on the financials, He promised to check for his Amiga 3000 this weekend. I might have to send him one, but he said, well, it's been in storage. Last time he switched it on, it worked, and yeah, he moved, so he knows where everything is, but it's not unpacked yet. So yeah, I really hope that he finds the time to dig out his Amiga 3000, and yeah, looking forward to doing that project.
Well, if you need help on that, we have a few out here on the West Coast. I've got 3 in my office at the moment, 1 working from Chris Collins and 2 that aren't.
Okay.
Actually, while we're on the topic, the 3000 Gal chips, PAL Gal, so there's a supply issue on that. So I don't know if you're aware of those guys, or apparently the original ones die, and that'll take out a machine. So just a heads up.
The Gal chips are pretty easy to replace. To my knowledge, the sources are even open. I'm not sure whether this Thule.no website is still online, but I'm also pretty sure that everyone has mirrored it. So
Yeah.
the source code is online. Gal chips have been made in millions and millions. Even if you can't buy them new anymore, you can buy them used, because Gal chips can be erased a number of times. So I guess it's not a big deal replacing them. Maybe the harder part is to find the right speed grade, because I'm not sure. I mean, I remember from the PAL chips of the Amiga 1000, it was critical to use the right speed grade, but it might be less critical with the Amiga 3000. I never had.
Yeah, I guess as a user who doesn't have the skill set, it's a little harder for me. I've looked online to see if there's a reliable source, and I have not been able to find any. But I gotta say, Buster 12 is super cool. We still have the PCI boards in the market, and so hopefully they'll be testing and compatible with like the mediators. And those things, but that is fantastic.
To my knowledge, Mediator is not doing any DMA, and DMA is where Buster locks up. So I guess with the standard PCI boards, which are PIO only, Buster 11 is okay, and probably even Buster 9. But if you have, for example, a memory expansion and a DMA card inside your Zorro 3 slots, DNF USB makes the DMA. The Fast Lane is a DMA controller. The 4091 is a DMA controller, and that's all really. Yeah, it gets problematic, especially if the second bus master is in the computer. And I'm hoping that we can fix all these bugs in Buster 12.
Fantastic, fantastic. So look, we have a few more minutes left. We've got a bunch of other stuff here that you sent me to show. What's next up?
Pardon?
What's next? What do you want to show next?
Just show something. I don't know.
What about that video? Should we play the video you sent over the pin sample?
Yeah, okay. We're still at this PLCC 84. This little video is showing how the pins are being stamped, because that's something new I learned. I always thought that these pins are being made out of wire, and these wires are being bent, but it's something totally different. The pins are being stamped from tiny sheet metal things.
Let me run the video. Let me cut to the video so we can watch that. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Do you want to watch it too? You've seen it before, right?
Yeah, of course, I sent it to you.
It's gonna take. I'll let you know when it's done. Oh, that's loud. It's running on my phone. It's a giant machine that looks like it's eating a bunch of pins. So it's just it's a big stamping machine. It's definitely for the geeks out there. It's definitely for the geeky ones. So that's kind of crazy that's how this technology is made, right? It's like going to the grocery store for me. I buy a box from you, it shows up, I plug it in, and it works. It's like going to get chicken.
Okay.
There's a lot more that happens to get chicken in the grocery store, nice and wrapped up and ready to go. So it's pretty cool to watch a machine like that chomp away and create those little pins.
Yeah,
Very
and
cool.
those pins, of course, need to be inserted into the insulator. The insulator needs to be made first, and that is injection molding, plastic injection molding.
That's this thing, right?
Yeah, that's a tooling for 8 of these insulators, and this is really high precision stuff. Yeah, this is the other half of the tooling. Yeah, high precision means this is this plastic is down to a precision of less than just a few hundredths of a millimeter, and because of course these pins, they need to fit in there, but they not only do they need to be you need to be able to push them in, but they need to stay in, and that really requires very high precision. And so yeah, these toolings, essentially 2 toolings had to be made, one for the pin stamping and another one for the insulator. And it's similar for the DB23s. Of course, the plastic insulators had to be made similar precision tooling for the plastics, and also for the metal, which is also stamped. And yeah, so lots of toolings made, and yeah. But I believe I also sent you some other stuff in that email, because yeah, some other small things going on, like even Amiga 500 memory expansions is what people have been asking for.
What's that one called?
A2048, 2048, A2048.
This one.
That's the memory expansion I produced. Well, because I can, because I know that the Amiga 500 revision 8, that's the last one, which has been built on the main board of the A500 Plus. You remember the A500 Plus had 1 meg of chip RAM on board, and you could expand it with another meg in the trapdoor. And they also made a 512K version of it, because the Amiga 500 was still a popular model. And so there are Amigas out there, Amiga 500s out there, built on revision 8 motherboards that have been shipped with an Agnes that can address 2 megs of chip RAM by default. And it seems like people have been attempting to turn these into full Amiga 500 pluses, but I thought, well, maybe we can take a shortcut. So I made this little expansion that is being plugged into the trapdoor of the Amiga 500. And then you just make a few jumper wires inside the Amiga 500 revision 8, and that's this picture with the jumper wires. Can you pull that up?
Oh yeah, sorry. That's the one I was just showing, right? Oops, I meant to press this one. Oh, the zoom in on the jumper wire.
I don't see it here.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. It's on screen. I switched back to... Yeah, so for the people who are listening, you can't see this, but I can control what Jens sees from my broadcast software. So he was looking at me.
Yeah, now I can see it. Oh, I can see it. Okay. The blue wires are these jumper wires that I have added. Essentially, what you're doing here is the 2 little jumper wires at the bottom. Those disable the 512K on the board. And this one jumper wire, the long one that you see, that will route the additional address line of the Agnes to the trapdoor slot. And this way, there is no soldering to be done on this new expansion. So there is no need to worry about warranty on this memory expansion, I mean. And this turns your Amiga 500 into a 2 meg chip RAM unit. I mean, 2 meg chip RAM is what everyone wants to have, and I mean, I got these desperate emails after Ace 2 was sold out. So yeah, I thought this is a good one. I'm not sure whether too many people will buy this. I really don't know how many revision 8 Amiga 500s are out there. But yeah, it's worth a try. I mean, there are so many experts out there who can do soldering and who yeah, this other picture that you're showing there, that's a burn-in test that ran this chip RAM expansion for almost 8 hours with no errors. So
it's good.
Yeah, let's do the next one, I guess.
So we're at noon here. Do you want to talk about the any of the other photos you sent me, or do you want to jump to a Q&A? Because there's a bunch of questions for you on the YouTube stream here.
Okay, let's do Q&A, because these pictures are probably too. I believe we talked about everything now.
Cool. No, I mean the Buster 12 is one of the most interesting announcements in Amiwest history, I've got to say, because what that implies. Well, one of the questions is actually about Dave Haney. Would you consider Dave Haney to be on your payroll at this point?
Well, we have an agreement for an hourly rate, so I would consider him to be on my payroll. First payment is still open, yeah.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. There's another question here from Peter Erickson. First, this is Peter's words. Thanks for all your awesome work and tiresome support of the Amiga. Second, care to give us an update on the Amiga Reloaded and the Ethernet Catweasel?
First of all, the project is not called Amiga Reloaded. I am not using the name Amiga.
A12, sorry, A12. He wrote A1200.
It's the Commodore A1200 Reloaded, and so the brand on this thing is Commodore.
Commodore Amiga 1200 Reloaded. Thank you.
Commodore A1200 Reloaded,
yes.
Please.
Unfortunately,
okay.
Those sorts of things matter a lot right now. So thank you for
Yeah,
correcting me.
that's why I'm emphasizing the A1200, and the brand on it is Commodore. And yeah, the specs haven't changed a lot in the past. Like I said, the biggest hurdle I had to take was these DB23 male and female connectors. Now that I have them, even on the way to Germany, I'm a lot closer to making a prototype. This is probably not going to happen this year, but definitely next year. Yeah, the specs can be read on the on my wiki at wiki.icomp.de. I believe the biggest change to the concept that was criticized the most, because let me go a little back in history of these specifications. I tried to make a machine that has almost no hardware and really everything configurable. And I was criticized a lot for this concept, because like every little thing had to be an extra, and I wanted to make it that way in order to keep the base price of this machine really low. But it turned out that pretty much everyone was saying, okay, there are quite a few things that are essential these days, like a flicker fixer, like Ethernet, and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, there will be a flicker fixer on board, and that's the equivalent of Indivision AGA Mark III, including HDMI out and even including audio on HDMI. We are currently developing that, even with the with Indivision AGA Mark III already in the field. Some people, there are some discussions on our support forum at support.icomp.de. Some people who are really doing in-depth testing with lots of different games and doing very, very precise bug reports. Thanks a lot for that work. So yeah, we're going to work on this audio part, so we can, and of course all this knowledge will go into the Amiga 12. I'm sorry, into the A1200 Reloaded.
My bad.
Ethernet is going to be standard. Even 100 megabit Ethernet is going to be standard on the A1200 Reloaded. And we've already developed that well over a year ago with the XR 500 board. That's when the AMI TCP installation disk came out, and really everyone is loving it, because this AMI TCP installation disk makes networking on the Amiga extremely simple. What we have added is a DHCP client, which was new to AMI-TCP. AMI-TCP as standard didn't have DHCP, so I asked the author, well, can you do something new in this day and age? And he agreed. And now we have AMI-TCP that can connect to practically, well, 99.9% of the standard routers out there that that have a local DHCP. And then Olaf Bartel was working on his CIFS implementation on the Amiga, and I actually pushed him to also give us an option to make it available through an alternate port, not the standard port through TCP/IP, but through a settable port. And because the standard port for CIFS is of course filtered through any ISP these days, because all these Windows machines would be hackable too easy. But if you do it through an alternate port, then it works, and that's what we've implemented now. We have a CIFS server running on our server, and our standard AMI-TCP installation disk contains the CIFS, and you can just mount ICOMP and really have the latest versions of our software and drivers and everything on a mounted remote hard disk. And this really feels like this Amiga is in the year 2020.
Yeah, that modernization is amazing. So a couple other questions. Do you care to comment on the development status of P96? You announced ownership of it. Someone's asking if there's any updates you can share.
There's actually a huge update. Thanks a lot. This question should get, I don't know, the coffee mug tonight or so. The huge update is I'm going to publish Picasso 93 version, no, I'm sorry, not 93, 96 of course. Picasso 96 version 3.0. I'm going to publish that once we hang up here. I probably need to work on it another 45 minutes, maybe an hour, until I have it all in a downloadable state. Picasso 96 3.0 includes screen dragging. Finally.
Nice.
My wish has always been that because screen dragging is really a
part of the Amiga.
An icon of the Amiga to me, and I was always a little embarrassed that RTG has such a nice color depth and resolution, but you can't drag screens. I didn't like that, so I just wanted to have that in there. It works, and it's just great. Of course, it has limitations because the VGA cards of the time have their limitations. So it's only 2 screens that you can drag, and there are also limits in terms of screen types that you can overlay on each other. If they have different, if for example one is a color lookup table and the other is a true color, then it's not draggable. So there are limitations, basically by the VGA chips of the time. But yeah, we can drag screens. We have drivers for the Cyber Vision cards, both the PPC and the Zorro 3. So new drivers are in. We even have the Warp 3D API mirrored. So there's a huge set of new functions, and I really have to say thank you to Thomas Richter, who has done the bulk of the work, and a number of beta testers who have shown really way more than any beta tester has ever done. I mean, one of them really said, "Okay, yeah, I'm driving a couple of 100 kilometers because I want to take my PPC Amiga to Thomas Richter so he can test this PPC cyber graphics driver," and this is just awesome. I mean, this is what the Amiga community is about. Then there were, I mean, there were people from Russia, from Germany, from Sweden, and like I said, lots of beta testers who have taken part in this, and it would have just been impossible without this level of testing. Like I said, I'm going to publish it. It's going to be free for everyone who has purchased P96 in the past 12 months. And yeah, if it's been like 12 and a half months or 13 months or so, just send me an email and I'll make the download available again. So yeah, Picasso 96 3.0 out later today.
That's fantastic. I'll give a credit to Darren E. On the YouTube stream here for asking a question. I don't know if you didn't see this earlier, but I got photobombed with my family here. So last question, and then we're going to wrap up. Let's talk about the ACA 1260. So this is your, I believe, announced 060 board for the 1200.
Correct. Yeah. It's actually not a pure 060 board, but also one that can carry the 68040 processor. This project has been stalled because too many other projects got in the way. We decided that all the features that haven't even been tested would keep us busy way too long, and that's why we slipped in Indivision AGA Mark III. So Indivision AGA Mark III and the power supply that came first. And we are currently still working on fixing bugs in existing products like the Chameleon, and we also need to backport a few things from Indivision AGA Mark III into Indivision ECSV2. So it's going to be probably a few weeks of work for maintaining these existing products until we can get back to the 1240, 1260. Yeah, the status is still not all features tested, and I really don't want to announce features that are untested. So what I can tell you is, yeah, compatible with 040, 060, 192 megs of SD RAM as standard. We're going to have a local fast connector for a graphics add-on, and yeah, other features. I think I also leaked one more feature, and that is settable core voltage. So if you want to overclock, then you can try to tweak the core voltage in steps of a few tenths of a volt, and see if you can make it work, or even make it go faster than any other. Everyone's asking for 060, but prices for 060s are so ridiculously high that I believe 040s will become more popular, I guess, because 040s are still fairly cheap, and they can run ridiculously fast. And 040 at 40 megahertz, really, that's burning rubber. Hello, I don't hear you at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. I had it muted. My son.
Okay.
So just wanted to keep the background noise down. 12:15. Thank you so much for your time today. I know everyone on the YouTube stream really appreciates it. I don't know if you blog or anything, but there was a question about cat weasels. I don't know if you want to post to the Amiga forums or discuss those there, whether you're going to rerun them or whatnot. But at this point, I really want to say thank you so much for being available and agreeing to do this, and for all your support for the Amiga community. It's been absolutely fantastic. I'm going to start saving money now. I got a couple of the power supplies to buy. I've got a Buster 12 to purchase. I need a Commodore Amiga 1200 Reloaded to buy. I've got the new casework. There's no keyboards. All ready to go on this side. So when that becomes available, I want to be one of the first people in line. Don't forget that.
All right. Yeah, I always try to keep quantity high enough. Yeah, once again, thanks for inviting me here. Yeah, everyone have a great time. Cat Weasel, do you want me to?
Sure. Why don't you throw
Okay.
out one last
Well,
answer?
your son wanted to know what is a Cat Weasel. That is a floppy controller. A floppy controller that lets you read and write literally every format. Your son probably doesn't even know what a floppy disk is. It's this outdated media that the Amiga have been using. This project is also still on the list, but I can't tell when we're going to do this. Like I said, we've got way too many projects still in the pipe, and I guess the 1260 is really the more important one compared to the Cat Weasel. It's not being forgotten. Whenever you have disks, store them in a dry place, store them at room temperature, try to avoid sun, and then the data on these floppies will last almost forever. Okay, you're showing me that's a Cat Weasel Mark III. That's the flipper version. Zorro on one edge and PCI on the other. Wow, you still got one of those. I think you got your microphone muted, huh?
Yeah, I picked that off of one of the Amiga forums a couple months ago. Oh my god, years ago. When it comes to time in our universe, we just have to keep adding magnitudes. Okay. Thanks, Jens, so much. Really appreciate your time. Have a lovely night. I know it's late there. This was really spectacular and really helped out the show. So thank you so much, Carter.
Once again, thank you. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Daddy.
So, again, thanks, Jens. And I'll go ahead and hang up on the stream there. Wow. Yeah, so I got to go feed these guys. Let me kill Jens's overlay here. I got to go feed these kids. I'm going to kick some tunes off on the Amiga. I'm going to come back and try to fix that device that's been acting up. It's insane. The stream might go dark for a little while, and while I reboot this computer, trying to restore that. But we'll be back in about 45 minutes. So go ahead, play Deluxe Galaga. Let's go ahead and cut to the score here. This is the... Actually, I can overlay that on me. Hold on one second. Let me cut that back. I got to press the right buttons here. There we go. Oops. That's the spinner. I want this one. So we've got the score for the Deluxe Galaga. Jerry tells me this is up to date. Actually, Jerry, I don't know if you're there. Let's cut to the show floor real quick. I see a thumbs up, and I see the back of Robert with his hat. Which is fantastic. We got some masked people in there. Jerry's standing up, moving the camera. Let me find the audio. You should be hot on audio, Jerry. Are you there? Can you unmute your microphone? Jerry's the local talent on the show floor, helping run things. Oh, I see some waving. It's just like a baseball game. Are you there, Jerry? Can you unmute your microphone, or which mic is hot there? Because we can't hear you if you're talking. Okay, so we're having some audio. Show me the trophy. Show me the trophy. And then we'll cut off the show, and I'll put this on pause. So this is the Deluxe Galaga trophy for the winner. Brian is waving and walking. So you can see here it's 3D printed, painted. It's got Amiga elements to it. It's got the ship with the fire on the bottom. Just absolutely fantastic. And a #1 there as well. So please, you can play it through Amiga Forever. You can download the ADF and play it on anything that has an emulator. So let's big thanks to Jerry's family for putting that together. And I'm going to cut off the show floor here and go back to myself, who literally is being... I have a monkey on my back, quite literally. So I'm going to fade off the stream. I'm going to mute this out, and we'll be back right before 1 o'clock to kick things off with Francois talking about the AROS. I should say AMOS, not AROS. That's a different presentation.
Lyonnais, yes.
Oh,
And it has been pushed to September, and yeah, well.
Sorry, my mic had been off that entire intro, so forgive me. There's too many buttons on my screen, and I thought I pressed them all. Francois could hear me, but no one else could hear me. So let me start there again. So welcome back to the stream, everyone. I am very happy to be joined by Francois Lannette, who is coming to us from France. Francois reached out to me back in late last year, early this year, about the Amiga 35th effort that was happening for California that we were planning, and unfortunately because of COVID and lots of other things, we decided to not do that, and obviously, for obvious reasons, postpone it. And so Francois is in France, joining us live.
I'm actually in Poland. I'm living in Warsaw.
Poland?
Yes.
Okay, in Poland. Is in Poland and joining us live from Europe. So we just had Jens Schoenfeld. I don't know if you know Jens, but Jens is builds hardware for classic Amigas. He's in Germany. Earlier we had Andy from London, or at least from England. And then next up is going to be David Pleasance, who you may or may not know.
I know very well. David Pleasance is the guy who spotted me and made me come to a wonderful startup company in Norway called Friend. And they are making a new online OS, and I had a wonderful year over there.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, so he'll be up next. But let's talk about what you're doing and what your projects are. So when you reached out to me, you were working on well let's do a little background for the folks that haven't been to the have not been to the website. To look at your background. So why don't you just introduce yourself and maybe talk a little bit about how you got involved in the Amiga in the beginning.
Okay, so my name is Francois. I bought my first computer in 1981, and it was a Superboard 2 from Ohio Scientific. It was a 6502 board with everything, and then I dove into it. It was my dream come true to be able to make virtual machines, and you can make a lot of mistakes and correct them instantly, so whereas when you make hardware it's so much more difficult. So it was a dream come true, and even if I learned to be a vet, I didn't practice vet's medicine and went into programming. And in 1987 I made the STOS Basic on the Atari ST. That was basically the first concept of a game engine, which is something to edit in a simple way games and all the tools to make the sprites and animate them, etc., all in one package. And this product was sold in England, and unfortunately none of my product of this time have been distributed in America. That is why AMOS has been really unknown in America during the Amiga years, and STOS as well. So they were a really big success in Europe and absolutely unknown in America. So in 1987, it was the STOS on the Atari ST, and in 1989, I did AMOS on the Amiga. It was to be just a port of the language. But the Amiga was such a fantastic machine that I could not use all the hardware and all the wonderful possibilities. And so it was a very different version. And it had, making simple all the possibilities of the machine to the beginner. That was the goal, that anyone can, in one instruction, display something moving on the screen and have it do things. So it was AMOS was a success up to 93, and then after that I went on making Click and Play. With this one has been distributed in America by Maxis, the makers of SimCity at the time. I even went to see them in California, and it was a wonderful journey. And 2 years ago, so I had adventures. We created a company, Click Team, that is still surviving today, and then I left them. and went to Norway to work for a startup company after my divorce. You know, when you're 50, you divorce, you've got a new life in front of you. So it was quite cool. So I went to Norway, and then I relocated to Poland, and started this AMOS 2 project. At the origin, the project was called AMOS 2. I cannot hear you anymore. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, again.
Okay.
Too many buttons. Too many buttons. So AMOS 2, you're saying?
Yes, it started as a. So I did. It was a difficult period. I was in Poland, and I quitted the Norwegian job that I should have kept to keep the money rolling. And but I started the Patreon on the 2nd of November, and got enough money to survive, basically. And because in Poland, I mean, it's the cheapest country in Europe, so you can survive. It's the perfect country to create a startup, basically. You don't need much to live, so I could survive. And during those 2 years, I made a product, and AMOS 2 was, and I know some of your viewers might think I'm a traitor or something like that, but it's I want to transmit the spirit of what it was to use an Amiga. You know, when you were making games on the Amiga, especially on AMOS, you had it went very fast. You know, you type something, you run, and etc. So it was very, very quick, like 1 second to launch, and then you correct and you relaunch, etc. I can do that like 10, 15 times per minute when you're working at the end of the game, putting this character at very pixel precise position. You have to launch many times, and nowadays with the development tools, the compilation, and all this, it's all very difficult and it's all very slow. So I want to, with AMOS 2, not only I want people to be able to run on modern machines the old AMOS application, and there are thousands, and but also to create new application using the modern hardware.
Sure. So that's talking about AOZ Studio, right? Where you've taken the concepts of AMOS and brought them forward.
Yes.
And you know, it's interesting, and I'm glad you're here, because you know, one of the questions is you know, the Amiga going forward and relevancy and all the rest of it. But I know that on AmiNet, if you go look, there are a number of new AMOS games, even today, being presented. I think I shared the information on Simone, I think is how you say that, in Italy, who is prolific, Reteam, on iTitch, whatever the website is. But you can find tons of his games up there. I don't know if they're all written in AMOS, but certainly several of them are. And he's yeah.
Yeah, and Simone has been doing some wonderful extensions to display more than 2 transparent bitmap on one another. So you sent me the link like a couple of days ago. You know, I was amazed. And you have now an AGA version of AMOS that is available, made by a French guy called Frederick. And I mean, it's just a wonderful story. Like 33 years, I mean, later. It's like for the Amiga, people are still using it because of the Amiga. If there was not the Amiga, AMOS would be nothing, of course, because it is like the machine and even the name. But it's just a fantastic story to see that something that is still alive after so much time makes me so happy. And the quality of the game, I mean, it's incredible. And you can see that as well. The people have progressed, and they know the way they program and everything.
The program, the graphics. I mean, it's amazing to see what's also happening in modern gaming with the 3D engines, and even from small studios and individuals are able to produce some amazing content. I typically play smaller indie games, but then you've got the giant houses like Bethesda and Ubi and whatnot producing things that I look at, and I mean, I can't even imagine where they're going to be in a couple years. But let's get back to AOZ Studio. So, you know, Why don't you talk about sort of where that project is and what you want to accomplish with it?
Okay, so the project is nearly complete. It should be out by the end of November or 1st of December. We're not sure exactly of the date. So what we want to offer is a way for people to discover that programming is not as hard as it seems to be. You know, there's a lot of people who want to try to program and you're facing like a wall. What should I choose? Should I use a game engine like Unity? What computer should I use? And what language? C, C#? All this is in front of you. What we want is one application you install, and 5 minutes later you can do your first print hello world. And then it's the simple syntax of a basic language. I mean, the syntax of BASIC is spoken language. So by using simple words and simple instruction, you can actually make really cool things. And our motto is that it doesn't need to be that complicated to achieve good things. And we want to provide a tool that is open-ended. So the tool allows you to, it's a modern technology, so it saves out HTML5. It's a transpiler, basically. AOZ is a transpiler. It takes the syntax of AMOS and converts it into HTML5. Of course, it's not only AMOS, because, you know, it would be stupid not to use the modern technology. So we've worked on more extensions. For example, you can use the speech recognition on of your browser, and all this works very well. But all this in a very simple, basic environment with an all-in-one editor as AMOS, very immersive as AMOS was. We have used the Atom editor that we have customized. So it's an all-integrated environment. You dive into AMOS and into AOZ, and then you program, you stay in it. When you run, it's F2. It's the same key as it used to be on the Amiga, F2. It runs inside of the project, and then you can do escape to go back to direct mode, because in AOZ you also have a direct mode. You can type commands and have them executed immediately, etc. So well, that's what we want. We want the original vision was to bring the simplicity back, you know, bring the joy of programming, because for now programming has become a job. You know, you use API, you know this library, but you don't know what's behind. And people have become very focused and do one task, and it's not fun anymore to program. That's what I think, and we want to bring that back.
That's great. That sounds really, really compelling. So I could go to Aminet, grab an AMOS application with source included, I guess. I'm not sure about that.
Yes, of course.
And then load it into AOZ Studio and press F2 in my browser and then play it?
In this version, it might not work because some of the instructions are not compatible. But when we release, yes, that's the goal.
Okay.
Import AMOS, you've got an import, and open an AMOS program. All the sprites and the sounds are extracted as individual file, because that's the way modern tools work. So all the sprites of your banks, you will retrieve them into a resource images folder, image one, etc. And then you can use external tools to edit. Same for the sound, and you press run, then it runs. Yes.
Wow, that sounds very, very interesting. Another case of that modernization. It's great.
Yeah, and you know, when you look at the AMOS years in UK and Europe, in Poland after '95, because they had it a bit after the others, it was massive. And there are literally hundreds of AMOS PD disks with tens and thousands of programs made by the users and really cool games. And there are a lot of good ideas of games, like the one that one of our users makes. It's Phil Bell. He made a game on the Amiga that was called Cyball. Basically, it's a ball that you have to drive and eat stars. But the concept of the game, so he ported the game in like 10 hours, and now we have the Amiga working in the browser, so it's really cool. But now he's starting to make a real phone version or a modern version of the game. So using the old code. So that's really cool.
So I know a microscopic amount about Apple's store and some of the issues with interpreted code with Apple. So is this going to be? Would it be running on an iOS device through the browser, or would it be?
Yes.
Are you planning on doing like distribution through the store? Or?
It's a concern. Yes, for Apple, they have blocked the embedded application as native application. Yes. The transpiler for the is not completed yet, but in like 6 to 10 months, the transpiler is just going to be a very thin layer, and everything will be defined externally. So it will be modular. The goal is that you have one source of BASIC, and then you can choose to export in C#, Swift, C++, and JavaScript. So as soon as we export in Swift, then we will be native on iOS.
I see. That's the whole transpiler part of it, is to encode from your base language into multiple external targets, HTML5 and the other ones you mentioned.
Yeah, you have
that's very interesting.
One source code and multiple platform and all native. And when we export in C#, for example, then we will be able to use Unity as a renderer. You know, we will produce Unity code and then call Unity compiler to produce the. So we will provide access to consoles and all these things to AMOS users. You know, do some AMOS code and then you can go on PS4. Why not?
Wow, that'd be fun. PS5 actually.
Oh, PS5, yes, of course.
Yes. So that's really really interesting. Since this is an Amiga show, let me ask you about your plans, if you have any, and I think we'd all understand if it's a bridge too far, but are you planning on bringing or ensuring any of this technology has those legacy connections? Would I be able to use AOZ Studio and then run that on either a modern Amiga or even a classic system? I mean, it's a lot to ask because you got to pay for that, but.
Well, yeah. The problem is that we are a company, so we have to live. And the first problem is to have the first version is always the problem because you're not known, and you have to survive. You have to pay for the development years. So for the moment, the time is a bit critical. But if everything goes right and when the transpiler is modular, yeah, I would love to be able to have a save to Amiga. You know, it compiles in C. The application is compiled in C. And on the Amiga, you already have a library that's made to emulate, to do all the graphics functions in AMOS. They already exist. So I could access this library and very simply make an export direct to Amiga. So you're on your PC, you save on your WinUI drive inside of it and open the Amiga, it runs. It could even be automatic. You know, I could have a small utility watching the folder on the Amiga running in the back, and as soon as you save something, it pops up.
That's cool.
That would
that'd
really
be great. Cool. I also understand that there's a part of this project is also open source. So I think you're embracing sort of a newer business model of open sourcing a large chunk of your IP. Yeah. And then, you know, adding that value probably in the transpiler area. But do you want to talk about that aspect of it?
Yeah, well, since I've been working with the Norwegian, they were really fans of open source. And I've understood that, in fact, open source doesn't mean it's not protected. It's the best protection ever. I mean, it's the best proof that you have done things. So, and as the code is open on Git, etc., then you can follow the development. You have the undisputable proof that you are the author. So it's the best. And yes, all the code of the extension, the library, the language itself, it's open source. And we really hope that people will make some cool extensions, like to display global JavaScript-driven maps of the world in 3D with data on it, where you have a lot of libraries to do these kind of things. And when you look at all the REST API that are available online, you can do everything. Yeah. And it's an incredible power that is available to simple JavaScript programmer. But still, it's too complicated for basic programmers. So within an extension, you can implement all the tokens of the online REST API and make an extension, say, to display data from NBC, etc. So on this front, we will produce a lot of extension to handle database, and really we want the product to be not only usable by beginners to discover programming, but also by professionals. They are okay with the syntax of BASIC because it goes a lot faster to develop. It's in an integrated environment that's reactive, but you go like 2 times faster when you develop than compared to JavaScript.
No, it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of languages out there. I'm more in the data center world, and we see Python and Rust and a bunch of others. On the Amiga and Cross, we've got this Hollywood application, which is Lua based. Very interesting code with also a lot of extensions. So it's going to be interesting to see the AMOS come in as well. Actually, for those watching, there's a little tag over Francois' name here for David to enter the Zoom. David Pleasance. So this is what's that? Yeah, we'll bring him in here for a minute. Why not? So I just added. I don't have my typical status window up here, so I can't see exactly what's going on here. Let me move this over. Are you there? Are you there, David? Or are we still getting our audio connected? Looks like it. I am practiced with Zoom far more than the broadcasting software, so we'll see what happens when he gets his mic working. But anyway, no, this is really exciting. So we got a few more minutes here. I'll ask the YouTube stream if there's any questions. There's a lag, so it'll take a bit. And then the question I have for you is, how does someone get started? Like, how would I get started with this project?
Well, you just download it and you install it and you run it, and then you've got tutorials, you've got demos. If you do new, you can you will be guided from the start if you're a total beginner. With a series of tutorials, with the interactive videos. We are the master of this little atom universe in the editor. So an AOZ application can talk with the editor and ask you to enter this text and check that you have entered it, and then go to the next step. So it's all, we're going to make the path easy for you to... And I have a good news, and I think I can say it now, and that Laurent, my partner, will not be angry about me. But for English users, we have the very good news that Mel Croucher has accepted to write the manual for AOZ. Who is Mel Croucher? I mean, he's a superstar in England. He wrote the Easy AMOS manual, so it's like the team is coming back again, and I'm very happy about that. So he will make like a 60 or 70 page introduction manual for the total beginner with his style, which is very specific and really cool to read. So we're very happy about that.
That's fantastic. You know, I have to say, in years past at Amiwest, when we be there in person, the Sacramento user group brings a large quantity of material related to the history of Amiga, the past. And I've not been an AMOS programmer, but I'm pretty sure there's like 3 or 4 AMOS books. So if it weren't for COVID, someone would probably be holding up the Easy AROS book, because I'm sure our friends in the Sacramento group have that. So that's great. So let's see if there's any questions about the. I guess you're on the YouTube chat there too, so you can see.
Yes. Yeah.
That's why we're all looking away from the screen, because we're reading the chat. So one question is with the costs. Like, again, we talk about there's an open source. Talk about the financial side of this.
Well, it's a standard classical sales scheme. It's it's $9, so $9.99 per month subscription, and you can buy the full product for long term. It's more expensive. I think it's about $99. So it's very very classical scheme. During 1 month, you have a tryout period, and where you have all the options, and then after 1 month, you can still use the product, but you will get some little annoyance like delay when you launch an application. It will take a bit longer, but that's all. So basically, you can try, and you will have all the options.
And what are you paying for exactly? So you're paying for the Atom modified browser. You're paying for access to a service to host. What do you pay for? Like, what do you get?
You're paying for the product, the ability to create application with it, to compile them and publish them. So we do not ask for any money, of course, on the application that you produce with AOZ.
Sure. Okay, fantastic. There's another question. I'll read it out here from Peter Erickson. AMOS for Amiga OS doesn't support networking RTG AHI. Moreover, it hits the hardware and prevents multitasking. Key features of Amiga OS. How do you plan to address those?
Well, I don't plan to address those. I mean,
not on the Amigas. No, let's put it this way. You know, again, the engine is open source. If somebody wants to port the new engine, right, they could do that portion of it for those open source portions.
Yeah, but they would have to wait until the transpiler outputs some C++ code, because HTML JavaScript running on the Amiga it would be a bit slow. On the old machine, but everything is possible. Yeah, I know. Peter, I'm sorry, but AMOS did respect the multitask, but the only thing it did not respect was the display. But when you make games, it was a game creation engine. There was no choice. I had to poke in the display because otherwise all the games did that. So that's the key. I did respect the system, and it's you can press Amiga A and go back to the workbench and everything. So the machine is still live compared to STOS, because I can tell you now that on STOS I didn't open the documentation. Was horrible and enormous. I didn't want to look at it, so I took a monitor to look at the end of the system variables and take everything for me. So when you on the Atari ST, it was possible, but on the Amiga, you had to respect the system.
That's fantastic, fantastic. Well, look, I really appreciate you. Let me press a button here. I wasn't planning on doing this. So now everyone can see my stuff here too. I don't know if this is super complex and this guy isn't working. But if I don't know if David, you want to say anything to Francois before we hand it over, or
Francois and I have been friends for a very long time. He's a very good buddy of mine, and he and I went through some quite difficult times together and apart. But I think he's found his calling back again now, and I'm thrilled to bits for him, because he's the most wonderful Commodore and Amiga enthusiast, certainly as dedicated as anybody I know, and love him to bits. Have to catch up with you soon, my friend, eh?
Yeah, I would love to see you again, but with this COVID stupidity, it's so difficult. Yeah. The key is to transmit the spirit. I do not transmit the hardware. I've never been a hardware man, but I'm a software man, and the simplicity, the speed of using the Amiga is still in my memory, and it's not matched today. When you use tools today, it's not as easy as it used to be. That's what I think. So we're bringing the use in modern technology. That's what I want to do.
Fantastic. So why is this not doing its job? Maybe that'll work. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Francois. I appreciate that. We'll cut over to David here, and we'll get into our next segment.
Thank you very much. I will
Thank you.
I will be on Discord, on your Discord Amiwest server, if you want to ask further questions. It's with a great pleasure. Thank you very much, Bill.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Have a good talk, David.
I will. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, again, I want to welcome David Pleasance here to join the Amiwest broadcast. This is the first time I think you've been involved in Amiwest. It's been There's been a lot of years here, so correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, absolutely the first time. But I can assure you it won't be the last.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, we actually have to give a shout out to Colin, Colin Proudfoot, who lives in the Bay Area here in California and started to attend Amiwest. Keep me honest, probably 4 or 5 years ago. He rolled in his Amiga Chelsea. Is that the shirt, Chelsea?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Trevor was at the show, and he looks over and he says, "How did you get that?" Because I think Trevor wants one and recognized what it was. And he brought his lovely wife, and he's been a really good friend and attending Amiwest regularly for the last couple of years. Obviously, with COVID, he's not there, but hopefully he's dialed into the YouTube stream here. So,
he actually sent me an email early this morning, to say that he'd heard that I was on, and if I needed any help, what have you. But he said he would be watching. So hello, Colin and Annika. Got to catch up again soon.
Yeah, no. Hopefully next year you'll be able to come to Amiwest and hang out with us, and get the experience. If you have not been to, let me do a quick plug for Amiwest. The Amiga computer, it does not move, and the projects don't move as fast as we want them to. But it's really about the community spirit. And if you like the Amiga computer and you want to be around like-minded people, the best place on the planet is Amiwest, because you want to talk about hardcore. Even with the global pandemic raging, there's still a bunch of folks at the show right now, setting up tables and doing it all. So it's really an incredible spirit. So why don't you tell us about the story behind the Commodore book, the Inside Story, that you recently published, and walk us through kind of that journey, because I understand you were away from the Amiga for a while,
yes,
for obvious reasons, and then have sort of reconnected, and then let's talk about the book that you've already published.
Yeah, and certainly. Well, first of all, I think it might be an opportunity for your audience. Everybody seems to refer to me as the ex-MD of Commodore UK. When in fact I had a 12-year career with Commodore, and I held various positions all over the world. And I think it might be useful for your audience to know a little bit about that, because I think it then adds a little bit of credibility to my ability to write about Commodore. I actually joined Commodore in 1983, and I was recruited specifically to sell Commodore PETs into the retail market. Commodore had, in the UK, and in fact in most subsidiaries, had a business systems division, and they had a consumer division. The business systems division were selling PETs and pre-PET product, ultimately PCs and so on and so forth. And they also took on the Amiga 1000 when it was launched. The consumer division was selling VIC-20s and then 64s. And I was recruited specifically to sell PETs into the retail market. And it's quite strange, because I knew within a few weeks that Commodore was ultimately going to be in trouble. And the reason I knew that is because it was obvious to me that Commodore never had a business plan of any kind. And I can justify what I'm saying by the fact that I was recruited specifically to sell PETs into a brand new market, into the retail market, because they obviously wanted to sell more product. My specialty has always been selling into retail, not computers. In fact, I am very open about saying I am a technical dumbass. I really do not understand computers and their workings at all, but I believe I'm a very good marketeer. Anyway, I started my job with Commodore in June of 1983 in the UK. And the first day I arrived, my boss, who was new there, he hadn't even got anything for me to do. Nothing. It's bizarre. Anyway, I created some work, and I started to investigate all the retail market, because I'd been living in Australia and I was out of touch with the retail market in the UK. So I decided, let me investigate all of the big multiple chains and see who would be the first one to go to with my project of selling pets. And I went to all the big stores, the Dixons and the Comets and the Currys and what have you. And then I discovered this range of stores, group of stores called Lasky's. And they had 54 shops all over the UK. And in 26 of their stores, they had a store within a store concept. And that was called Micropoint. And they were selling then business products, which nobody else was doing. So they obviously were natural for me to approach. So I went to their head office, had a meeting with their managing director, got a letter from him allowing me to interview the managers of the PowerPoint, of the Micropoint stores. And that gave me the chance to get my foot in the door. And basically what I did was to pre-sell into them, ready for the launch. Anyway, I was in store 24 of the 26 stores that had Micropoint when I got a phone call from the lady who had recruited me in Commodore. And she said, David, you know, in our interview, I told you that things happen in Commodore very quickly and there's some good opportunities. And she said, your opportunity has just come up. She said, we are selling 64s like crazy, and because they'd only been released a few months. And she said, we need somebody to look after all our major accounts, to report to the sales manager, and you're it. So I was called back from that 24th store. And I then, and then I said to her, well, why, you know, what's happened to my previous job? She said, oh, well, Commodore is not producing anywhere near enough pets to open a new market, which is what I was specifically recruited to do. So I knew then that they didn't have a business plan. It was pretty clear, you know. Anyway, cut a long story short, I was with Commodore UK for about 4 or 5 years, and I got promoted to sales and marketing director. At that time, my MD at Commodore UK was a guy called Steve Franklin, who was a young guy, and he had given me the room to make. Actually, I better backtrack. When Steve took over, he came into Commodore UK, and the first thing he did was to sack all the business people, all the business systems people, with the exception of 2. One was a guy called Peter Talbot, who was our education guy and was very well in with all the education people. And the other guy was Kieran Sumner, who was looking after the Amiga 1000. And he brought all his own people in. They were all PC people. He did not speak to me for 2 weeks. Not one word, I promise you. Anyway, on the morning of the second week when he came in, he said, come into my office now. And he sat me down and he said, look, President, he said, I don't know anything about you. I don't know any easy way to say this. He said, but if I knew anybody who understood your side of the business, you wouldn't be here today. I said, well, thanks a lot. That's very encouraging. He said, no, I said, I don't know anything about you. He said, but it seems to me, he said, that I've been told to change the whole ethos of Commodore UK. I don't know why, because I honestly don't think there was anything bad with it. But anyway, he said, as you know, I brought all my own people in. So it seems to me like I'm stuck with you. So if I'm stuck with you, here is all my rules. And he went on for about 20 minutes about ethics and integrity and honesty and all this stuff, everything of which I've lived by all my whole life. So after it finished, I said, I tell you what, Steve, I'll make a deal with you. He said, you're in no position to make an effing deal with me. And I said, no, hear me out. I said, look, I said, if you let me do what I want to do, I'll bring you more business than we've ever seen before, or I'll give you cause to get rid of me. So he said, well, what is it you want to do? So I pointed to his desk, and on the desk, I said, what's that over there? And he said, it's an effing computer. I said, yeah, it was an Amiga 500. I said, it is. I said, but if you're trying to sell that, it's a piece of plastic with some keys on. I said, have you got any idea how difficult it is to market something that's a piece of plastic with some keys on it? So what are you getting at? I said, look, I said, how we should market our products, the Amiga 500 in particular, is that we've got to market it as to what it will do for you, what it will deliver for you, right? And so therefore, from this moment in time, I do not want to sell computers. I want to sell dreams. And so he said, well, give me more information. I said, look, what I'd like to do is to put a pack together that has the very latest software that everybody was after. But inside the pack, you must also put some productivity software, word processing, art, and stuff like that, because you have to give the parents justification for buying the machine, right? We all know the kids want it for the gamers, but you know we have to do that, right?
Right.
So anyway, he said, okay, I'll give you the approval. So I sat down with my team, and we went through all the titles that we knew were likely to be coming out in the next few months. And the one that everybody said was going to be the hot product was Batman, because it was Batman the movie, which the whole movie was coming out at the same time. And that was going to be written by Ocean Software. Now, Ocean Software had literally just come back from Hollywood, and they had paid $1 million for the license to write the game.
Wow.
Which was unheard of before.
Yeah.
So I got in touch with the guys, David Ward and John Woods. I said, gentlemen, I'm going to put a proposition to you that you will either have the balls to go for, or you'll send for the men in the white coats to come and drag me away, right? So I said, what do you want to do? I said, okay. I said, you've got this game coming up, the Batman the movie. I said, I want to put it into a pack, and I want to feature Batman will be all over the pack. The fact that there is an Amiga inside will be incidental.
Mm-hmm.
I said, now, in order for me to do that, I want you to give me that product for 2 months before you sell it over the counter on its own. So for 2 months, you can only get it in the pack, right? I said, I want to pay you very, very little for it, and I only want to commit to 10,000 pieces. So the first thing they said was, send for the men in the white coats. Understandably, you know. So anyway, they said, look, we've got a couple of concerns. I said, first of all, they said, we think our dealers are going to be really pissed off, because if you've got it for 2 months, they're going to be really angry. And I said, well, gentlemen, I said, if my plan works, very soon after we launch, they won't be angry anymore, because they'll be selling £400 product instead of £40 products. And I know if I was a retailer, what I'd prefer to sell. So that kind of answered that question. Then they said, look, we've done all of our numbers. We've just paid $1 million out. We've estimated that it's going to cost us $1 million to make the game. And therefore, we've done all of our numbers, and we know how many we've got to sell, not only to get even, but also to make a profit. And we're afraid that this activity might alter those figures. And anyway, I said to them, well, I said, remember, I've got a marketing budget that's like 5 or 6 times more than yours. And I'm going to be marketing Batman. I'm not marketing Amiga. Amiga is incidental. So anyway, they had the balls to go for it. And I will never forget that, because it took some guts. And anyway, the net result was I was exactly right. For 48 hours, the dealers are moaning like crazy. And then they started to sell the Batman pack, and the moaning stopped. The numbers that they had planned to sell were affected. They sold 5 times greater than their highest estimate of volume. Wow. And I didn't take 10,000 pieces from them. I ended up taking 186,000 pieces, because that's how many Amiga packs we sold in 12 weeks to Christmas.
Wow. That is an incredible story. You know, it's funny as you bring this up, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, but is that the first time that there's been, well, maybe in the technology world, that movie tie-in? I mean, movies have always sold products. Batman with the martini, sorry, Batman, James Bond with the martini was actually product placement. All of that, right? So product placement has been there a long time. But I remember recently when the Star Wars movies came out, Samsung had a deal where you could get like the Samsung with the Star Wars graphics. It seems like you started that. Like yeah, that concept came from here.
Yeah, I think so. I really do. And I'm not saying it to be big-headed. It's just that, you know, I know what I'm good at. I know how to deliver certain things. And, you know, as I said earlier on, I am a technical dumbass. You know, I've estimated that in my career with Commodore, which I'll come back on in a moment, I've estimated that I personally, not my team, I personally, I've sold approximately 2.25 million computers, right? Which is VICs and 64s and you name it. And I never switched one on.
I believe that. You know, it's funny because in the United States we didn't have you, and as a U.S. Amiga user, we were always perplexed at Commodore US's inability to make a convincing argument for the technology. And I think you hit the nail on the head, which is it's not about selling the device, which actually all of us on this this broadcast and at Amiwest are actually here for the device because we're the crazy ones. But it's about dreams. It's about selling something that is bigger than it is and getting people to agree. It's a fantastic story. And I remember Magic Packs and various under bundles that had come out. I think I actually still have one of the Commodore boxes from a bundle from something that I had bought.
Well, they're worth money now, the boxes.
Well, I don't have one of those boxes. I don't have a Magic Pack box. And people on the YouTube channel were asking about the Batman pack. Like, has anyone seen one of these things on eBay? What are they going for today?
Yeah, it's very. I doubt if you'll get one that's complete, but the box itself is fetching big money.
Wow, I believe it. I mean, everything. I mean, on the Amiga technology is, you know, Jens was on here earlier. I don't know if you know Jens Schoenfeld.
I do indeed, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, he's been, I don't want to say single-handedly, there's a large number of members of the community that are keeping the platform alive, the tech side, right?
Yes.
And he's been instrumental in that. And talking about that, the Amiga today, certainly, and probably even back then to a large extent, maybe at the end of Commodore, was not a money-making proposition. It really was a passion. Hobbyist or not is a different story.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a passion driven, not an economic driven aspect. So I love this story. It's fascinating. I hadn't known this and learned about that.
Obviously, you haven't bought my book.
I actually might have it.
Oh, go on, don't worry. Don't worry.
I have two younger kids and very busy at work, so I haven't had a chance. But I definitely will read through it.
So let me finish the story, because I think it's important that your audience get to understand why I believe, and it was proved to be right, why I believe I was the right person to write a book about Commodore from the inside, because I was with Commodore 12 years. So anyway, as a result of my work with the Batman pack, and I mean, we owned in the UK, we owned the whole of the computer business. It was ours. Anyway, my boss was Steve Franklin, as I mentioned. He was quite a young guy, and as much as I got appointed to be sales and marketing director, that was fine. But I don't know if you know that there are two types of salespeople in the world. There are hunters and there are farmers, and I'm very much a hunter. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I found out that there was a vacancy coming up in Commodore Electronics Limited, which was the holding company for all of the group, based in Basel in Switzerland. And they were based there because that is where they paid zero tax. And ultimately everything went back there, right? But anyway, they needed a general manager, and I applied and got the job. And I was there for 2 years, and my main responsibility was looking after all of the countries where Commodore did not have an operating subsidiary. So I was responsible for 35 countries, right? And I loved every minute of it. I mean, I was going into new countries and finding distributors and setting it all up and doing all that kind of stuff. It was awesome. Now, all the time I was doing that, I'd been nagging it to Mehdi Ali to let me go into America, because I knew that America, well, I used to say that Commodore Inc., they were sales prevention officers. That was Now let me tell you this story. You will love this story, right? So anyway, I'm in Frankfurt. I've been at CEO for 2 years. I'm in Frankfurt, January the 3rd or 4th, I think it was, 1992. January 92. And we'd had a general managers meeting. It was about midday in Frankfurt, and I was just getting up to leave, and Mehdi Ali said, "Presidents, come here." He says, "I'm now going to give you what you've been asking me for a couple of years." And I said, "What's that? A big rise?" He said, "No." He said, "You've been telling me that you want to go to the States and sort it out." He said, "Well, now you've got your chance." He said, "I want you on the 7 o'clock flight out of London today. You're going to fly to New York, fly across to Vegas, and you meet up with Jim Dion, who was the president of Commodore Inc., the sales company in the US.
Mm-hmm.
So I got really lucky there because he made a big mistake. There was only one 7 o'clock flight out of London, and that was Concorde. And he made me go upstairs in the admin office and book that flight. So I got to fly Concorde once, which in itself was rather nice, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, so cut a long story short, I spend the 4 or 5 days at the Winter CES in Vegas, and then go to Westchester, which is where I'm going to be based. And I'm vice president of consumer products. That's my role over there. Now I had a team. I think there was about 5 sales guys and 3 or 4 of the marketing team. Good people. So my first day, I sat them down, and we had our own private room, and I said, right, what the hell's going on? And I said, don't anybody lie to me, because I've got to start off knowing what the truth is. So I said, why are you guys not selling anything? And they said, David, we're not allowed to. I said, what are you talking about? You're not allowed to. We've been told we cannot sell anything to anybody. Full stop. So, well, do you know why? No, they won't tell us why. So I said, okay. I said, we need to get to the bottom of this. So I said, right. And I gave each of my guys, the sales guys, I said, right, set up an appointment starting in the next couple of days. And I'm going to go around and visit all your customers. Let's get to the bottom of what's going on. So the very first appointment I went to was Sears in Chicago, on their big tower there. No, I shall never forget this as long as I live, because I went there, my sales guy, I think Steve Salas, I think his name was. We went up to, I think it was about the 11th floor or something, and there's a big boardroom, and there's about 8 guys sat around the boardroom table, and there's me and Steve. So I go in and sat down and introduced myself, and I said, hi gentlemen, nice to meet you. My name's David Pleasance, I've been a Commodore, I think it was about 8 years by then, 7 or 8 years. And I said, we're doing very, very well in Europe with our products. But I said, I've been asked to come and try and sort out what the problems are here. I said, clearly there is a problem. And I said, well, I will give you my assurance that I'm a man of my word, I'm a man of integrity, and all I want from you guys is the truth. And that's what you'll get from me. So I said, can I start off by asking you, why it is you're not paying your bills? Because that was the reason nobody was paying their bills. So they said, we're waiting for you to come and take all our stock back. Oh dear. I said, well, all the years I've been with Commodore, I've never known us to be a lending library. And they said, and they just got this piece of paper and they pushed it across the desk to me. And it was a letter signed by Jim Dion, president of Commodore Inc. And it was sale or return. And he had loaded up Sears with a whole lot of product they had not a chance in hell of selling. Guess what that product was?
Which one?
The one that he had loaded them up with, they had not a chance to sell, and he'd put it in there on sale or return. Have a guess what?
Batman?
No. They didn't have any of that.
Yeah.
It was CD TVs.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
They were stuffed to the gunnels. Now, can you imagine anybody in Sears selling a CD TV? I mean,
not the way it was presented.
Well, I mean, most of Commodore people couldn't sell CD TVs because it was too ahead of its time. There was no
too expensive
and no real use for it. You think about it, you couldn't pinpoint and say, this is what this product will do, and boy, do I need that. So he'd stuffed them to the gunnels.
I see.
He'd done that in every single store in the US.
So they pumped up the initial CD-TV ship numbers by putting the return option in there so he could push them.
Yeah, well, basically what he did was that he claimed his commission and his bonus for all the sales he made, but they weren't real sales.
Because the return, yes.
Yeah, because they could bring... So anyway, I was stuck there, and I thought, what the hell am I... I've got to think really quickly on my feet now. Because I said, look, I have to honor this. It's the president's bloody signature on the thing. I can't not accept it now. So I said, look, gentlemen, I said, I'm going to sort this out. I gave him my word and I will do that. I said, however, to be honest with you, I said, I really would not like to start my career in the US with a big negative on my books. I said, I'll be truthful with you. I said, you should never have been sold this product. Because most of the people in Sears, and they're gone now, obviously, they could hardly ever ring an item up and put it in a bag, let alone sell something that's complicated. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So I said, but what you guys should be selling is what's selling really, really well in Europe, and that's the Amiga 500. That is a product that I think you can sell. And I said, look, gentlemen, if you guys will give me an order to the same value as a product I'm taking back from you, I will supply you with Amiga 500s, and I will give you your own pack.
Yeah.
And they agreed to that.
Interesting.
So eventually, anyway, after I was in the States for 11 months, and I got everybody trading, and then I went to Mediali and I said, right, my job here is done now. He said, what are you talking about? I said, I've got everybody trading, and I said, I do not want to sell them anything else. And he said, why? I said, look, they've all got plenty of product. Now, if I sell them something, you and I both know in 2 or 3 months we've got the 1200 coming out. If I sell the small 500s, they're going to say, take the 500s back or we won't take 1200s, right?
Right.
You have to think ahead of these things, right? I said, but if they order themselves more 500s after I leave, and I said, I'll come back when the 1200 comes in, I'll come back and then launch the 1200. And that's what I ended up doing. But then of course, we got into trouble. So then I was forced back to the UK as MD. I didn't want to do it. I said, I'm a hunter, not a farmer. But basically, Mediali said, right, you know, I'm not taking no for an answer. He said, I know you built the UK business. In the meantime, they've got rid of Steve Franklin for underhand activities. And that is the second reason why Commodore went bankrupt. Not only did they never have a business plan, and they never did, they never had external auditing. Because if they had,
makes sense.
If they had external auditing, they would have found out that Jim Dion's sales weren't sales. They would have found out that guy in Commodore Holland, Commodore Netherlands, Bernard van Tienen, he was the biggest crook known to man. He used to brag. Every time we had a director's meeting or a manager's meeting in Commodore, he would brag. He'd say at every quarter's end, when he had not reached his target, he would write invoices, put product on a truck, and send it on a journey for 5 days. So it clears out of the warehouse for the quarter end, comes back in at the quarter beginning, and he did this every quarter, year after year after year.
Wow.
Right?
It makes total sense why Commodore is not with us as an entity anymore, because you can only get away with that for so long.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It is indeed. And of course, I spent a lot of time working directly for Mediali, which, believe you me, took some talent, because a very difficult man to deal with. He's one of these guys who knew nothing, didn't want to know anything, and no matter how you tried to explain things to him, because he was even more technically inept than I was, and that sounds something. And I mean, I'll give you a really good example. You'll love this story. I was asked by Psygnosis, you know, very, very good software company, to take Mediali, and they wanted to meet him. So I dragged him, kicking and screaming. He didn't want to go up to Liverpool where they were based. And the guy there, who one of the MDs there, I lost his name for a second. I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, he said, I want to talk to Mediali about your upcoming CD32 product. And anyway, he started to talk to Medi about, if you change this and you do this and you do this, you'll end up with a much, much better product. And Medi thought he was being made a fool of because he didn't understand a word. Now, what most people would have done, most people would have said, listen, I'm not the person you need to talk to. You need to talk to my technical guy. Let me get him on the phone or something, right? Have that conversation with him. But he didn't. He just lost it. He got really angry, and I had to drag him out of there, right?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Now this guy, Ian Hetherington. So I knew I think it was name in a minute. Ian Hetherington it was. This guy was offering us this technology for free because he really loved us. You know, we worked very closely with him. The next thing you know is that Psygnosis gets sold to Sony. And then Sony bring out the PlayStation, and Ian Hetherington is in charge of the PlayStation. It was his technology that he was offering us for free.
Wow. And
Medi turned it down.
Yeah, that's an interesting story. And I mean, you know, one of the things I came across in some research, and I guess I knew it at the time, but I was much younger back then, is, and maybe you could talk a little about this, right? We the whole idea of the term patent troll, right, and how that impacted the CD32 launch. My understanding from Wikipedia is that the CD32 was coming out Christmas time, US 93, I guess it was, 93, 94. And they had production, and they couldn't ship because of a patent. Were you involved or aware of any of that? Was that under your domain?
Yeah,
Is this something you can talk about?
Absolutely. I actually did the launch. The worldwide launch of CD32 was done in the UK, and I did it. Now, I fought like hell with Mehdi because we were in such financial trouble. He came to me one day, I think it was July or August, and the plan was to launch the CD32 in the spring of the following year. Now, the reason why we'd planned that, and to be honest with you, the CD32 was the first product ever in my 12 years that had actually been planned to be done properly. And what had happened is I had got development kits in every major software house who were all writing for the CD32 to utilize all of its potential features. And they needed, time to develop. And they all under NDAs, and they all honored it. It was incredible that they all honored it, right? But Mehdi said to me, I want to bring the CD32 launch to September. And I said, you are crazy. He said, no, we need the additional revenue. I said, Mehdi, you're not going to get additional revenue. I said, I've got orders, as many as we can fulfill for Amiga 1200s for Christmas. They're all going in, they're all scheduled in. And I said, the moment you launch a CD32, nobody will want the 1200. They'll not understand how different the product is, but they'll want the new product, right? Anyway, I tried everything in my power to stop him, and he would not listen to me. I said, the other thing is, I said, when we launch, we will have no games written specifically for it because there's none ready. I said, what the software people, they'll very quickly port 1200 games, but that's not an advancement. That's not telling everybody what we're all about, right? So anyway, we arranged the launch, and my marketing team were fantastic. We hired the Science Museum to do the launch, which is a fantastic place. London Science Museum is one of those places you can spend a week there. There's so much in there. Anyway, so we had the launch, and what was even more beautiful, and you guys will love this story, about 2 weeks or 3 weeks before our launch, there was an article in a PC magazine where Tom Kalinske, who was the worldwide president of Sega, was being interviewed. And in the interview, the interviewer said, "Oh, what about 32-bit CD consoles?" And Tom Kalinske said, "Can't be done. If anybody could do it, it would be Sega, and we're not doing it. Can't be done." And that was 2 or 3 weeks before we were launching. So it was like, thank you, God, because being in print, I could use that, right? So then what happened was at the day of the launch, we had a good voiceover with Tom Kalinske's voice and him saying what he said, and then we said, "Oh, by the way, gentlemen, we opened the curtains, all the smoke and mirrors, and this will be in your stores in 3 weeks' time." It was phenomenal, right? But what was even better than that was that about a week before the launch, a guy rang me up and he said, "Dave, you probably don't remember me." He said, "But we've done business before." He said, "I've got big billboard sites all over the UK." He said, "And you've taken some of our sites before." He said, "But have I got a really good deal for you?" He said, "As you know, how we operate," he said, "is that when somebody books a site from us, we get 50% deposit. And then on the week of the poster site being used, we get the other 50%. He said, "I've got 3 top-cited 96-sheet posters, the biggest ones, in central London that a guy's already paid 50% on, but he's just cancelled, and I'm offering them to you for the 50%, right? Oh, and by the way," he said, "one of them is right outside Sega's head office." So in the UK, they used to have Sega's advertising on television. It used to be, showing all of the games and all that stuff, and they used to say, "To be this good takes ages."
Yeah.
And to be good, and then they spun the word A's around, takes Sega. Very clever advertising. So I put a billboard up there which said, to be this good will take Sega ages, because they'd said so. That was a classic. That was a really good thing.
You know what? Hold on one second. I'm going to slide this over so people can see it. This is just a Google image search. It is what you can't see it on your screen, but I'm showing it on the stream here. A picture of the Sega offices with a nice glass front and the logo of the Sega, and then your billboard. It takes this good to be this good. It'll take them ages with the CD32. So, yeah, I remember that, and it was a lot of fun at the time. And the commercials that were all put together were just amazing. And you know, it's a fascinating piece of technology, and you know, history has written a story on it. But you know, I want to kind of shift gears a little bit.
Do you want to go back to your story about the patent and not getting just to finish that story off? Yeah.
Yeah, let's get the patent, and then I want to switch to the new stuff
Sure.
with you're doing with Trevor.
Sure. Yeah. Basically, what happened was, and again, this is typical. Mehdi Ali was very bad at recruiting people. He used to use Heydrich and Struggles, who are very, very well known worldwide recruiters, but he always picked the wrong people. And anyway, one day I find out that we've got a new head of manufacturing, director of manufacturing, and we had places in Singapore and Hong Kong. We had Braunschweig in Germany. At one time, we'd had a big place in the UK, which had subsequently been closed. But this guy said, no. He said, you're going to manufacture the CD32. We'll manufacture that in the Philippines. Now, I questioned it in my own head, and I thought, why on God's name would we want a place in the Philippines? Because we are not selling anything into the Far East. We weren't selling any product into the Far East at all. And I said, why would you build a factory that's 5 weeks by sea from your core market on a product which relies on technology that moves as fast as it does? It didn't make any sense to me, right? Anyway, I subsequently find out the guy that they'd hired, and the reason he had suggested the Philippines was that the company he had been working for previously were in the Philippines, and he had a mistress there.
Of course he did.
That's why we built. Anyway, so we owed the Philippine government some taxes, and that is the reason why we couldn't get product out of the Philippines. The product going into America, or being stopped from going to America, was for a patent infringement of some kind. It was some very insignificant thing. I can't honestly, off the top of my head, remember what it was.
I think it was like something with the laser system, or like moving the laser, or something like that. It's on Wikipedia.
Yeah. It's something that wasn't particularly important, but they got a right to withhold product going into the States. But it was all too late for us anyway. I mean, we were really in the last throes of death screams, you know.
Yeah, that's the Commodore technology from, you know, and it's interesting because the stories you've just related kind of paint that picture of this great promise, but that feedback loop from the market, the thinking about how to bring product to market, and is it the right product at the right time, and it sounds like Mehdi Ali, I don't know what his motivations were, but they don't seem like they were based in what was actually happening with the technology and what was actually happening in the world at the time. So that's all really interesting about that sort of historical aspect. As a user having lived through that, this is definitely enlightening as to what was going on there. So let's talk about the work that you're planning and doing now with Trevor. Trevor was on our stream earlier,
yes,
and mentioned it and talked a little bit about it. But I'd love to get your take and sort of how you're approaching this project, and you know, really, what do you hope to accomplish with it?
Sure. Well, in order to talk about that book, I need to just get back to the fact that after Commodore's demise, you know, Colin Proudfoot, who you've mentioned earlier, he and I, we put a management buyout bid together with Coopers and Lybrand, and we honestly believed that we could buy this whole business. We got everything in place, and we ended up being cheated out of it by Petro Dichenko and Escom, and that's another story. But anyway, after that, I got out of the industry completely. I was kind of battered and bruised because we'd built a fabulous business in the UK. We were a profitable business, and we honestly had huge hopes of what we were going to do for the Amiga community and so on. Anyway, I ultimately got right out of the business. I changed my life completely. I remarried. I married a Dominican girl, took her and her daughter to Australia. We ran a Mexican restaurant for 5 years and all sorts of different things, right? So I'm completely out of the industry without even reading anything about it. And then in 2015, I got an email asking me to be a guest speaker at the Amiga 30 event in Amsterdam. And so I was thrilled. I've got to be honest, I got on stage, I got no idea what I even said because I'd been out of the industry for so long. But when I walked into that room, I was treated like a rock star. There was people coming up to me and saying, "Can I have your autograph, please? And will you sign this Amiga? Will you do that?" And I had no idea that anybody had even thought about me in those terms. I swear to you, I didn't. Anyway, subsequently, because of all the stories I was able to tell, just like the ones I've been telling you tonight, people kept saying to me, "You should write about it. You should write about it." And I didn't think I didn't think I could because I'd never done anything like it before. But anyway, I figured, yeah, I've got enough stories. And then by adding in other stories from people that also worked within Commodore, I had a much broader perspective. So the book is very complete in terms of the view from inside Commodore, from people who held different roles and so on and so forth. And it turned out to be a very successful book. I'm thrilled to bits with how well it's done. So then I think to myself, well, that's me done, because I don't know anything else about what's happened since. Mm-hmm. But because what I've been doing is I've been going to as many of these meetings as I possibly can, all over the world, not the US one, I have to say. Although, as I said at the beginning, that will change. I'm planning to move to Miami very shortly.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I've actually just rented a place there. Anyway, I can't travel until COVID's clear. But anyway, I've been going all over the world, meeting all these different people. And they've been telling me all of these stories about what's happened since the demise of Commodore, since ESCOM won the bid. So I decided I would write a story, do some research and find out, because it seems to me that there was a whole host of some people with really good intentions and some people with greedy intentions, all trying to bid for the spoils, trying to buy a trademark here, a copyright there, a patent here, and so on and so forth. And some of them just wanting to make a quick dollar, and others who had genuine reason for wanting to do things. And so I started to do some research, and it turns out that it's an absolute minefield of what's actually happened. And so what I did was I contacted the people who clearly were the figureheads in all of these things that were happening. I wrote to all of them and said, "Look, I'm writing a book. I've got some reference to what happened from things that were recorded. Would you comment on that as of today?" So it's an up-to-date view of what happened all those years ago. And everybody I wrote to, with only I think a couple of exceptions, has said yes, they will do so. One of those people I wrote to was Trevor, and he came back to me and he said, "Look, David," he said, "I've got a mountain of material that I've been collecting. That's all together." He said, "It's not sorted, but I've got it." And he said, "I was thinking of publishing it myself." He said, "But it makes sense. Why don't we, co-author and share his knowledge with up-to-date knowledge and stuff?" And so then I came up with the title, because I've been looking at some of the new technologies. This book is going to be, one part of it is talking about all of the lawsuits and the cease and desist and all those sort of things. But the other part of the book is going to be applauding and lauding the new technologies that have been developed in spite of all of this. Okay, so I came up with the title of the book is From Vultures to Vampires, because it was vultures all, scavenging around for the spoils. Mm-hmm. And we got the vampire as one of the latest technologies. It was such a good marketing title, I just couldn't resist it. And then I came up with a subtitle, 25 Years of Copyright Chaos and Technology Triumphs. So that gives you an idea of what the book is going to be about. And it's a lot of work, trust me, it's a lot of work. But I think it's going to be It's going to be fantastic. Loving it.
Yeah, I can't wait to read it. I lived those years. So I got to ask a couple questions, if I may. And please, if you don't want to share these details right now, don't. But did you reach out to people like Jim Cullis? I saw that on the YouTube stream. Someone brought it up on the chat stream. But I met Jim a couple times at the various Amiga shows. So I'm just curious, is he one of the people, that gateway era folks?
Yeah, what's happened is that Trevor and I divided the names. There were some that he already knew. There's no point in me going after them. He already knows them, makes it easier. And there's some that I knew. And Jim is one of them that Trevor knows. And as I understand it, he is ready to talk about it.
Fantastic.
I've also got from somebody who does not want to be named, who was actually in Gateway at the time. He doesn't want. He doesn't want, but he's given us a bit. I wouldn't say it's a chapter, but it's a few paragraphs. But from somebody on the inside with his view, and that's what I want. I want these things that are not readily known, so that we can kind of put some meat on the bones, if you like.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating. With Trevor as a contributor, he is definitely plugged into that era of the Amiga scene. So I'm definitely looking forward to it, given that's a history that I kind of grew up with. In with my Amiga experience. That's really fascinating. Maybe you could tell us what the current plans are. You have Commodore The Inside Story is launched. There's a link on the Amiwest page to that where people can buy it from your website. Easy to find on Google as well. On Amazon, I only saw the Italian hardback, but I guess
I don't like Amazon. They're too greedy.
With reach comes costs, right? So how do you plan on bringing the Vultures to Vampires to market? Is that in a similar sort of channels? I don't know anything about that universe. Maybe you can give us a little bit of understanding about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I must tell you now, and I swear to you that this is the truth. Everything I tell you, I swear to you, my life is the truth. I'm down to about 50 books of the Inside Story, because I've done 2 runs of it, and it although it's slowed down, it's selling at 1, 2, 3, 4 a week. The minimum run to do another print run is 500 pieces, and that's a lot of inventory to carry when it's slowed down the way that it has. So I am very doubtful whether I will actually do another print run of it. But I've got about 50 books there. Of course, it's available on 3 formats of ebook. It's also a fantastic audio book narrated by Dan Wood. And that's over 8 hours of, because the book is 90,000 words, 368 pages. And that's what I'm trying to do, a similar size book. I mean, it's very difficult. It's like how long is a piece of string? When you start writing a book, you don't know how much content you're going to have. But what I've said is, I did a Kickstarter which was oversubscribed by 71% oversubscribed. And what I said in it, I'm doing my best to do the same. It'll be the same people printing it, because the quality, everybody's really raved about the quality of the book. It's been done very, very well indeed. And so it's going to be about the same size. I've had to estimate shipping because the shipping prices are going all over the place, particularly in the USA. They've gone up. They've gone up so much in the last 3 or 4 months. Every time I sell a book into the USA, I lose money because I can only charge what was on the website. And that's, I think there's some big dispute going on in the postal service in the US. I'm not sure, but anyway, what I've done is I've estimated, because you can ship printed matter up to 2 kilograms for the same price, over 1 and up to 2. So this book, the first book, was 1.25 kilograms. So I'm working it to be similar as best I can. The thing is that I was having a chat with Trevor the other day. I mean, if we end up with that much more material, because there's a lot there, we may have to end up splitting it into 2.
Wow.
But it's possible. We don't know yet because it's early days. But anyway, we are planning. When we did the Kickstarter, I said February. I'm going to probably delay it to about March now. The simple reason is that in the 8 weeks pre-Christmas, every printer is booked to the gunnels because all those people want their book out for Christmas. And so I don't think we'll get it printed in time. The ones that I did last time, they were printed in Malta. And I said the quality is magnificent. Everybody loves it. So it's the Kickstarter has been completed. That's been oversubscribed. What we did was that we put a stretch goal on that Kickstarter. I was after £25,000. We put a stretch goal to say if we can reach £35,000, we'll give everybody a free download of the brand new Viva Amiga extended remix, which has got an additional 1 hour and 37 minutes on top of the original hour. And that went crazy. So we ended up 171% of target, which is fantastic. The stretch goal is available. There's people who backed it can get it for free. Otherwise, actually, I've just changed my website, so everybody needs to know this now. My website is now davidpleasance.com because it was just easier in the long run, just easier to do that. Because previously it was downtimepublishing.com, which is the funny story about that is that my two sons are both musicians, and my older son Marcel, when he was a little bit younger, he was writing a lot of material, and we wanted to get them published. And so one of his songs was called Downtime. So I registered downtimepublishing.com, and we never used it. And then years later, when I decided I'm going to write a book, well, I've got this website, I've got this domain name already to use. So that's it, so now on davidpleasance.com, you can pre-order the book From Vultures to Vampires, which I suggest you do because that helps me to determine how many books to get printed. It's very difficult to know. I mean, if you're a completely unknown author and you don't even know if you're any good at it, I had to take a real risk in what I ordered. I wish I'd ordered more the first one because smaller runs always cost you more per book.
And the addition of a few hundred extra is not that great once you cross that boundary.
Exactly indeed.
I'll be placing my order for Commodore: The Inside Story here shortly, and I expect to get a signature at Amiwest 2021.
I do. Every book I ship, if I ship it, and I've shipped all of them except I think 200, which I let Amiga Kit distribute some. They weren't signed, but all of them, every book I've shipped out has been signed.
Fantastic.
Every single one of them. And I tell you what, it's a big job.
Well, I can speak a little. We did a Kickstarter for our Amiga 30th event, which you see some remnants of these days, but it is a lot of work. You mentioned dealing with the physical inventory. I'm sure what you want to do is have 500 books in a box that you need to move to Miami. But no, this has been an absolute pleasure. This is our first time meeting, and I totally understand why you would have gone and opened a Mexican restaurant in Australia after dealing with Mehdi Ali. That seems a completely valid thing to do. Anything that you want to end with for the folks? Let me also just say quickly, if you're on the IRC or YouTube channels and you want to ask a question, now would be a good time. But I'll give the wrap up to you, and then we'll do any Q&A. How's that sound?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think we've covered most of what I wanted to cover. I just wanted people to understand that, I wasn't trying to be in any way facetious and talking about Commodore from the inside, but I was there. I lived and breathed it. I met Mehdi Ali, every few days. And when you actually read the book and you find out all the things that happened, you won't believe it. I mean, I tell you, my opinion is that if we had hired a set of professional saboteurs, they could not have done a better job than Mehdi Ali did. They couldn't have done a better job. It's impossible. And, you said what was his motivations. How about $2 million a year? That was his motivation. And the sad thing is that, I mean, I met Jack Tamil for about 2 minutes. That time when I went to the CES, when I went to the CES, January of 84, I'd only been with Commodore 6 months, and I went there on my own accord, and Jack Tamil was on the stand there at CES. and I spoke to him about 2 minutes. Shortly after that, he left Commodore. He'd had a falling out with the board and so on and so forth. Now, I think, of course, that he was Commodore's driving force, even though they made loads and loads of mistakes afterwards. I mean, he was much more attuned to the market. Nobody ever came to us from Commodore and said, what do we need? What sort of product do we need? What does the market want? How much should it be? What features do you need? None of those things at all. So I just could never believe that. I mean, that's why no business plan, you know, is certainly, you're on a slippery slope to bankruptcy without any doubt at all. I used to talk to Irvine Gould because he was in Mediali's office in New York all the time. And I'd go and see, it's quite close to him. And I used to go into him and say, Irving, you know, all these things that are going wrong that, you know, Medi, I don't want to know. I said, look, I don't want to know. I put him in charge. What he does is what he does. So he actually sat and watched his investment. It was 22% of the shares he owned. He sat and watched it all go bankrupt. So what can you say about that? You know, if you can lead a horse to water, as they say, you know. I never understood that. There's one story I will tell you that your audience will love. This is a story about Irvine Gould. And I said to him one day in his office at Irving, I said, I know this is a very impertinent question, but would you mind telling me how you made your fortune? He said, I don't mind telling you, David. He said, in fact, he said, I made my fortune. He said, I took the best piss of my life. Was his answer. And I said, sorry. he said, I took the best piss of my life. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, David, he said, I was in the Four Seasons restaurant in Manhattan, which in those days was the place for all the top business people to meet. He said, I was having lunch with some friends. He said, I needed to take a leak. So I walked over to the bathroom. He said, I just got inside the bathroom and a young guy came in and a guy was saying, do you mind me swearing? Because I'm trying to relate it verbatim. He said,
yeah, let's bleep it out because this is YouTube. So
yeah. Okay. He said, this guy comes and he said, I can't effing believe that. Those effing idiots, they're effing stupid. They don't know what they're effing doing. And Irving turned to this young guy and he said, oh man, you're a bit heated up. What's the matter with you? Oh, he said, it's his company of mine. He said, I've just brought to the table the most fantastic deal in the world. He said, and they've turned it down. So Irving says, okay, well, what is this deal? Tell me about it. The guy said, well, he said, you know how all these goods get shipped around the world by sea? And he said, if you've got, 20 tons of grain and you've got barrels of oil and you've got cartons of electronics, it's a nightmare to load them in and out of the ship and stuff gets mixed up and ruined, he said. So these guys have come up with this invention, which is 20-foot and 40-foot containers with trucks designed to carry them. They get lifted and they get carried onto ships and travel all around the world. He said, and I've just brought to the table the rights to the containerization in USA, and my company's turned it down. And Irving said, you've just found your man.
Air Sea? Was that the name of them, or Land Sea? The company?
I can't remember.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. That would be a good. It sounds like an awkward conversation to have in a men's room at a nice restaurant, but a very profitable one.
Well, I mean, he had no reason to tell a lie, and I thought, what a wonderful story,
Yeah, that'll do it. It's funny. It's being in the right place at the right time, but also being able to take that risk and saying, you know what you're describing will change the world, and I want to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Okay, well, this has been, like I said, an absolute pleasure. Thank you for making yourself available. I know you're in the UK. It's what time is it there? 11 o'clock?
No, it's 10:30.
10:30. So almost 11. So this has really been an honor for me. As I said in email earlier, I think you're the last sort of major executive that I've not talked to yet.
All right.
My Commodore career as a user here. So thank you so much, and I really look forward to seeing you in person, either at Amiwest next year or perhaps Amiga 35th +1 or 2. We'll see how all those things go down. So thank you so much.
Oh, it's a great pleasure, and thank you, the audience, for listening. And if you've got any questions, please don't hesitate. I love meeting all you guys because I've always said, without you people, I wouldn't have had a job. So for me, I absolutely adore meeting all the users, and Whoever would have imagined? You know, seriously, if somebody had said to me 30 years ago, David, you know, in 2020, people are going to be saying, "Can I have your autograph, please?" I'd say, "What the hell are you on? And can I have some, please?" Because it's ridiculous, isn't it? And our community is bigger now than it's ever been. It's phenomenal.
Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, well, have a great day.
Thank you so much indeed. Thanks, everybody. And everybody stay safe, yeah?
Absolutely. We all be very mindful of COVID and keeping hand washing. You know, we talked a little about U.S. and shipping. So I'm going to hang up on David here. So if you want to jump out of the chat. You know, it's also an election season in the U.S. There's some political talk in the channel. So would appreciate if we leave that at the ballot box because there's a lot of heat there. So I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me fire up the tunes on the X500 while I get prepped with Sam. Let me bring up the thing. My little show. Actually, let me check on the show floor. It still looks like a shot of Robert over there. I don't know where. I see Brian in the background. Oh, there's Jerry. Let's actually cut to the show floor real quick. And are you there, Jerry? Let's see if we got the audio working this time. He's going for the microphone. He's trying. I'm waiting for VU on this side. Let's see. Do I have the show as hot? And did you get the browser set up?
Okay, I'm off mute.
Yes, we have audio.
Yes.
That
okay,
is.
so this is the show floor.
That is freaking awesome.
So we've got Mr. Toast. Okay, I'm off mute.
Uh-oh, can you mute the YouTube in the background there? Thank you, sir. So, you know, for those at home watching the stream, the amount of work that we're having to do here is pretty epic to manage all of this. And we've never done this before. We put it together in the last couple of months, I'd say, when we all have day jobs and the world is catching on fire. So, you know, give us hopefully everyone gives us a little bit of a little break there. And I keep pressing the wrong buttons to do this.
So I'm on my Handycam here.
Awesome. And you can hear me, right, Jerry?
Yeah, I can hear you. We're doing good. If I could just get the camera off of the tripod. There we go. So I can give you a little bit around the show floor here. We've got Mr. Toast here live with his equipment. And he's prepared to do a little bit of repair work for us. And then we've got the traditional SAC table with a lot of software, manuals, and other donations that we're selling. We've got a couple of towers that attendees brought in today. So they've set them up to show them off. And we've got, if I can get around here, the game competition back there. And my son's in the distance. I'm watching the email and recording scores, and James is sitting next to him. He's our resident champion. He took 2 trophies home last year, and he wants desperately to take this one. So then beside them, you can't really see, he's gone now, is the info accessories table, where Brian is doing Rebol demos, and he'll have his Rebol segment coming up a little bit later. So that's the show floor background, and then we have people coming and going from the seating here, trying to stay a little bit distant. No one wants to get sick today, so that's the show floor, and then the attendees get the big screen view of the broadcast.
Oh, I see myself. Hello.
So, yep. So that's the show floor this year. We are small but
Awesome.
mighty.
Hey, thank you so much, Jerry, for doing that. So I've got Sam Crow connected to the live stream. Let me go ahead and cut him in by clicking some buttons here. I was not actually expecting him live. That's good. Hey, Sam, you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sam? Yeah. So this is fantastic.
Yes.
Do you want me to go ahead and play the file you sent over?
Yeah,
so
go ahead and play that first, and I'll do a live Q&A afterwards.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. So let me get this set up. Sam was nice enough to record something for us earlier. Let me get my mouse figured out. I love Synergy. It's my favorite thing ever. So let's cut over to the Amiga here. Let's see. You guys can still hear me. My mic's hot. Everyone's all off. Okay. So I'm gonna fire up Sam's presentation here, and we should be rocking and rolling. Oh, whoops! This was the right one. Cut. Where's the audio? Maybe it's just low. Sorry, everyone. I have a lot to manage in terms of moving dials and buttons and all sorts of craziness. Why am I hot there? Is there... This is probably still running. Okay, that's good. Let me make sure this is up. Okay, and let me press this. And hopefully we'll get Sam's audio.
I'd like to present to you two such spin-offs, ARIX and Apollo OS. First, ARIX is a cross between Linux and AROS that sacrifices Amiga-style message passing by reference for Linux-style passing by value. This is to add full memory protection and symmetric multiprocessing. This also adds full compatibility with Linux device drivers and hardware. The Linux compatibility of ARIX brings several possibilities into the picture. Vulkan from Mesa drivers, WebGL from OpenGL ES functionality of Mesa also, and updated web browser support including WebAssembly and JavaScript. Whatever Linux has, ARIX gets. The current incarnation of ARIX is built on several failures of the AROS ecosystem. The first attempt at ARIX was AROS with Linux drivers only. Without Linux compatibility, the drivers wouldn't function correctly. AROS native on the Raspberry Pi failed because the USB drivers needed a binary blob that wasn't portable outside of Linux. AROS graphics drivers were only somewhat source compatible with their Linux counterparts. Implementing ARIX remains a few steps away from a GNU Linux distribution. It implements the library format on top of Linux shared objects in user mode. However, it steps back from POSIX standards to get a more Amiga-like performance. The fact that it uses Mozilla Public License version 2 shields user code from some of the requirements of the GPL license of the Linux kernel. Next up is Apollo OS, the Apollo team's enhanced AROS 68K distribution for the Vampire accelerators and standalone systems. Apollo OS comes standard with the Vampire standalone but will work with all the Vampire accelerators. The other goal is to be lighter than any previous 68K version of AROS to bring it up to the performance level of Amiga OS 3. Unlike Amiga OS 3, however, it will retain its chunky graphics capabilities using the AROS CyberGrafx 3 compatibility. The seemingly duplicated efforts with Hyperion's upcoming Amiga OS 3.2 are necessary for several reasons. Distributors insisted that AROS was not ready for primetime and wanted Amiga OS 3 bundling. The current lawsuit prevented bundling of Amiga OS 3 with a third-party Amiga compatible. The performance lags were due to AROS cross-platform layer of driver support for non-Amiga hardware. The roots of Apollo OS were from an Apollo team member assembling an AROS distribution called AROS Caffeine. This quickly became the framework for adding 6880 specific features including AMMX and Saga. The Apollo OS source code will be available to AROS developers.
All right.
So Sam, we've got you live now.
Yes.
Just to warn you, we're on the stream. People can hear what you're saying.
Yes.
Hopefully they can hear. If I did everything right and clicked all the right buttons at all the right time, then they can hear you.
Yeah.
And
check the stream just to make sure.
Good.
If there,
good.
Nobody's saying echo. Nobody's saying. You got your thing muted.
So, I threw it out to the various channels if there's any questions, but I'll ask a couple since you're here, and this was unexpected and welcome for sure. The question I would have is, I did a little research on ARIX based on your presentation, and what I found was ARIX. Thank you, ARIX. There hasn't been a lot of public material that's been put out. So the question
it's very early.
What's your relationship to the project? Like, what are you? Are you coding for them? Are you testing? What's your relationship?
I am not. I just have been in contact with the author, Dr. Michael Schultz, on Discord on various occasions, and it's one of his projects that he's been working on. I backed him on Patreon for a while, so I got some access there. I'm no longer backing him on Patreon, but it's basically just I'm a fan.
Okay,
I kept up with it a little bit.
Well, thank you for stepping up on the to present it here and to come in and present it on the Amiwest stream. So we definitely appreciate that.
Okay, and it's the general gist of it is that you start out with the Linux kernel and all its drivers, and then you sandwich on top of it a little bit of AROS stuff, a little less than even the hosted AROS would normally have, and so that gives you ARIX. It's very lightweight, almost a Linux distribution, but not quite.
Mm-hmm. So one of the pieces of technology that exists is this thing called Rabbit Hole, which was discussed a couple years back for the WinUAE and the UAE technologies to be able to push native applications into an Amiga frame effectively. I might have the technicals wrong there a little bit, but effectively. Is that sort of going to be available too? So if I have like a PC, I can load ARIX and get an Amiga ARIX, get an Amiga display, and then like run Chrome and just run it like it was a Linux sort of desktop. Is that what we're talking about here?
No. The basic idea of ARIX is that it's a next generation Amiga operating system, so it's running CyberGraphics and AHI on top of a Linux layer, basically.
I see.
So
is that extending to? Yeah, is that extending into like task management? So exec would be gone, and it would be running the Linux kernel for task management, or is it just the driver side of the house, or the supporting side?
It's mainly it's a layer on top of Linux. So exec will still be there, but it will have memory protection, and it'll have symmetric multiprocessing, and it'll have the hierarchical memory constructs that Linux has. So it won't be completely compatible. It breaks compatibility with the message passing.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Other than that, though, other than that, it's pretty much just a Linux with, how should I say this? There was hosted AROS on top of Linux before, and now ARIX thins out that layer even more to let more of the Linux stuff through. So
that's interesting, but it's still recompile. So will AROS native
it will be running native code.
Yeah, but it's not. I won't be able. Is there binary compatibility with any of the existing projects? Maybe that's the right question.
Just Linux.
Okay.
Yeah, you can run other Linux software on top of it.
So, actually, hold on. I'm sorry to. Thank you. My son just delivered a cookie to me, so I can.
That was nice.
Yeah, and there's an eyeball in there.
Okay, everybody, let's get out of here.
Okay.
Let's go.
Visit from my family. So let's talk about Apollo OS. You know, the Apollo team has really shaken things up with their FPGA-based accelerators. I'm really looking forward for the A1200 version. That's the one I'm most interested in. So what's your relationship with Apollo OS?
I'm a former member of the team. I'm not with them anymore. I don't have an Apollo. Apollo accelerator anymore. The one I did have was borrowed. So I demoed that at Amiwest a few years ago, though. So if you remember the early A500 prototype of the Vampire, I showed that at Amiwest. I think it was 2013.
Yeah, I remember you played the Mac emulator. You were running Basilisk and running one
Shapeshifter.
Shapeshifter and running one of the games.
It was Shapeshifter.
Blown away. It was like a real Mac, totally smooth.
Yeah, it was actually faster than a real Mac. The 68080 is about 5 times faster than the fastest 060 already. So it's not the fastest 060, but it's getting there.
Yeah,
it's faster than, and so they were running into problems though with the fact that Amiga OS doesn't have a lot of support for the extensions like the AMMX, the vector unit. So they're starting out with AROS 68K, and they're thinning it out, taking out all the parts that would only make sense on like a PC architecture or maybe an Amiga 1 architecture, and then thinning it out so that it'll be more Amiga native.
Yeah,
but it's still.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting.
It's basically they're just starting over with AROS and trying to make it a new Amiga OS, and it is compatible backwardly, and that's their goal is to make it backwardly compatible.
Yeah,
so that's the other extreme.
Yeah.
And
Both ends of the spectrum.
You mentioned WinUAE earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned WinUAE earlier. This one has a WinUAE version. So, I mean, they had to leave off all the AMMX stuff to make it work and use a WinUAE driver for the video and stuff. But other than that, it's the same thing. It runs compatibly with Amiga OS 3 software.
Wow. You bring it up. I imagine someday WinUAE will have a 68080 implementation. It just is going to happen at some point.
Well, it's not going to come from Tony Whelan. He's not interested.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's amazing to see what happens on the emulation and all these different operating systems, and all this activity. It is just literally just incredible. So, any other questions for Sam? So someone is asking about ARIX for like the Raspberry Pi. I think that's one of the goals, right? Was to have a much more compatible and functional operating system for that type of hardware.
Yes, that's one of the main targets, in fact. The fact that it has symmetric multiprocessing means it'll take full advantage of it. The Raspberry Pi has 4 cores. I'm thinking a typical arrangement might have 3 cores devoted to ARIX and the 4th one using a hypervisor or something just to run AROS, so that you can have a little more compatibility on that 1 core and run a JIT. And then,
interesting.
At least that's what I've suggested to Michael Schultz, and he seemed receptive, I think.
Okay.
It's still real early. We won't see what happens for a while yet.
Well, fantastic. Well, you know what? Next year, a year from now, Amiwest 2021. Hopefully, you'll be there in person, and who knows? Maybe we'll have some of these projects running on the show floor like we have in the past. So this is great. Thank you so much for jumping in, Sam. Thank you.
Sure thing.
I know Doug is listening to the stream. If you want to dial in, Doug, we can. Let me cut this to me. If you want to dial in now, then we can switch over to Doug Compton, who's going to give us the updates on the art competition and a few other things. Oh, is Doug here? Oh, he's already there. Yeah, we're done. Thanks, Sam. Okay, Doug, you should be able to connect to your audio. I didn't see the. I've not used the waiting room in Zoom before, and now I understand how it works. So thank you for dialing in, Doug. There's a Doug. Let me cut it over. Okay, this is fantastic. So, welcome to the Amiwest broadcast. We should be live here. Let me just look at the levels to make sure.
How's my audio? Is my audio okay?
I think it's loud and clear. It sounds great in my headphones, so I think the folks at home are going to enjoy it. You've been tuned into the stream. I've seen you leaving some comments behind. Hopefully the quality has been there and it's been enjoyable so far.
Absolutely. I've been really enjoying it. Not quite as fun as being there like I was last year, but hey, it's the second best thing. Absolutely fantastic. And I just love that we've got like almost a couple hundred people enjoying this and sharing this. This is just fantastic.
No, it is. It's been a real pleasure. I mentioned earlier, like, you're a YouTuber, right? So I'll ask if people want to subscribe to the channel. That'd be helpful, just to get that tracking, if you will, or notification of people that care about what we're doing. So definitely appreciate that. So you're here to talk about a couple of different things, and obviously we'd love to have this. Have it all done live at the show, but the power of the internet is at our fingertips here. So why don't we start talking about the art competition, and why don't you sort of introduce what that's about and who the people were, and let me know which video and when, and we'll get those. We'll switch over to them.
Sure thing. Hi, I'm Doug from 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast. No, that's how I introduce my show. Sorry, I couldn't help it. So yeah, like I was saying, I had such a great time at Amiwest last year, and it was just so fantastic. And I'm so glad to be able to present the results of the Amiga art contest here this year too. I think that's just awesome. For those of you who don't know me, I started with the Amiga back in 1988 with my Amiga 500. Before that, I was a VIC-20 kid and a Commodore 64 kid. But I got my Amiga 500 back in '88. Loved it, used it for business, used it for games, used it for creativity. Upgraded to my Amiga 3000 in about 1991 or 1992, and used that as my main machine until like 95 when it finally died. And then I still followed the Amiga community very closely for years after that. But I became one of those Amiga users who would bring his Amiga 500 out of the storage a couple times a year, play a few games, relive some old memories, spend a little time on Amiga.org, and then put it away again. And over time, I did manage to collect a few more Amigas, like 6 or 8 more Amigas in that time, but I never really used them. It was the same thing, take them out, use them, put them away. And 2018, I started thinking about the Amiga again. I was listening to the podcast. If you guys remember Lorfarius and his Amiga Rama podcast where we review games, I picked that up on one of the podcast channels, started listening to it, started thinking, there's still a community out there of Amiga users that really, really enjoy it and use it all the time. And how am I going to get back into the community without just doing what I always did, which is pull out the Amigas, play with them, put them away? And I decided starting my own YouTube channel was the way to go. So I worked with my son, who was 14 at the time. He's almost 16 now. And he and I got some ideas put together and what to do, and did some test recordings, and decided just to start the channel and go full bore on it. And I was amazed how quickly people picked up on it and started using it, because there was a hunger for more Amiga content. Now, I was watching the Guru Meditation, and Amiga Bill's turned out to be a great friend of mine. But back then I was watching some Guru Meditations. I watched his whole back channel of videos. I was watching a little bit of the Amigos, my good friends, Boat and Aaron, who I hope are watching the show. I'm not sure. And I was seeing what kind of stuff they were doing. And I noticed a lot of people were concentrating on games on the Amiga, which is fantastic. But not so much, except for maybe Bill and I, concentrating on the hardware and the cooler software and the more creative aspects of the Amiga. So that's what I started directing my channel towards, covering the hardware, covering the software, covering just the cool things that you could do with it, and the modern things that you could buy to stick in our Amigas to make them even more powerful. I thought that was just awesome. And so 2019 rolls along, And I know I'm contributing to the Amiga community with a weekly show, but I thought, what else can we do to really get people excited and get them thinking about their Amigas again? And being that the Amiga is the computer for the creative mind, as Commodore told us in one of their better advertising campaigns, and believe it or not, in the late 80s, they actually did have some pretty cool advertising campaigns. I mean, they'd have some big, heavy-hitting actors and stars appear in some of their papers that they'd come out with, and some of their informational material that they would send out. And it was some pretty cool stuff. They just didn't stick with it and push it how it needed to be pushed. But oh well. So I started thinking of the creative angles of things, and everybody knows the Amiga was fantastic doing artwork. So I thought, well, let's put on a little competition. Maybe we'll have, 6, 7, 8 people send in a couple of pictures, and we can put them up on Twitter and Facebook. And it started getting some good response after I announced the Amiga art contest in 2019. It started getting some good response, and I started getting some really, really nice submissions. So I knew I couldn't do it alone, because it'd be really, really boring, like watching a live stream of just me presenting these pieces of art. So I thought, I need somebody I can bounce ideas off of and talk with and rate this artwork, and somebody who's actually into Amiga art. So I got a hold of my friend Vicky, who you all know as Pixel Vixen. Please subscribe to her channel. She's a great person. She's living over in Japan now, so I don't know if she can tune in right now. But she does some great Amiga pixel art. She does some great Amiga tutorials on her channel. And she's a pillar of the Amiga community without a doubt. And please, if you don't support her, support her. But I got in touch with Vicky and asked her if she would help me with the Amiga art contest. And she was excited to do it. I was pleased that she was excited to do it. And it turned out to be a lot bigger than I imagined. That first year, in 2019, we got like 28 submissions into the hand-drawn category. We got 8, 10 into the photo category. We got 3 or 4 into the 3D category. But for the first year doing it, I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. That's not bad. So on to 2020. 2019 was a great success for the art contest. On to 2020, I thought, oh, let's make it a little bigger. So I got in touch with my friend and your friend, Kevin Saunders, Invent71. He's done the, Amiga Bill's mentioned him a while ago. He's done the artwork for things like Reshooter, and he's done a lot of the work on the Rygar game. He did a lot of the graphics for that, and the brand new game for PCs, Iridium, which is a spiritual successor to Uridium on the Commodore 64 and on the Amiga. He did all the artwork for that. And the guy's just phenomenal. He also did this. Oh, he did. He is so talented. He has more talent in his pinky than in this entire body here. Yeah, he did my logo there for 10-minute Amiga Retrocast, which I absolutely love. And great close-up of your face there. Oh, nice of your eye. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, just me? Okay. Lovely. No, I loved it. It was perfect. I wish that everyone could have experienced that, Bill. That was a fantastic close-up of your eye. Hmm. Oh, it belongs to Alex? Yeah. Okay. Alex is in the chat now from what I saw. He's a great guy. Yeah. I just ordered another SCSI to SD from him 2 or 3 days ago. It should be in next week. And I sent one back to him that I broke. Uh-huh. So what was I saying? Oh, yeah. Amiga Art Contest 2020. So this year, Kevin did all of the artwork for the Amiga Art Contest 2020 poster. And I know just about everybody in the chat has seen that because I kind of flooded like Twitter and Facebook and stuff with it. So, but he did a great job, and God bless him. He's a fantastic guy. And sorry, we decided to open up a new category too. We already had 3D renderings, we had photo editing category, and we had the hand-drawn category. And I thought, you know, Paula Chip is so fantastic. Let's open up a mod category too. Like if you listen to Amiga Bill's Twitch stream, he introduces just about every show by playing a couple of really, really awesome mod files from creators. And so I thought, you know, people are still creating this stuff out here. Why not introduce that category and allow people to submit their mod files? And so they did, and you'll hear them in a couple minutes. Just fantastic jobs. And also this year, we got a couple of fantastic sponsors for the show. Lucas from RetroReady.1 decided he was going to help us out with the prizes for the first place winners. And so he sent me some great compact flash to IDE adapters. He sent a Gotek, an actual Gotek drive for an Amiga 500 to give away as a prize. Some cool covers for your Amiga 600 and 1200. And I also threw in a copy of Amiga Forever that Mike from Cloanto gave to me last year. He said, maybe you can give this away as a prize sometime. So I'm doing that too to fill out the thing. And then for our second place winners, we opened up a second place category just because there's so many awesome people out there. I wanted to spread the love. We're offering for our second place prize winners either this awesome 10-minute Amiga Retrocast mug, which all of you should order from teespring.com/10mark. And, I'm sorry, or one of Pixel Vixen's awesome t-shirts. This is her Amiga 500 t-shirt here. And she's got 2, 3, 4 other designs. So I'm letting the second place winners choose whether they want a mug or a t-shirt. It's really great. And I'm sure they're going to be worth just immense amounts of money in the future. Absolutely. Yep. So the rules for the contest were simple. If it's made on an Amiga, or it goes through an Amiga, or you did something with it on an Amiga, it counts. I had people submit things from they made on their Amiga 500s with Deluxe Paint 2. I had people submit things that they made on their Amiga 1 X5000s with that Sketchblock, that program that you mentioned earlier with the gentleman. He designed some artwork in Sketchblock. Absolutely beautiful. And any kind of Amigas. And MorphOS, that's still so strongly influenced by the Amiga. That counts too. So our good pal Eric Schwartz, who you'll see some of his artwork in a while, he did some of the work that he did. He did part of it on a G4 running MorphOS. Fully counts. Vampire, fine. I do the whole thing in WinUAE, more power to you. As long as the heart and soul of the art that you create is touched by the Amiga, it counts. So let's start out, if you don't mind, in the 3D category, because that's what I did on the live stream. The live stream was like 4.5 hours. It was just crazy. But this won't be 4.5 hours, I promise. So if you can roll the tape for the AAC 2020 3D, that would be just Ducky.
So what I've done, you'll see it too as part of my camera, but I'll cut over to it and let's have a listen and a look.
thinking I can probably play it back manually. Let me get over to it here. Now you can't hear that audio there, can you?
I can. It's just a little faint. So we're working through the technical details live here. So. Yeah, let's go to the next one and see if this next file has the audio. It also could have been a player problem on my side. So sorry everyone for some technical difficulties. I don't know why the file that I was supposed to render there did not have music.
Let me just make sure that the music plays on mine.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing over here. Yeah, it doesn't appear that that one does. Let me check the next one. Sorry, guys. So, yeah, the next one's good.
Oh, you can hear the audio on the next one?
Yeah, the next one's good. Let's go ahead and run the next one. Unless you want to talk about 3D. And we lost your camera, Doug, if you could turn back on.
Sure. Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Do you want to talk about the 3D contest?
Yes, I do.
And then we'll kick into hand-drawn.
As a matter of fact, I do. I wanted to talk about, and I apologize that the mod file didn't play on there. I'll make sure you guys can hear that Azure Beta's mod file. It's absolutely incredible, called Out of Time. So like I said, we split this into first place and second place. And the second place winner, now let's make sure that my video is going to work here. And right now, you should be seeing a piece of artwork from our good pal, ARIX Schwartz. And I think everybody knows who ARIX Schwartz is. And he did such an incredible job on this Amiga 35 artwork in including just the entire generation of Amigas from the beginning until more modern Amigas right now. And it's just absolutely, absolutely beautiful. And then for our first place winner, bring this guy up here.
Image effects, love it.
Oh, it's beautiful, yeah. And all of these are being displayed on a real Amiga. This is my my Vampire A500, and it's my original Amiga 500 from 1987 that I've now vampirized. This is done by Remy from Remy Media. And we just thought that this was such a beautiful image, such a beautifully rendered 3D image that also includes a little bit of Commodore spark and Commodore personality with the logo on there and the Boing Ball spilled wine. And it was actually really, really difficult. I mean, how do you put ARIX Schwartz in second place in any kind of art contest? I mean, it's just, how do you do that? But Vicky and I had our patrons on Patreon vote with us. So I supplied them all of the artwork in advance, and they got back to me with their top 3 in each category. And Vicky and I looked at that and put their decisions, what they liked, and weighed that into the final balance. And with their weight, their added weight of their votes, it pushed Boing Wine up into the top position. And I think you'll agree. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous picture.
And how was that created? Do you have the backstory on that?
Yes, I do. And he did that in, oh heavens, now you're making me remember here. But yes, I do have the backstory on that. And I will have that on my website, amigaartwork.com. On most of them, I'm adding in details about how they created it into the caption of each picture. But yes, he did provide me with that information.
That's fantastic.
And, but yes, it was all done on Amigas.
Very cool. Shall we roll the hand-drawn or photo?
Yeah, no, we want to do photo next. And photos, Amiga can import JPEG images, no problem at all. So it's so easy to get your images into the Amiga now. Image Effects reads them right in. AdPro reads them right in. Even Personal Paint 7.3, which is still available brand new, reads JPEG images right in. So it's so easy to get a photo in. And all we ask you to do, edit a little bit, put a little flair on it, a little Amiga creativity. And so yeah, let's go ahead and roll the clip and see how they look. Wonderful. So just incredible. These images, these photographic images, they range from ham 6 images. Mine that I put on there, that's actually just a 32 color image that I converted from a 24-bit photo. But people submitted them from OCS ham 6 all the way up to 3500 by 3500 pixels 24-bit images that were modified on an X5000 Amiga, and just did a fantastic job. But let's talk about the winners in each category here. Let me just call them up. It'll take me just a second to bring up the Amiga. Now everybody is going to know this person right here because this is our good friend Amiga Bill who did this photo. And this one is called Tron Disc.
Nope, we're looking. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, it just has to switch between RTG and standard Amiga graphics. And he did this one. It's a photograph of a Tron video game. This thing is in 16 colors, high resolution, 640 by 400, in 16 colors, and it still is able to pick up that gorgeous, gorgeous neon color. Just a fantastic image. So Bill got second place with this one. Now let's switch over and take a look at our first place winner. Head back to Image Effects. Real-time entertainment here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this one was done by Rob Dugan, and he did this on an Amiga 1 machine. This was originally 3500 by 3500 pixels, and we thought this was just so clever because it gives you the impression that you're on the other side of the wall that he was painting on, and he's painting on it, so you're like this invisible figure on the opposite side of the wall watching the artist himself paint this picture. And the patrons and Vicky and I just agreed that this was a very, very clever image. And this is the guy that won first place in the photo contest. We'll switch back to my handsome mug here. There I am. And yeah, the music files, the mod files, this last one you heard was from our good friend Citizen, and you should subscribe to their YouTube channel too because they're just hilarious. And they submitted that mod file, and absolutely beautiful. And the next, he was the next category, the hand-drawn category, you'll be listening to the winner of the mod file category too, which was Simone with Drift Angel. So you'll hear that in a minute. Now, the hand-drawn category was absolutely the biggest. Obviously, everyone knows Deluxe Paint. Everybody's heard of the Amiga for hand-drawing images, and so we just get a ton of submissions. Last year, we got 28 submissions in the hand-drawn category. This year, we got like 100 submissions. It was just incredible. And dozens and dozens of people sending in their files. It was just beautiful. They used everything from Deluxe Paint 2 to Brilliance to image effects, which you're seeing on my screen as I show some of these images. Photon Paint, I got a lot of them. People using Personal Paint 7.3, which is still available brand new from our friends at Aeon and Amiga Kit. This video will take a few minutes, so let's give it a look and a listen at the hand-drawn category. Great. Perfect. So I think everybody will agree that those are some pretty awesome images, ranging from hand-drawn, very cartoonish but absolutely gorgeous Amiga style, to some of the images almost looking photographic. Like, for example, the moon image, that looks like it's an actual picture of the moon, but he completely drew that by hand. He was going for a photographic look. Just incredible. I'm so impressed with what everybody did, and the packages that they used, and the creativity that they used. But let's talk about the winners. Let's talk about the second place winner. We're going to switch over to the Amiga again. This one. Oh, when I first got this one in, I think I stared at it for like 5 minutes on my Amiga screen. Just the intensity of it, just the detail that they put into it. This was done by Mops/Alcatraz, member of the Alcatraz demo group. Is it the Joker? Is it David Bowie? I don't know. It's one of the two. But just such an incredible image overall. I'm just so impressed with this one. And so this was our second prize winner. And our first place winner, let me switch over the Amiga here. And we'll get our image effects screen up here. Lovely blue screen. I hope you guys are enjoying the blue screen. There we go. Switch over, and we're going to look at our friend Kevin Saunders. He did this image called Half Bright Fish that just was incredible. This is done in 640 by 512 extra half bright mode on an AGA Amiga. Did the whole thing in brilliance, and he also has a video on YouTube on his channel that goes through step by step how he created it. You can literally see him, and he sped it up like 10 times. But you could literally see him create every bit of this image and the amount of detail that went into it. And my goodness, this is just such an impressive image. This absolutely got our first place prize in the hand-drawn art category. Let's switch out of there. But that is not all. Go back to my mug here. We also had an overall best of show grand prize category that we did. And the prize for this category is from Edu Arana. And if you don't know Edu Arana, you need to get to know him. His website is at arananet.net. I'm sure somebody can put that up in the chat. But he builds these fantastic hardware accessories for the Amiga, whether it's something cool like this little guy right here. Yes, I said little guy, Pete, which is a relocator for the 68,000 chip inside of an Amiga 1000 that you can also put a ROM chip on. Wonder what I'm going to do with this with a brand new Vampire coming in. Who knows? But the overall grand prize was an actual un-Amiga board, which is the FPGA solution that I've done a couple of shows on that fits right into an Amiga 500 case. Integrates with the keyboard, has mouse and joystick ports and everything. And this thing will emulate an Amiga 1200 running at about 20-25 megahertz with 20 megabytes of RAM. Excuse me, full AGA on it. Plays games beautifully, runs Workbench beautifully, and oh my goodness, what a great first prize. So thank you, Edu. But let's take a look at who won that prize. I'll get that up on the screen just 1 second. Come here, Amiga Vampire. There you go. This image was done by Chorhem. I know I've butchered his name. This is based, of course, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger, but it was based on a scene from Predator. This is a still that he took the still and he copied it bit by bit, and he sent me an actual JPEG image of how he drew this one little bit at a time, filling in Arnold's face, drawing the gun. He did this 16 colors in 320 by 256. 16 colors in this image, and yet he was still able to achieve such detail in Arnold's face. That is not a look of fear in Arnold's face, because Arnold doesn't feel fear. That's surprise, not fear. But he just got the detail so perfect that myself and Vicky and most of the patrons who voted decided, yeah, this thing is absolute top of the heap. So our good friend Roar Chorhem got first place in everything. He won the grand prize. Let's get back to Douglas here. Here I am. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So thanks to RetroReady.1 for the prizes. Thanks to Edu Arana for the prizes. And thanks to everybody for watching and entering in the contest. Everybody did just an absolutely fantastic job. And if anyone has any questions about the contest or about my channel or the Amiga in general, ask away. Do we have anything in the questions down there, Bill?
Let me check. I don't think so. I think the general comments are that the artwork is very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And your selections of the winners and your Patreon selections was spot on. A lot of hard things to choose from, for sure. But I don't think, I mean, you know, you're one of those folks that is really available as well.
Yeah.
With all that you're doing. And I don't see any questions. But thank you so much for your time and being able to join us at the Amiwest stream. I'm sure had we been in person, you'd be there, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're a convert.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would have 100% been there.
Yep.
I had two tables reserved, too. I had enough stuff to fill up 2 tables, and just wasn't the right time.
Yeah, no, we all understand that. But we'll see you next year. We're looking forward to playing Mario Kart again. I'll try to get some practice in so you don't school me as bad.
That was a lot of fun. Yes, it was.
That was good times. Good times.
And don't forget, everybody, tomorrow I'm going to be hosting a live chat for Amiwest. It's going to be a go-to-meeting meeting. We can have up to 250 people dial in face-to-face, looking at this handsome mug all day long for 7 hours. And we'd love to have you join in, even if it's just maybe in a chat or something like that. But we'd love to have you join in face-to-face. There's a lot of topics we're going to cover. I got a whole list of things that we're going to cover. We're going to have some great, fantastic guests, including someone who's in the chat right now, Chris Edwards, who has a fantastic YouTube channel that you have to subscribe to. He's a former CATS engineer, which is the Commodore Technical Support Repair Center. And the guy's got so much Amiga hardware knowledge, it's unbelievable. And it's so much fun to watch him do his videos as he, beats his Amiga 2000 into submission to get some part to work. But yeah, he's a cool guy. Love him.
Great.
We're going to have Amiga Love stop by, Eric from Amiga Love, and he may or may not have a surprise for us. He says he may have the information to drop some cool Amiga knowledge for us, so we'll see about that. Boat and Aaron from the Amigos, they're going to be dropping by. Hopefully both of them can drop by because, that's always a good time. And maybe Boat and I will have a serious down-to-earth discussion about whether AGA is or is not good quality graphics, good quality material. Hint, it's awesome, Boat. No, AGA is awesome. Also, some of the guys from Pixel Gaiden Podcast, who I think are members of SAC, if I remember properly. But we're going to have Eric certainly stopping by, Sanxion, who's Tim Drew over in England, who's also a member of The Future Was 8-Bit. He's going to try and drop in for some little bit of Q&A, and hopefully we can get Cody Hoffman to join in too, but I didn't get a confirmation from him. And about noon California time, we're going to have Jack Kalk and hopefully Taylor Kalk of Pints and Amiga stop in. And if you want to see 2 guys drinking beer, having the absolute best time playing Amiga games for hours, Pints and Amiga, hilarious. They're so much fun. They're such great salt-of-the-earth guys that you're going to really, really enjoy talking to them and getting to know them tomorrow. So I'll put the link in the chat after this. But please, everybody, come on down tomorrow between 10 and 5, and we're going to have some fun.
I think the link is also on the Amiwest main page.
It is, yep.
If I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fantastic. Well, thanks again, Doug. It was great to see you, and tomorrow's going to be a real hoot.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully I'll get a chance to dial in. I've got I'm burning a lot of family time doing this today, so
I hear you.
I'm not sure I'll be able to do it for tomorrow, but definitely be there in spirit.
Yeah, my wife works all day on Sunday, so I'm free and clear. It's good.
Good for you. Mine is juggling children, and it's if you're married, then you'll know what I'll have to go through at the end of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Doug.
You bet. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
So that was Doug joining us from Arizona, I believe. And next year be live. Big shout out to all the people on the stream, on YouTube, on chat. Really appreciate you guys hanging in there with us. Just a reminder, we are running a games competition. We have a beautiful trophy. Here is the latest scores. We have Lewarski, if I said that correctly, 12 million points. It's actually not that hard to get there once you get on a roll. Jimmy with 1.3, GS with 1.3, Dan with 500, and Jerry just above 100,000. Unfortunately, I was hoping to try to get some playtime on this. Maybe I'll sneak in a game and try to get myself on the board there. But again, the game is Deluxe Galaga. You can find it on Aminet. You can get it as part of the Amiga Forever package. Really playable, really easy to pick up. Highly recommend it. Get those scores in and participate, because we have a trophy and it's freaking fantastic. So right now I'm going to kick it over to George Skatanos, if I said that correctly, forgive me, George, who's going to talk about development. This is cross-compiling and building out a CI/CD pipeline with Docker. This video is going to be on the Amiwest YouTube channel at the end of this. At the end of the video, roughly, maybe I think 4 o'clock is when I scheduled it. But I'll go ahead and kick it over to George. We can talk about the development situation.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having fun this year on Amiwest. People from your home and everywhere you are. I'd like to thank Amiwest for having me, for hosting this presentation. And I'm here to talk to you about the cross-development for Amiga and continuous integration and continuous deployment using Docker. My name is George Sekanos. You can find me after Volcano in different forums. Let me start my presentation by an introduction about me. I'm a software engineer. I'm Greek, and the last 2 years I live in Dublin, Ireland. I'm a beta tester for Amiga OS 4, Amiga OS 3, and X1000, X5000, and the latest Tabor A1222 from Aeon. And also I'm a beta tester for the enhancer package that Amiga keeps deploying. Also, I'm a system administrator and developer on different websites related to Amiga and different applications running on Amiga or help on Amiga development, which we might see in the future. What I'm going to talk to you about is Docker and how we can use it on development, cross-development for the Amiga, and what are the benefits of using Docker for this process. We will see how to set up a VBCC and GCC for Amiga development on our system, how we can use Docker with the VS Code IDE, and also how we can introduce continuous integration and continuous delivery in our process using Docker always. So, first of all, what Docker is? Docker is an open platform for developing, shipping, and running applications. It is used broadly right now for from a lot of companies, and the benefits are a lot. And using Docker, you can make production and deploying of your applications much faster on an isolated environment, which you can be sure that your application is going to work as it was working on development process. Parts of Docker are, if you are not familiar with Docker, have that in mind like a virtual machine. So a virtual machine has different parts. Docker uses images as the hard disk, let's say, of the virtual machine with the operating system and all the necessary applications already installed in there. Containers are the actual machine, the actual virtual machine that uses parts of the image to run the software, and also maybe it uses parts of the host machine to communicate with the host machine, like the network connection. Networks are a part of the Docker infrastructure that has to do with how the containers communicate with each other and how they communicate with the outside world. And volumes are the mounted, let's say, partitions or hard disks that you can share from the host machine and the container itself, so that you can exchange parts of code or software, etc. The benefits of using Docker in development are a lot, and here I have a list of a few of them. First of all, it is easy and really fast to set it up on your machine. We will see the process later on demo. And this can be done from the experience of setting this up on any machine is the same, not depending on the operating system. It is a standardized development environment. So if you are working on a team and everyone is using Docker, then everyone is having the same development environment with exactly the same software. It supports all major operating systems, and it works just fine on Linux, on Mac OS, on Windows. So you can use it on any operating system that you want. You can use also any tool you like for development. You are not restricted by the operating system or the environment that someone built for you. That's how you can use any version control system that you would like to support for your project, or any IDE that you would like to use. The development environment is isolated by the host machine and the other development environment that you might have. So you cannot harm other installations. Let's say if you would like to have a VBCC installation and a GCC installation on the same machine, or if you would like to have different VBCC installations for different CPUs. Everything can be isolated, and this cannot break the other installation. You can have multiple compilers on the same machine, so with no extra hassle on bringing them on your machine, because everything is isolated on its own, let's say, virtual machine somehow. It also, Docker has a small footprint, which means that it is not so huge to install something on your machine, and even if you make changes, these changes are stored in a way that only the differences based on this on the source image are stored on your machine, and not different versions of the same thing. For example, if you have a virtual machine, an actual virtual machine using VirtualBox or something like that, if you want to have the same virtual machine but with a different installation, you actually copy the hard disk of the virtual machine and create a separated second hard disk, and where you make your changes. With Docker, you can have the base installation, and above that, you can make only the changes for, let's say, VBCC for 68K CPU, or the changes for VBCC for the PPC CPU. So the base installation is only once written or stored in your computer, and the rest of the changes are separated, stored on your computer. So you don't have 2 times the same thing stored on your hard disk. Code can be shared between the host machine and the Docker containers, and you can access them from both sides. Docker can be used as well on continuous integration, continuous deployment processes, just like Jenkins or Circle CI or Drone CI. You can also have a version control of the implementations of your Docker images, since these are actually code that is executed when you build a new image. So if you would like to have different versions of these images, you can store them in your GitHub or somewhere like that. And if something breaks on the newest version, you can always roll back to the previous version and use it as well. the Docker images are expandable, so you can get something that someone else built and build your own solution on top of that. And also Docker has a big community of developers, which is always helpful for finding the best solutions and help from other people. And also, you not always have to build everything from scratch, but take something that is out there and make your changes and build your own solution that works for you fine and the way that you would like to work.
Thank you, George. Definitely appreciate taking the time. The full video is about an hour long. It goes through all the steps to do the work to get a cross-development environment set up on a PC or Mac, I believe. And you can watch it on the YouTube stream, the YouTube channel here in just a minute. Our next presenter, so we're at, let me check the schedule here. Actually, Jerry's been doing a good job of keeping this guy live. Oh, we haven't updated the schedule. So let me just overlay it real quick. So we've got George just wrapped up at 3:45, so we're almost on time. Actually, we're a bit ahead of time, actually. I've got Brian Deneen scheduled with a video at 4 o'clock, and then we'll have Jamie Kruger at 4:30 p.m. These times are all Pacific times. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll have Stephen Soley on the live stream as well. So, you know, big shout out to the folks on the show floor. I think our show floor cam is down due to technical difficulties, but that's okay. Just a big reminder, you know, we've got the Deluxe Galaga game going on. I don't see a lot more scores have come in since the last time we checked. So I highly recommend playing the game, trying to get a good score there, and trying to win the trophy. I know I'm going to be trying here shortly. So, you know, while we're on the stream and talking about what's next, as Doug was talking about, we'll have the GoToMeeting tomorrow. More of a dynamic chat with the full. Everyone can kind of interact with each other, which will be very exciting. The Amiwest will be happening again next year. Not sure about the Amiga 35th, whether we'll try to get that done next year or whether it's going to be 2022. The reality is that we'd have to plan something for the beginning of summer so that the two shows in California don't really collide with each other. We wouldn't want to step on the Amiwest toes, obviously. So I'm unsure if we'll have something in 21, but we'll probably do something in 22. So stay tuned for that announcement. So we got about 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and fire up the thing I was meaning to do earlier today, and show that those images, play some tunes for the stream here, and that will take us out till we get to back on the schedule and to Brian's to Brian's presentation. So definitely take this as a break for the next, say, 10 minutes, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes with Brian Deneen's presentation on the Rebol technologies. Okay, we're back. Gotta press all the buttons. I do that on the... I don't know if anyone's using Zoom or whatever for their professional meetings these days, but making sure you press all the buttons is actually really important. Those are great, fantastic pictures from the past of Amiwests. And, you know, it's funny. There's so many stories. Like, we had Dick Van Dyke produce a video. He didn't show up, but he produced a video, sent one of his assistants to the show. We're, like, hanging out in the hot tub after at one of the hotels and talking about how Dick Van Dyke uses his video toaster. That was pretty interesting. We've had some hijinks in the past. One time I got pulled over because we were riding around a pickup truck with two people in the back, and I now know that's illegal in California, but the cop pulls us over and he's like, you know it's illegal to ride in the back in California? And everyone who was in the vehicle and in the back was like, no. And the officers were very skeptical, and they said, can we see your driver's license? And I think, if I recall correctly, we had a Maryland, a Virginia, a North Dakota, and a Texas. And the officers were like, oh, well, okay. Well, don't do that again. So we all had to cram into the front of the car. It was pretty nuts. Lots of great stories from Amiwest, and definitely missing being there in person, and looking forward to making it next time in 2021. So let me take a moment to give just another shout out onto the Amiga software scene. There's a lot of new games, especially for the Classic, that are available. There's new games for OS4. There's software for sale. You know, what we hear a lot about hardware sales too, and hardware devices. Definitely, the key is that as the Amiga community, to support those folks that are prioritizing the Amiga for their free time. Like Andy, we heard from him earlier. And even, you know, as Doug was talking about, Patreon channels to support those that are making content, the Amigos and all the other people out there who could be doing something else, but they choose to be supporting this particular hobby, which is really just fantastic. So without further ado, I'm going to cut this over to a video that Brian had filmed a few days past, knowing that we're going to have some chaos from the show floor and whatnot. So he filmed this at his home studio to talk about the Rebol technologies. He mentioned that a little bit in his opening speech. Sorry, I got distracted by the YouTube channel. Robert Hamilton was asking a question about I'll use the term gentleman, who had the DeLorean car. I believe that's Ryan Merlansky. He was in some of the photos there, if you caught him shooting by. But I think that's part of what's going to be in Vampires or Vultures to Vampires. I know that Trevor was asking around Mr. Merlansky. Lots of crazy stories about that guy, Amiwest and beyond. Anyway, blast from the past. Without further ado, let's kick in Brian here to talk about the Rebol programming, or Rebol programming language, and what it can do for you.
Hello and welcome to Amiwest 2020. My name is Brian Deneen. I'm part of the organizational framework here at Amiwest, and it's good to have you viewing with us here online in our expanded online format. I'm here to give a presentation on Rebol, the relative expression-based object language invented by Carl Sassenrath back in the late 1990s. And you may recognize his name. As part of the original Amiga team, he was indeed the writer of the Amiga kernel, which is still in use in current versions of Amiga OS going forward. And somewhat after the time when he was on the original Amiga OS team and had done other product development for Amiga, notably the Amiga 3000 and other things that are associated with that, CDTV, a couple of other things. He was looking for a programming language that was more powerful than what he was using and yet simpler than what he was using. Now, kind of a tall order, considering that he was an experienced programmer, still is, in his current work as the chief engineer at Roku. But he couldn't find what he wanted, and so he decided to make one. And that's how Rebol came into being. So Rebel is a metadata interpreted scripting language. And the goal of the language is to do simple things simply and to do complex development more compactly. The capabilities of Rebel, you can do simple computing tasks in a few words of code. Like you can find out what the number of days are between today and your next birthday, if you want to do that. There's a little Rebel script that'll do that. And that's one illustration of how simple it can actually be. You can also develop and deploy applications more quickly and easily than with other methods. And they're very capable applications that do whatever you want to do with a computer, which is what attracted me to it. I am not a programmer. I am a Rebel enthusiast, basically just a fan of the language. And I can't really say that I've learned the whole Rebel language and understand everything about it. Indeed, I don't know whether that will ever happen because there is so much flexibility inherent in the platform. But I digress here. More capabilities. Rebel has graphics layering and sound capabilities as well. And it's described as an internet communication language. This was one of Carl's goals originally and continued to be able to use Rebel as both client and server to transfer data, applications, audio, video, whatever you wanted to, across the internet in a simple yet powerful fashion. Rebel is modeled after the most familiar human communication, which is language itself. And scripts are very compact, usually less than a page, for some very powerful kinds of applications. And once you're familiar with the simple syntax that Rebel requires, and it is really very simple compared to other programming languages such as C or C++, Python, any of those. Rebel is much simpler in syntax. Once you become aware of what that is, scripts are even human readable, very much like English. You can look at a script once you are familiar with the syntax and tell just exactly what the scripter was up to, which is often not the case with other languages, as those of you who are programmers know. Now, one of the more powerful features in Rebel is the ability to create dialects. And I understand that there are dialects available in other languages as well. And this is one of the more powerful abilities in Rebel, where you can create your own programming language with the ability to dialect in Rebel. This involves assigning any size Rebel code block to a word or to a symbol, and then using those words and symbols in scripting. And so you can identify a dialect at the front of the script, and then Rebel then switches over to whatever you have defined in order to use those particular blocks in what you're doing in scripting. Now, as an example, one user wrote an entire GUI script using his own Rebel dialect made of punctuation marks only. Periods, semicolons, colons, question marks, slashes, backslashes. It's very interesting to see the script, and even more interesting to see the result, because even though that one was not human readable, it illustrates the point that dialect structure is only limited by the scripter's imagination. So there are no real hard and fast limits in Rebel, and that's one of the reasons that I think it makes it easy to learn, easy to use. Now, one of the dialects in Rebel that comes with the standard distribution is called Rebel View, and that is the one that I have used the most. So I use, within that dialect, I use the MakeDoc script in Rebel View to make many of the Amiwest web pages. And so let's take a look at Rebel View here running on my Amiga X5000, and we'll get the screensaver out here and get Rebel up here on the screen. So I've tied that to an F key function key, and one of the things I really like about View is that it gives you a desktop like this that is structured like most other desktops that we see in computing. So when you bring up Rebel, it automatically, this desktop is now connected to the internet, and you can draw information off the internet. If you point over here to this, click this script, you'll see some of the things that are available on rebel.com. One of the things I like about Rebel is the little games that are available on it, and they have done a version of Tetris called Rebtris, which is right here, and it really is I got 2 copies of it. It's really a pretty interesting implementation of the Tetris game, and it's one of the things I do to waste my time when I have time to waste. But we don't have time to waste right now. We'll come back to Rebtris at some other point. So you just get back to the desktop right here and get back to our MakeDoc demo. So MakeDoc is a script that is used. In fact, the people at Rebel use it to create their documentation for all of the things that they are doing there at Rebel. And so it produces an HTML page that is organized with the contents, linked contents up at the front, and then sections that relate to those links throughout the rest of the HTML document. It's a really fast, easy way to organize documentation, and it's really easy to see where you've made an error, which is the thing I appreciate the most about it, because I do a lot of that. So those documents are created using a very simple syntax of punctuation markings. And that very simple set of punctuation markings can be demonstrated pretty easily. I'll minimize the desktop here for a bit and come up with another editor. So here is basically what you use. You use this as a first level section. This is the next level down. This is the third level, and this is the fourth level down. So when you want to create a section, you do this right here, and you just type this is a first level section, and then down here this is second level, and then down here this is 0.03 third level, and then this is the fourth 0.004 level. So if we were to run this, we would find this would be 0.1, 1.2, 1.23, and 1.234 down here. It's really an easy way to do this, and like I said, these punctuation marks actually refer to, in the script, to HTML markup coding in Rebel itself. So that's the very, very simple required syntax for MakeDoc. Now, here's another example right here of a blog post template that I use in creating the Amiwest blog posts. And as you'll notice, there's also some other things that are involved here. We have a slash with a note that creates a note, which is a box around the content. And this is a nested note, which is a box within a box, which contains an image. And you can also see that the rest of this looks like HTML tags, which is what it is. So the MakeDoc script will also accept and use HTML tags, using an image source tag here, for instance, and the width and height designations, centering tag. There's all kinds of tags that you can use, and these are HTML2 tags. So just wanted to make that clear that this is not CSS, and this particular version of MakeDoc doesn't generate CSS code. It generates HTML2 code. So when you put this together into, I filled out this template right here, and this is a demonstration of the power of Rebol MakeDoc. So, and it will, the top, October 24, 2020, today's date, is a title right here of the post itself, and then this is the heading for the note. It'll appear in the colored box. And then down here, this is the name of the GIF image that will be used. And then, as you can see, every line in this, every first line is going to be bold-face type right here. So it'll really format this very nicely, very quickly, so that if I wanted to, in fact, let's do this just for fun. Let's take the image and make an error on it, and then we'll come back and fix the error and show you how quickly that's fixed. So, MakeDoc demo is here. All right, so we're done with that. Now we've got the desktop back. Control L gives you your launcher, and it pulls up a window that will take you anywhere on your computer, and you have to allow all of the navigation that you do. That's built in. You can turn it off, but I don't, just because I like to keep it the way it is. So, going over here to Data, and then down here to my OL3, there we go. Amiwest, Amiwest 2020, blog posts, 2020 posts. All right, so now we're here at MakeDoc, and we're down here at the MakeDoc demo. So there's the MakeDoc demo. Bang. Oh, forgot a step. We have to refer to the MakeDoc script first. So that's down here, custom makedoc.r right here. Now, usually the name of the script is makedoc.r, but I made some custom changes to it. So that's why I have my name custom makedoc.r. You can name it anything. You can name it pancakes if you want, just as long as you know what it does. So it doesn't depend on the name to actually work. So we'll select that. Now we'll go over to the actual MakeDoc page, the template we just filled in and made an error on. There's the demo. Select. Okay. Now, that has generated a file called testout, which is right here. So now we'll reload testout, and we'll see that the image is missing. And the reason it's missing is because there's an error in the image name. So you can see how the rest of it has been formatted. You have the contents with a link, which would carry you right to there. Then you have the actual title with a date, because I've dated this one, and a demonstration of the power of Rebol MakeDoc, the title of the note. And then the other note box in here is going to contain the image once we fix it. So as you can see down here, we've got bolded front lines and information in regular face type. And you can also use, this is a ping image down here, portable network graphic. That is, oh no, I'm sorry, this is not a ping. The ping of this is on the front page of the Amiwest website. This is actually the HTML image of it. So you can see what kind of work can be done with images. It can also be done with video and audio. So it's very interesting stuff. So let's go back and fix the mistake and see how quickly that can be rectified. So now we'll go back and do the underscore instead. Save the file. Go back and run the script right here. So Control L. So that takes us back to where we were. We don't have to navigate again. You can see custom MakeDoc is already highlighted. Select MakeDoc, MakeDoc demo, select reload testout, and there's our image. So if you make a mistake on a page and you want to fix it and go back into the make.doc script and fix it, only takes a few clicks to get back to a corrected page. And I really like it just because it really is something that can even display well on mobile devices. I'm working on something that I can use to do that with, so that it's an automatic adjustment like a lot of applications are these days. Haven't gotten there yet, but I'm sure it's possible in Rebel. So that's what I'm looking at right now, sort of a reader mode for mobile devices. So that's just a little bit of what Rebel can do. Like I said, I am not an expert. I'm more of an enthusiast, and I like to do it because I don't have to go through, a couple of big thick books to learn how to, run Hello World. And I'm not saying that those of you who do this are, any, less or more than anybody else, but it's something that I didn't want to do. So that's why I like Rebel for this particular reason. Now, that's just to kind of get back to where we are as far as the presentation is concerned. Here at InfoAccessories, we do what we call an Amirebel 1.2 distribution. And it's been put out on CD historically. I've been putting out these distributions for about 15 years, and I've got quite a few people who have purchased them for $5 each from me. And as you can see up there on the image, that's an image of the Rebel desktop and some of the apps that are available there. He calls them Reblets because they're so small, and they do such powerful things in such a small space. Their sizes are typically under 100K, and they'll do some, interesting little things. And besides, launch things off the internet from the desktop. So our Rebel distro at InfoAccessories, you can find out more about that at infoaccessories.com. And we're in the process of implementing digital download delivery. We just haven't gotten there yet. So watch that website for complete rehab soon. Used an old website builder years ago to build that site. And so soon we'll be updating that with a new website builder. Now the major contribution of InfoAccessories to Rebel is in pulling together Rebel documentation. Rebel version 1.2.1 was the last version that ran on Amiga computers. It runs on classic Amiga computers as well as next generation computers. Right now, what you've been seeing me demonstrate has been running on my X5000. And it also runs on my SAM 440, and it also runs on my Amiga 1 SE, the first of the new generation machines back in 2003, I believe. So as far as the classics are concerned, it takes something with over 100 megabytes of memory and about an 030 processor to make it run at other than a glacial speed. But it will run on those expanded machines, and we'll run the scripts that we have in our library. The library that is included on the distribution CD was it was a snapshot of the library just days before Rebel View and Rebel Core changed versions. So what we have in the library are Rebel Core scripts as well as Rebel View scripts, and I've tried to categorize those into Rebel View and Rebel Core so that you can know what to do with those. The Rebel View scripts run with the launcher. The Rebel Core scripts run from a command line out of a console. And so just to give you a little bit of a view of that, the console is really pretty easy to get to, and you have to be able to do a few different things to use the console than you do with Rebel View. That's why I like Rebel View the most. But here's what the console looks like. And you can see that it's just like a shell. and you type in your input, and that's what runs the scripts. I don't have really enough time to go into running core scripts right now, so I'll get back to my desktop, my typing desktop, and that way we can you can see how easy it is to get back and forth. It's really kind of interesting. So the other thing I wanted to show as well was a little bit of the Rebel documentation that we've developed and are publishing on the the Rebel Rebel 1.2 distribution. So let's see if that, yeah, it's going to take that away, but we can get it right back here. So here's the front page of our Rebel 1.2 distribution for last year. And so we'll have a, it gives the contents of the CD, which is Rebel Core and Rebel View 1.2 for Amiga and 26 other platforms. This ran on Windows XP and Mac OS 9, OpenBSD, NetBSD, Linux of similar vintage. And like I said, there are other versions that run on other of these platforms, newer versions that run on those, including Rebel 3, still in alpha stage, but being used to effect by people who like Rebel. On the CD as well as as I've mentioned, the Rebel 1.2 script library, and the Rebel tutorials from various sources are also included, and I think this is probably the most important part because it gives you the documentation in some sort of reasonable order about how to learn Rebel if you're new to Rebel. And it also includes, the CD also includes images you can use to promote Rebel and a few other interesting items about Rebel and Amiga commonalities. So here's a short look at how it's laid out. We've got the documentation in the library, View 1.2, Sass and Wrath on Amiga Defined, the Rebel images right here. But let's go take a look at the Rebel documentation, which is linked here. And so you can see that I've used MakeDoc to create this catalog. And so it has answers to the questions. What is Rebel? What does it do? Introduction to Rebel, tutorials and examples. And the one I like the best is this one right here. Rebel programming for the absolute beginner. And it takes somebody who knows nothing about programming, that would be me, and runs you through all the steps. So I haven't completed it yet, and that's one of my future goals, is to comprehend and master this particular tutorial, because by the time you're done with it, you can do some pretty amazing things with Rebel. So Rebel one-liners are there. There's also Common Gateway Interface tutorials, web forms with CGI, a cookbook of code examples. The cookbook is fun too, as well as the one-liners, because it gives you little snippets of code that you can copy and paste into your own programs that do particular functions, and they're already tested, and you already know what they'll do, which is kind of a fun deal. So you don't have to experiment. Developer Docs is a Rebel Core manual, which gives you an entire book. This, I think, is a 1,000-page book in the Rebel Core User's Guide, and it's here on the CD. And there's also Rebel Vid, the Visual Interface Dialect, and the View System Guide, which is right here, which is Vid in depth. So you've got a lot of documentation here to access. So it's really kind of what I believe is a complete guide to Rebel View and Rebel Core here on especially on the Amiga, but also on other older platforms as well. So hopefully you've enjoyed this little tour, and I've enjoyed doing it. I always do. So it's great to see you here at Amiwest and our expanded presence. I'd love to give a shout out to Jerry Gray and Bill Borsari and Doug Compton for all of the work that they're doing in making our streaming version of Amiwest what it is this year, which is much better than it's ever been, because now Bill has some help. And Bill's been doing a streaming version of Amiwest now since 1998. So he's been here every year. He's been involved every year. So we really appreciate you, Bill Borsari, and also you, Jerry Gray, and Doug Compton. So we also appreciate all the people who are traveling to Amiwest on site. There are several of those who are coming in from, I think the farthest away is from Connecticut. And we have people coming from Arizona, Washington, Southern California, Utah. So we'll have some on-site people as well. And although our number will be somewhat smaller, we're just happy that we're able to do it this year and didn't have to cancel. Our venue is still in business, is still being able to house guests and do everything according to plan. So we really appreciate the Holiday Inn Express Cal Expo as well. They've been our hosts now for 10 years, and we really appreciate them and the management ownership there. Without their support, this would still not be possible in this form. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and we hope to see you at infoaccessories.com soon. If you want more information, just use info@infoaccessories.com to email your request for information, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. As you might imagine, with many Amiga things, this is a part-time effort at Info Accessories, but if it's a while between the time of your request and the time that we get back to you, just understand that we're working on it. So have a great day, and we hope that you will access the power of Rebol for yourself soon.
Thank you, Brian, for the lovely words at the end there and the in-depth review of where Rebol is. That's really interesting. For the folks at home, because of setting up the broadcast, I've seen that a few times. So I hope Brian doesn't mind too much that I'm playing playing our game here in the background, trying to get that high scoreboard. Our leader is currently sitting at 12 million. My best is 153,000. So I don't think I'm going to make it this year. But hopefully, who knows? Maybe someone out there will be able to dethrone them. So, well, I should probably stop doing this, but because it's a little too much fun. So where we're sitting right now is, oops, wrong buttons. Cut. You can see Lewarski's got a lot, and I don't, so, oh well. Anyway, thanks for Jerry for putting that together, building the trophy and everything else. Jerry, we're going to cut over to you on the show floor here. Can you hear me, Jerry?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. How are things there live at Amiwest?
We're doing well. I'm going to turn down the show volume a little down on this side.
Thanks.
There we go. Yeah, things are going well. We had a little bit of excitement not too long ago. Mr. Toast, people may know Mr. Toast from his work on Amigas, repairing them and what have you. He actually got his package today of one of those un-Amiga boards that is the FPGA that's built in a form factor that can go directly into, I believe, your Amiga 500 case.
I see.
The ports in the back all line up. It's shipped with a card that has the FPGA core in it, so he was able to plug it in, fire it up, and get going right away. And as a matter of fact, he is showing that off just right down here at this table. If I can get my camera to zoom in. Hey, Mr. Toast, wave, you're live. Can you show your un-Amiga board?
No, it's all
I've only got 6 feet to go. All right.
It's okay.
Well, I guess it's one of those things that you'd have to be live here to see on the show floor. One of these surprises that just shows up and we get to play with our toys.
Yep. That's great. That's great. So one other thing I wanted to ask, Jerry, has anyone died yet at the show floor?
No, we are recording 0 COVID deaths this year. I don't even
So far.
No sniffles, no sneezes.
Good. So hopefully, by December rolls around, we'll have an accurate tally on that.
Yes.
Well,
yes, for sure.
Well, thanks for all your help, Jerry. I'm going to bring in our friend Jamie, who is our next speaker here to talk about Python, GUI, AVD, and a bunch of other OS4 related stuff. So thanks again, Jerry, for doing that on the show floor and getting it set up. I think he probably has a slightly better appreciation for the stuff I used to do in the past, given doing this live with Amigas from the show floor is a very different beast than even streaming it, although that turned out to be a lot of work. So without further ado, Jamie, how's it going? You're live now.
Yes, hi. Hello, Amiwest. It's doing good.
Awesome. So I think we got the audio there and the video's all good. Perfect. So, thank you for being available to us today. I think we want to talk about the work you're doing around programming environments for the Amiga OS4 side of the world.
Sure.
So what do you have for us today?
Well, today I thought I would take and go through some of the stuff that I've been working on, over a period of time here. And that's primarily taking and creating graphical user interfaces on OS4 using Python. Python is a very powerful language, as many people know, and if you look at some of the polls on the most popular programming languages in the world, and Python is right up there. The Amiga OS has Python version 2.5 included with it, and it's really kind of a star element to OS4, which is not being really exploited the way that it could. I mean, Python is a gateway to a lot of modern development stuff that we could bring into OS4 if it was a little bit more accessible, and that's kind of what I'm trying to take and do is bring it into the mainstream a bit more. So
fantastic. And this is going to integrate with the AVD package, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. The stuff that I'm working on right now actually comes up from requirements of AVD to do what I wanted to do. In specific is the graphical user interface development, the GUI builder. I was at previous Amiwest shows and wanting to show more of what I was doing with the GUI builder and working the months up to Amiwest on it, and I found that I was trying to take and integrate all of the gadgets and all of the tags and everything into the system, and you really, in order to create a GUI builder, you really have to take and teach it how to write everything. Especially when its purpose is to write everything. So there are about 1,000 tags, which are attributes, if you want to call it that, in Amiga OS for all of the different gadgets. And programming all of that stuff in by hand, became not just a very large chore. It kind of became too much, and between juggling that as a part-time job around my other stuff, I kind of lost track of where I was in the build, and that's what happened the last Amiwest. I kind of broke the build just before the demonstration, and so jumping back into it, I decided that I needed to take a much smarter approach to doing this, and I had been looking at Python. I have friends that are really strong users of Python, and but I hadn't written much in it myself. So and I decided, well, that's the language I'm going to take and choose to write a tool that will write the components I need based on taking and parsing that data from the Amiwest SDK. And that's really got, how I got started with Python, and then into this process of developing a graphical interface layer for it, native to Amigos 4. So I've got some of that. I can show kind of the path on that if we want to share the Amiga screen.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Why don't you cut over to that and let's take a look.
If I can remember how we did this last time. Is that under share screen?
Share screen, advanced, second camera, I believe, right?
Yes, that's what we're looking for. And hopefully it will pick up my capture device. And there we go.
Yep. Oh, that looks perfect.
All right, excellent,
I mean,
excellent.
it's super, super sharp.
All right, I'm gonna...
Much better than using VNC. Sorry, Andy, but let me just shout out here real quick. If people are looking to make content for like YouTube and distribution, for $60, you can get a device that looks as good as what you've been seeing both on mine and Jamie's here. So it's not that expensive on YouTube, on Amazon to get a capture device that can do full HD to create that content. So very nice.
Right.
Looks perfect.
Excellent. Okay, so let me first how I got started taking and doing this. Let me take a quick look at here. We'll bring this up, and let's see if it goes to this. All right, there we go. This is what I started to take and write first off. Is actually a program in Python, and it's it actually may be a bit of a mess structurally because it's kind of learning the language and everything at the same time. But the purpose of this program, and I'm not going to go into it in great detail, but the purpose of this program is to open up the specific header files for the reaction gadgets and take and parse through them and generate as much automatically as I can to take and do an actual implementation. So previously I was trying to code all of this into C and do it all by hand and all of this stuff, and it's like, no, we're not going to do it that way anymore. There's just so much advantage in taking and writing a program that can automate it or do as much as possible. And then if it doesn't come out exactly right, you make a few tweaks and you try it again, and it's it's seconds of time instead of just the drudgery of more and more and more. So this program here, and like I said, I'm not really going to go into it too much, but it will take and parse through at this point I think every single one of the header files in the SDK. Some of this stuff comes from the work that I did with the SDK browser and having to parse and understand it. And I found as I went along that there were not 100% consistency in the format of these header files, or what they did. So I ended up having to put in some exceptions and exception handling and stuff like that. But eventually it does get a good result. Gathers up all of the headers into an array, and then with that information, it starts writing out the code. It writes out pieces of Python, it writes out pieces of C, and it even generates the make file to put it all together. Which part of that is like right here, and so it's actually building a make file that's will work with auto. Cross-compile environments and compile natively on Amiga OS. So let me jump from that and show you. Let's jump this over. Okay. So how does this work? Let's just start with a quick little demonstration. I'm going to run this program called a new window. And let me see if I can bring this up on here. Oh, no, it's not going to do that. There we go. Small glitch in the matrix there. And so here's the actual Python that is going to generate it's going to open up a reaction window. And we're just bringing in some standard components here. And then here's the big one, we're just taking in and bringing in basically all of reaction. And this is just debug stuff on here. And so, and then you generate some tags for it. And then you can just take and create the new window. So we'll take a, so let's run this quick and I'll show you. It's going to dump out a bunch of debug output, but there you go. It just generated this little empty window, and you can see this. I've got debug information there about the events that are going on. And I can close it. I got this set up so each time I close gadget once, twice, and then 3 times and it leaves as a test of the events.
Mm-hmm.
So,
nice.
And just to show that this is actually dynamic, that's not a precompiled anything. We'll just change some text here. Save it. And then I'll run it again. And there you go. So very simply, it just took and changed the tag for the title in this case. And these tags are directly out of the header files. They're just being translated into Python. And there's some pieces of it that will be slightly different than how you'd write this in C, for example. But let's take a look here at the components that actually make that test window work. Let me close the window here. Here we go. So in terms of Python, you have multiple pieces that are being built. So far, I just have, I've been focusing on the generation of the auto generation of these classes for each one of the gadgets and the window class and everything. So I have, I've done the window class is the base one on there, and then of course layout class and button class and string class are the ones I've been experimenting with. But so this is in Python on Amiwest in the Python lib folder, and I'm just listing the parts of it that relate to this new subsystem, which are in this case the some defines and tags that have been generated by my parsing script that define the tag names and their numeric equivalents and everything for in Python in terms of Python arrays. So like if I let's take a quick look at one of them here for the window class tags for Python. There we go. So here's a file, and again, this is auto-generated by parsing out everything from the header files, and it's just structuring this so that Python knows what all of these names are and what their equivalents are, and also defines them in a list so that you can use them instead of ever having to use these numbers. And so when you go to your script, all you have to do is say title, text, screen title, whatever you want for text, and these can be used just the same way that they would be used in C. Except here's an exception. In order to simplify it, window box is the WA window box tag is normally a pointer to a structure of short integers actually that are for the top, left, width, and height of the window. So it was introduced later on as a shortcut to taking and defining the window dimensions in a single tag. But passing memory structure pointers from Python into the Python C module, so you're crossing the border from an interpreted scripting language to a compiled language, and there's a translation API to do that that Python provides. But in order to keep things as simple as possible, and to make it easier on the user to use it, I changed some of the tags. So when you do something like window box here, this is a Python grouping called a tuple, which is just multiple different elements in a group. And here it's again, it's top, left, and width and height of the window, all specified as a set as a single tuple of values, rather than declaring a structure and then trying to pass the pointer to it. So this is an example of where things would be different in terms of the tags. Another example is the stuff like images. When you would say, hey, I want the background of a button to take and be this graphic. Normally what you would do is you would create an image class object with the information about it and get it to generate a bitmap object. And then you'd pass that bitmap result in as a tag to whatever the gadgets. But at the heart of that, normally what you're just doing is you're passing a string that specifies a file name to an external graphic file that you want to bring up. So like my background.png or JPEG or whatever. And the image class would take and load that up, run it through the data type system, decode it into a bitmap, and then there you go. And you'd have this bitmap structure to use. Simplifying that down in terms of the Python interface to reaction, you simply pass the string. So if it's if you want to use a graphic, you just pass the file name, path and file name to the graphic, to the appropriate tag. If you want to use a font, it's the same thing. So wherever possible, structures that are normally take an extra step to build and would then be passed in as a pointer are reduced down to simple strings, and making it far easier. And all of the work is done for you under the hood.
So Jamie, let me jump in here and ask a quick question. So you've converted that traditional structure into the tuple. You say tuple, I say tuple.
Yeah, tuple, potato.
Is that dynamic? So if you added a widget to change the window size with like a go button, would you change it in the Python code? Like how would you do that in Python versus in C? Because my understanding is in C, and this is pretty esoteric, you'd be able to do that by updating the structure.
Yes, really what it comes down to in C and in Python, it's ultimately it's the same thing, because all of the implementation for interacting with reaction in these libraries is written in C and is done through the C interface to Amiga-OS libraries. So all the functionality that you would do in C is available here as well, although it might be a little easier. In this case, you're passing in window box and a tuple of the dimensions for it as a initial starting point for it. But that doesn't mean that you can't change the tags for the window or the gadget later on. And this brings up a very interesting point, because one of the problems I had with creating a GUI builder is that not every single tag is able to be changed dynamically. So when you bring up an instance of a gadget, some things, and if you're familiar at all with BOOPC programming, or Basic Object-Oriented System for Intuition, it has standard methods that it can take and do, and the tags are then defined as some of them can be listed only at the creation of the object. Others can be only can be fetched back for what their value is. Others can be set, and it's kind of a mix. Not everything can be dynamically changed. This presents a problem when you're creating a program, an application that allows the user to completely change every property and attribute of a gadget on the fly in order to design a graphical interface in the first place. So in this case, the Python provides an excellent layer in front of that. So one thing that I'm able to do here is you can see what I'm already talking about is simplifying some of how you interact with getting the reaction gadgets and everything to work, and also how you change them. So when the implementation in C for the which is basically a wrapper over the actual shared libraries, the C interface. So your wrapper in C interface for these tags will do things. I get the opportunity in those classes and developing those classes for Python to do more checking and allow for more dynamic stuff. So for example, if in C you were programming this interface and you passed in a null pointer to something that was expecting to point to a valid buffer in memory with structure, whatever, you could end up with a crash. I mean, very easily taking crash just because you passed in a null pointer by mistake. Python, though, is an interpreted language, and adding to that, I'm able to validate and sanity check the tags as they're being passed in. So it allows you a lot more freedom to make mistakes and not have it crash. And it allows you to, as you're talking about, make dynamic changes to the gadgets and stuff that normally are not possible. And how that's done, the same way I did it in the GUI builder, originally writing completely in C, is whenever you wanted to change a property in a gadget or a window that was only used for setting it up, what the GUI builder would do is it would temporarily freeze the interface. You did it so fast you couldn't see it, but it would lock the interface so you couldn't be interacted with. It would recreate it on the fly with all of the new information and then replace the frozen one. In this case, it'll be able to be done even more elegantly with using Python and also using the layout class's ability to modify gadgets and swap out different interfaces. So
cool. No, this is really interesting. So so you have this work. This is obviously a preview of what you're doing internally, the other stuff. This is the use case. Like, this is what I might use to build a user interface in Reaction via Python to control MEV and C, as an example.
Right.
So walk us through the other side of this. So is the plan to release this work as like open source? Is it going to be part of the AVD suite, which you're currently selling? How are you going to get this into the market?
Well, that's a very good question. I think that what it comes down to is it will be released either with the OS itself or externally. I do have two products with AVD that I am trying to take and maintain and get out there, and one of them is free AVD, and the other is the commercial Advanced Visual Developer. So in what I'm looking at right now is that all of these classes that I'm creating as an extension to Python will be freely distributed.
Okay.
And you will be able to simply write Python code the way I am with this test example, and have full capability to do what it can do. If you add AVD to that, then you have wizard tools and you have a full graphical interface designer, and the output of AVD's application design and is right now it outputs everything in an XML description. And I've got interpreter programs GUI bits and pref bytes that would read the XML and design and create these interfaces on the fly. But the real point of having in this case, output to XML as a language is. It's a descriptive, it's a declarative language that is just describing what you're going to do, what you want to do. And then the output from that is separate applications that will read in the XML description, which could include inline code chunks of Python or ARIX or, whatever. And then it will output it into your language of choice. Basically, the three primary outputs for applications from AVD are C, Python, and ARIX. So that's what I'm thinking right now, is that you get the foundation tools, you get the libraries, they're freely out there. I'll distribute them as a contribution to OS4 if I can do that, but I don't want to be held back by release schedules or anything like that. So it will be something that'll be released. And then, so if you invest in the tools, well, it just makes it easier, because everything I'm talking about here, and you would write by hand, AVD will write for you.
Yeah, that's it's really exciting. You can turn off the screen now, probably, and it'd be a little more engaging
Sure.
for us to go by camera.
Stop share. Get it back to, okay, stop share. There we go.
Yeah, let me code over here. So, what do you think in terms of AVD's sort of release schedule, if you will? Have you been able to make any time on that? Or is it something we'll see next year or this year, or where is that package?
Well, I really had hoped that there would be a major release for it this year. This year, as you know, has been pretty crazy.
Yeah. No, it's been normal for us in
fine.
California. I'm waiting for locusts. That's next.
Yeah, you've already got fires and everything else.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I'd love to release something toward the end of the year. I was invited to take and join a new company recently. So my full-time job is occupying a great deal of my time.
Yeah, those suck. I hate those, by the way. If anyone has one, yeah, they're tough.
But things continue to move forward. I gotta give a shout out to Aaron and Jeff, Amiga on the Lake. They've been tremendous. They continue to support the effort. So please do yourself a favor, buy stuff from them. help the Amiga community.
Yep, that's get the money flowing.
Yeah. So really, it comes down to the development time. But I'm encouraged by the path that I'm on right now, because opening up things with Python allows for, as I was talking about, automation scripting, which is something that I find extremely beneficial. So if you can write something like this that will basically write the class for a Boopsy class in Python for you almost entirely without interaction, that's a tremendous amount of time saved, and it just builds the whole thing up. So right now I'm thinking that the GUI builder, which has some serious problems with interacting with the gadgets as they exist right now and doing everything in C. I envision that it will be redesigned to dynamically interact with Python scripts and put an interpreter layer in between the dynamic changes, and that should hopefully greatly reduce some of the really sensitive problems with the way graphical interfaces and the input system and everything works on Amiga OS4. So.
No, that'd be great. And I understand you're part of the Exec SG team as well.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, so I've spent some time taking and writing drivers and stuff for them. I wrote a Ethernet driver for the A1222 and a DMA controller for the X5000s and the A1222. It's the same chipset, so I mainly work on both. And I also had the opportunity to recreate, you know, to do the foundation work and updating the build system for ZekSG.
Cool.
Which has been tremendous. I worked closely with Stephen Soley on that and getting it going. And so now you can literally build the ZekSG. I build all 16 kernels in parallel on my Linux server in about 45 seconds.
Wow. Hey, Steve, you there? You want to turn on your video? Because he dialed into our little Zoom here.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hold on. Let me press the right button here.
Okay.
Let me hit the view. Gallery view. Now we're all here. Let me
Uh-oh.
cut over. Yep, there we go. So there's Steve.
Yep.
And Jamie.
Yeah,
hey, guys.
Long time no
Hello.
talk. I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, it was almost like yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, and all this last week. And
That's awesome. I love the collection of Boeing stuff. I'm pretty sure there's a box right off camera with all the things that used to be there.
Well, you know, you got to accessorize, you know.
Yeah,
That's right,
Jamie's
yeah.
going real. I mean, you can tell that Jamie completely staged everything behind him for this stream. Or it's a Zoom virtual backdrop with his gutted 4000 and the Commodore disk drives.
Oh yeah. Well, and then also all the books.
It's one of those easy ARIX, AMOS programming we were talking about earlier today.
I don't think I've got anything on AMOS actually. I did just get a brand new 2019 Amiga programming book. Ooh,
Cool.
new one for my collection.
Yeah, awesome. Well, Jamie, I want to say thank you for joining us and showing the work you're doing. You've been a huge supporter of Amiwest. You know, going back many years, your SDK browser tool is fantastic. AVD is great, and I'm really looking forward to updates, especially the GUI builder, so we can accelerate development. Because I know there's a lot of people who are interested, and you know, skills are tough, and it's hard to get the time to really dedicate to get to the C level on a platform like the Amiga. But certainly, there's a lot of people who can approach Python, and there's useful in other ways. So I'm looking forward to it because that's what I use when in the rare instances that I have to code. So I feel a little more comfortable in that language. So thank you again for your time, and we'll kick it over to Steve here.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Yeah, you bet, man. Take care.
Thank you,
Bye.
Jamie.
Okay, Steve. It is your show. So, you know, we're joined now by Stephen Sully. Steve and I go way back as well. He's a huge supporter of the Amiwest show, and we asked him to come in at the end here, basically because he was in one of the most friendly time zones.
Yes, that's why. I was wondering.
And we thought it'd be a nice way to end the day, end the stream with an update on the ZekSG progress and platform.
Yes.
You know, we've had a really good day, a lot of content, a lot of presentations. We've talked about you know, classics, and we had a presentation for AROS. We did miss out on MorphOS. There's a lot of activity there and news. You know, I think there's folks that support MorphOS and presented at the show, and we tried to get something going last minute, and unfortunately didn't come together. But you know, certainly it's another area of the Amiga technology. It's very vibrant, and hats off for getting a modern web browser put together with Wayfair. That looks really interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing content come out. But jumping over to you, Steve. I guess you've got something you want to share with us, a little bit of presentation, and then we'll do a Q&A at the end.
Yes. I've this is the easiest way for me to do it. So
okay,
I
let's go.
I make some slides because I'm a slide guy. Let's see if I can actually get this to work. That's the tricky part, isn't it? Share computer screen. Let's see, desktop 1, I guess. Let's see what this one.
That's a nice green border over the desktop.
Is there? Oh, okay. Hello, Zoom. Share your screen. Oh, okay.
It shouldn't be on my end. You should be able to. You should be able to do a screen share. Yeah.
Is it working now? Sharing?
I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing. I'm still seeing you and Boeing balls and a Boeing rocket, which is interesting.
Because I clicked the button. Not be able to record the content. Okay. It's a security thing. It's blocking me from sharing. Okay. Let's see.
I don't think so.
On my end, sorry. There it goes. There it goes.
Okay.
This one.
It's fun on the technology piece. We've used multiple different. I mean, it's been crazy what we've used.
There we go.
Perfect.
Did that work?
Okay. I see a Mac keynote, I'm supposing, or something.
Yeah, I just whipped it up in Keynote quickly.
Cool.
So, is it showing a clock on yours or not?
It is. Hit the button in the upper right hand. Second button in. Second button from the right is the swap view. I've never used Keynote before. But that's pretty obviously the change the view.
Shoot. It's there. No.
No, the other side. Other side. There's a little thing that's got two over to the right a little more. It's the one with the two swaps. That'll swap the views.
I can't see a button.
Oh, probably because Zoom's in the way. Anyway, let's just go for it. It's fine.
That's good enough.
We'll just know.
That's
what
good
time
enough.
it is.
That's good.
Everyone knows what time it is on your computer.
Now you know exactly how much. Yeah, I know. Zoom is hiding the button from me. Anyway,
if you grab the Zoom bar, you can move it to the bottom, which is probably out of your way, and then you'll be able to.
Whoops! I can't grab any bars.
Okay.
No, you can't grab anything. Anyway, that's how it goes with these things.
It does.
Modern software loves to hide everything. You know, don't show anything anymore. So yeah, I wanted to update everybody because last time I think we talked about this was in January at Amiga Ireland. So this is kind of an update. But I just wanted to quickly go through what is exec-SG. Just a quickie, just to catch everybody up. So that's the AmigaOS kernel. And much more, as I say there. So there's some of the libraries or components of exec-SG that you could see there. There's expansion libraries in there, emulator resource, all sorts of stuff. It was actually created by Thomas Frieden and Hans-Jörg Frieden. So this is a re-implementation of the original one that Carl Sassenrath did. So they didn't, as far as I know, they didn't use any of the code from there because I believe the exec was written in 100% assembly. So didn't quite translate.
Sorry to jump in, Steve. Something happened to your microphone. We lost your audio a little bit.
Okay, am I back?
Not quite.
Oh. Don't know.
I don't think it's on this end.
Mute, unmute.
It feels like your headphone shifted, like your microphone may have shifted or something like that.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you in my headphones, but I don't think we're getting a solid output on the stream here. That's better. You're back. Nope, now we lost you completely. It came back for just a second and then it disappeared.
There, I'm muted. Now I'm not muted.
That sounds perfect.
You know,
okay,
if you
carry
don't
on.
mute it, it works a lot better.
A lot better.
Yeah,
carry on.
I found that out. It's a technical thing. So yeah, I was just saying I don't think any of the 68 code was used in the PowerPC implementation for obvious reasons. But anyway, let's see here. Where is exec-SG? So yeah, this is just a little layering diagram. You have the hardware at the bottom, software at the top. So the red pieces are pieces of exec-SG again. So you can see there's a little bit of firmware as well in there. Amiga Boot it's called, and there's a loader application, just to give you a rough idea. Now, exec-SG runs on a whole bunch of hardware. This is a new chart I created to show kind of all the systems and all the CPUs that it runs on currently. So quite a few things, The oldest at the bottom, the newest at the top. We have a fairly sizable development team now. There's the people on the team, including myself, and Trevor is also listed, although he's not really a developer, but he's a product owner. So as a product owner, we ask him a lot of questions like, should we do this feature? Should we do that feature? Because he owns it, so we have to ask. We can't just add anything we feel like. Current status since Ireland. Okay, so that was January 25th. So all hardware targets building and running. That's always a good thing. Something newer is U-Boot. We acquired the U-Boot source code And we have the A1222 and both X5000 flavors building from source code and binaries running. I don't think that has happened since Verisys first gave the binaries over. So it's been a long journey to get the source code back and running and everything working. Matthew also contracted out the source code build to Mark Olson to help out as well, and he added MorphOS support to the U-boot. So that was nice. That was nice. So it's been a long journey. I recently acquired the X5000 CFE source code. CFE is their firmware versus U-boot, which is the other firmware. So we got two firmwares now.
You mean X1000? You said 5, but you mean the X1000.
Oh, no, X1000 runs CFE. Yeah, yeah. U-boot and Amiga boot also updated. They now support multi-core, which is really cool. That's why I cared. I mean, normally you wouldn't care about the firmware so much, but we needed to update it to support the other cores and activate them, because the way exec SG is designed is it depends on the firmware to set up the hardware first. So they kind of work together. It's to avoid repetition. And like I said at the bottom, the additional cores are now active. So they actually do something. They just sit there spinning, but they do something. Before they weren't even on. So that's something. Also, there's been a lot of bug fixes since Ireland. 23 out of 33 issues in Mantis are resolved. I just checked that this morning. Memory pools are fixed. We had a bunch of problems with the memory pools. So a lot of people will be happy about that. Got actually distinct version strings, which doesn't sound like much, but that was a big want for like years. Some more sanity checks in various functions. Something that more users will be interested in is much faster memory allocation speeds. So there's been a lot of good work in there. You know, it's one of those things that depends on the application, but you should notice it being much snappier. And Loader/Amiga boot now work on all supported platforms again. They were broken for quite a long time, a couple of years, I believe. So again, you know, U-boot, Amiga boot, Loader, all fixed and running again. So that's great news. Now, I also want to mention that we do have a roadmap. and it is actually public. I know this is kind of strange in Amiga world, but here it goes. So one of the things I wanted to do was improve the load time support for the SPE floating point emulation on the 1222. So that still needs a little bit of love. It's mostly working, I'd say 99%, but it's not 100. So there's also a need for the DMA channels for the new audio driver, which you just heard about today. So thanks to Lyle for getting that out. And now we're going to try and improve it. So it's the audio driver for the A1222 is actually in, I guess you'd call it slow mode at the moment. And we can improve the speed to feed it even faster. So it'll use less CPU and everybody's happier about that. Another interesting feature that I really want to get into ASAP, if possible, is fixing the video RAM bar support. What means is your 4K displays will work a lot better and you'll be able to have more than one of them and all sorts of nice things like that. So that's an important tweak that we have to do. That requires U-boot, and luckily we have U-boot working now. So there's also a neat little feature that has been added recently called the preloader. I don't know if we'll keep that name, but it seems like a good name. It actually, the idea is that you take this preloader tool and you run it against your kick layout. You know, everyone has kick layouts. And out pops a pre-linked kernel ready to go. So you can take that kernel and just point it at the loader, and it will load instantly. instead of having to wait. So I'm not sure how many seconds we can shave off a boot, but quite a few, I believe. Quite a few. That's kind of the next nice feature for the users. Also, to help out with the SD cards on the A1222 and X5000, Tony Wyatt developed this SD backup tool, which is really cool. Actually, it's got a little GUI on it. That's important because we're going to be updating U-Boot and Amiga Boot and Loader and these other pieces a lot, and want to actually put more stuff on the SD card for the 1222 and X5000. So this will become very important to help the users keep sanity. There's also an effort to add 64-bit addressing support in the kernel. Now, that doesn't mean users get access to the 64 bits. It means things like graphics drivers get access to the 64 bits. So don't get too excited on that. You still got the 4 gig limit. Better logging system is also there, and of course bug fixes. That's the usual stuff you expect. So that's on our roadmap. That's what we're developing right now. Besides the big one, which is the multi-core. So this is kind of the other half of what we're doing. So multi-core, here's our roadmap for the multi-core from top to bottom. So right now, the interrupt handling has been reworked. So to become disable free, if anyone knows about the disable functions, it disables interrupts. Very bad if you have many cores. So if you disable all the interrupts, basically your computer runs very slowly. So that's been worked on. Multi-core lock mechanism, spin locks. That's helps with the 4-bit permit problem, which has been discussed in web forums since the dawn of time. That's the fix. Anyway, of course, then the forbid and permit have to be modified to use the new spin locks. And then once we have that working, we're going to do the load balancer. Load balancing means that you can move work from one core to another. I'm not 100% convinced we need that out the gate. Maybe we can release without the load balancer, but anyway, we're going to discuss it internally and figure that out. And of course, the 1222 and X5000 are not on this list. You notice there's an X5000 there only because I decided to focus on the X5000 because its current hardware, you can still buy it, I believe. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong. And the 1222 isn't out yet, as you know from Trevor's presentation. They're building boards, so it's not quite out. And the X1000, we don't want to forget about them. Now that we have the CFE source code, we can make sure that we can get multi-core working for that as well. I had a demo. Actually, I wanted to do it kind of live, but then I ran it and it was like, well, it's not really showable. So I just did a little write-up on it instead. Sorry, I don't have anything visual to show you. The best Thomas could get before this show was it spits out numbers to the serial port. So it goes 1, 2, or no, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And you're like, well, that's not very exciting. So I decided, well, I'm not going to show that off. I did test it on my X5020 yesterday, so it's very fresh. And today, this morning, both cores are activated and reported as running. So that's good news. Good news. Thank you, Thomas. It does show the cores are fighting for a spin lock, and that's the good old spin lock we were talking about to do the 4-bit permit. And I had to change the U-boot, Amiga boot, the kernel, and the timer device to actually get this to run. So quite a bit of changes to get the multi-core kernel to boot up. And one thing we discovered, I guess, or Thomas discovered, was that a lot of software out there is peeking at these ID nest count, TD nest count variables, which might not make sense to non-programmers, but they should not have been peeking at them. So that makes it very difficult for us to implement multi-core properly when they're peeking at these variables when they shouldn't be. Anyway, we're going to try to figure out a plan to move forward and either modify the software or find a workaround or something. Anyway, we're going to work on that. That turned out, that popped up. It was a surprise. Thanks to making this demo, we found that out. U-boot and CFE. So I just wanted to mention why we're changing U-boot and CFE. I think I mentioned it already. Multi-car support, of course, requires firmware changes. We have a new U-boot. I'm not sure when we're going to release it to the Joe public, but soon. I wanted to make sure that we had SD backup working properly first, because I don't want users bricking their machines. That's not happiness. And of course, CFE for the X1000 is a work in progress. I actually, with all the new software, I'm able to boot my 1222 in less than 30 seconds. I can't remember. I think I got it as low as 17 at one point, or 27, something like that. Depends on the day. So it's booting very fast from cold now. That's good news. That's good news, because it used to take quite a long time. I also wanted to mention that we always want help. So if you're a programmer or whatever, a tester, and you want to help us out, please contact me, and my email is right there. And I want to say our team is actually 100% lawyer and lawsuit free, which is a great idea, great thing, because it seems everybody's suing everybody else, but we don't have any of that. So if you want to come on over and help us out. And I want to also say, I'll take any questions you have. So AMA is Ask Me Anything. So please feel free to throw a question or a concern or comment my way, and I'll do my best to answer. And that's
Steve,
all I have.
No, this is fantastic update. Thank you for doing that for us. It would have been nice to see the multi-core demo, but I don't think at the end of the day a couple of ones and zeros is.
So,
yeah.
Blah. Boring.
We'll have to wait for a YouTube video from the Exec SG team, or maybe the next Amiga show next year.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we get something a little more visual, maybe on Workbench with a couple of windows going or something.
Yeah.
That'd be much nicer. You'd have like one on here, one on there, because I got 2 cores, right? So.
Yeah, it'd be great to show like a Blender demo if Blender could be modified to actually use it. Andy, if you're not sleeping. Fantastic. So let me look at the YouTube stream here. If anybody called out any questions. There was a question about USB.
USB.
I won't repeat how it's been discussed, especially on the A22, A1222. So question around that. What is the status of USB? I realize it's probably more on the OS side, but I imagine there's some integration with the maybe the Amiga boot or U-boot parts of it for initialization. So where is that? Can you speak to that at all?
Well, I'm still a beta tester, so I know what I can see what I see. So there has been some progress on the USB stacks, but that was a little while ago, like 4 months ago, something like that. So there was a lot of bug fixes came out, but it's still not where it needs to be. It's still not where it needs to be. There was a new feature added for, what do you call it? Asynchronous?
Isosynchronous?
Isosynchronous. That mode, so you can do webcams and streams of audio and stuff like that. So that's good. That's good. Look, overdue too.
Peter Erickson is asking about memory protection. I mean, that's another big ticket kernel item. Obviously, multi-core is up first, but do you think at some point there'll be a memory protected mode for better stability?
Memory protection. Well,
oh, your food's there.
Oh, yes. Food delivery.
Yeah, my food's about to arrive as well.
Thank you. So I know we wanted to do some memory protection, but right now it's not really on my roadmap. Not at the moment, because we have so much else to do. You know what I mean? There's a lot of features. The end goal is actually to have each task with its own 2 gigabytes or 4 gigabytes of RAM. That would be the protection, though. So within that scope, it's protected, but outside of that, still not. So that's where we're kind of headed with the Exec SG.
Yeah, I mean, I know we all want it.
Well,
to reduce the crashes and the memory steps, but we
only
got
go
to
so
focus on getting something done first, right?
Yeah, yeah. And multi-core is higher on the list.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
Sorry,
nice shirt too, by the way.
Yeah, this was actually, I made this one for my other son at the Amiga 30th, and now my younger one can wear it. My wife just, I asked her to bring him in, but she's like, hold this. Because she's been at the job all day.
Yes,
so,
yes.
It's
That
all
happens.
good. Yep. Let's see. Protection. You know, it's the end of the day. I don't know if we have a lot of other questions.
That's okay.
Let me ask you one more that I think people would be interested in get the answer on, right? So as we talk about like the exec SG, you know, obviously there's a distribution question. It involves other people. Can you comment that at all in terms of when might, maybe not the multi-core work per se because it's still too new, but is there any updates coming that you can speak about so people who have Amiga OS 4 can get access to this new kernel work?
Yeah. Well, the current plan is to release it along with the official ISO. So that's the current plan. But it has been dragging. We know, it's been dragging since, I think December, if I remember. When did, remember Timothy DeGroot announced an update, January, December area?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't
So we've been,
COVID.
COVID, lawsuits. It's been delay. So, yeah, we feel it too, especially exec SG, because we got all these nice bug fixes, right? And we want, hey, let's get them out there. So we're kind of at the teetering point where we might just find another way to release it if things don't move forward, but things look like they're moving forward. So
that's great news.
Yeah.
That is good news. And we don't have Trevor on the line. He's usually here for this sort of stuff, but I don't know if you're authorized to talk about the A22 at all, or your experience with it, and maybe its relationship to the exec SG. Can you talk about that?
Well, exec SG is running great on it, I must say. It's the floating point emulation is still a little bit rocky sometimes, but I think that's the fault of the Math IEEE libraries now. We still haven't got those updated. Those need updating. And then the 1222 will be much more stable. Much more stable.
Okay.
And as you found out, A-Cube is now planning to build it for us. So that's yay! A-Cube's back.
Yeah. No, that was great news from this morning.
Yes.
Yes. It's as we talk about these things, the time scales are so large, and the business world does not have the passion we do for these things.
Yeah,
so lots of churn in the background. I mean, I know, we were talking about the acquiring the code and getting all of the pieces in place and how much
took
work
years.
that's taken.
It's amazing. And it sounds easy to make the 1222, but you can't imagine the cost involved. Just a software license to do the part swap runs over $10,000 US.
Wow.
For the software license. So.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I can understand why John DeLorean started selling cocaine. I mean, he was building cars, but I'm sure he had the same problem.
Everything is geared for mass production, right?
Yeah.
And we're trying to produce 1,000 boards, which is considered tiny. So. Or what's the current number? 200? I can't remember. We were originally going to do 1,000 1222s.
Well, yeah. Trevor announced a while back he's got access to like a 1,000 or 1,500 CPUs or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Last question, and we'll wrap on this and wrap the stream here. Can you talk about the changes to, or any API level changes that might be needed in an SDK and how that might be released?
Yeah,
so developers
well,
can get access to new features.
Yeah, there is an SDK, and it is in parallel with the kernel changes. So we have added new functions, we've modified old ones. So it is keeping in lockstep. It is.
Okay. And what's the delivery vehicle for that guy?
Well, it's currently it's just a bunch of files in an LHA file in an LHA. So again, we could release it anytime. We don't have to wait, but until we release the kernel binary along with it, there's no need to distribute it yet. But if we have to, we could just publish it on OS4 Depot, right? So it's as soon as the binaries are out, it'll be coming with.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, hey, I just want to say thank you very much for again giving us your time today and giving us the update. Oh,
welcome.
Did you say hello, Willie? This is William, by the way.
I have two screens, so I gotta look over here all the time.
Yeah. If you look at the camera, yeah. Say hello, Willie. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, Steve. Really appreciate the time, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you next year in Sacramento.
Yep.
And
I'm sure we'll all be back in person next year for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And enjoying a beverage, an adult beverage, in the little room after the show.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
Okay. Take care. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Say bye-bye, buddy. Okay. Let's cut over here. Well, that's the end of the Amiwest 2020 Saturday broadcast. That sums it up. Say bye-bye again. Bye-bye.